Check. To all the guests, please be ready and take your seat or your position because the conference or the opening ceremony of the conference will begin shortly. Excellencies, distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning everyone, selamat pagi. First of all, let us pray and praise to the Almighty God. Because of His blessings and mercy, we can gather here physically and virtually, both in our most prime condition. We are delighted to welcome you all to the opening ceremony of the 9th International Conference of Food, Agriculture, and Natural Resources here in Makassar City, Indonesia. The conference fosters the theme of the agricultural technology and innovations for environmental resiliency, collaboration for global sustainable agriculture and food security. On behalf of the organizers, we would like to extend our warmest greetings to all of you for attending and participating in this international conference. I am Aulisani Anissa, and I feel honored to partake in this event as your master of ceremony. First of all, we would like to welcome the Minister of Agriculture, Republic of Indonesia, the Honorable Dr. Insinyur Amran Sulaiman MP, which on behalf of the Minister here present the Senior Advisor of the Minister for Agricultural Policy, Dr. Insinyur Sam Herodian, MS. We would like also to welcome the Rector of Hasanuddin University, the Honorable Professor Dr. Insinyur Jamaluddin Jompa, MSc. In this occasion, here present the Honorable Head of Research and Community Service Institution from Hasanuddin University, Professor Dr. Nasrum Masih, PhD, SPMK. Also, we would like to welcome the distinguished Dean of Faculty of Agriculture of Hasanuddin University, Professor Dr. Insinyur Salengke, MSc. We also would like to welcome the distinguished President of FANRes, Food, Agriculture, and Natural Resources, Professor Dr. Yuli Witono, STP, MP. And welcome to all the invited speakers. Dr. B.M. Prasana, the Director of Global Maize Program, CIMIT, Mexico. Associate Professor Dr. Niti Hirawati Kamarul Zaman from University Putra, Malaysia. Associate Professor Daisuke Sugama from Tokyo University, Japan. Dr. Tong Nguyen Hui from the University Southern Queensland, Australia. Professor Dr. Insinyur Yunus Musa, MSc from Hasanuddin University, Indonesia. Professor Prakash Kumar from National University of Singapore, Wanrat Abdullah Kasim PhD from Kasetsart University, Thailand, Mohsen Gavahian PhD from National Pingtung University, Taiwan, Thomas Jung PhD from Mendel University, Czech Republic, and Perry Tobias PhD from University of Sydney, Australia. Last but not least, welcome to all the presenters and participants of the conference. Thank you for joining us. We are delighted to have you all in our conference. Excellencies, distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, let us now begin the conference. To invoke divine guidance and blessings upon our conference, let us come together in prayer. In this occasion, we would like to invite Mr. Muhammad Farel Prayoga SP to lead the prayer. Mr. Farel, please proceed to the podium.
Cek. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let us bow our head for a moment, pray to God Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, so that our international conference can be precious to all of us. I will lead this prayer based on the Islam, and those who are not Muslims, you are pleased to pray according to each of your beliefs. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful. In this beautiful place, we gather here to bring about an international conference on food, agricultural, and natural resources. Make this international conference as a useful science assembly, as a medium of sharing useful ideas, knowledge, and experiences of scholars, researchers, and students of various disciplines. May the conference we organize today benefit to our lives, broaden our knowledge, shine our ideas, and lead us to be successful, productive persons, which in turn will boost dignity of our nation and for humanity. Guide and bless our hearts and our minds with the light of your guidance. Impart your supreme wisdom upon our activities. Help us to speak our minds clearly. Help us to listen to each other, respect each other, love each other, so that we are included to the blessed persons. Amin ya Rabbal Alamin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much for leading the prayer, Mr. Farel. Ladies and gentlemen, moving on to our next agenda, we would like to request all of you to rise and sing the national anthem of Republic of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya. Please be rise.
Di sanalah aku berdiri.
you very much. You may be seated. Distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen. With honor, we would like to welcome the chair of the 9th International Conference of Food, Agriculture, and Natural Resources to deliver the event's report. We cordially invite Dr. Rahmansyah Dermawan, SPMSI, to the podium.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, good morning. First of all, I would like to deliver my warmest greet to the honorable keynote speaker and invited speaker, Rector of Hasanuddin University, the Dean of Agriculture, Faculty of Hasanuddin University, President of 9th IC-FANRes, distinguished guests, seminar presenters, and all participants today. On behalf of our organizing committee, I would like to say some words as the conference report of the 9th International Conference on Food, Agriculture, and Natural Resources, 9th IC 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, the world of agriculture is currently experiencing many challenges in providing food. Some of the important issues are the lack of knowledge and technology, including biotechnology, youth agriculture crisis, and the ability of natural resources is in a condition that is not optimal to support food availability, and also due to the climate change that is hitting the entire agriculture world. Research and collaboration between all agricultural stakeholders is very necessary for farmers, agriculture human resource, and the agricultural sectors to face this. It is also important to develop natural food resources as an alternative form and diversification food. Information of biotechnology in the agriculture sector are one of the pillars for overcoming the environmental challenges for the plant cultivation. The use of digital technology, Internet of Things, and artificial intelligence in the field is essential to support production and food security. Therefore, a scientific forum is needed to discuss, share insight and knowledge from all parties. The Faculty of Agriculture, Hasanuddin University, Makassar, Indonesia, made this happen in the 9th International Conference on Food, Agriculture, and Natural Resources 2024. This international conference collaborated with more than 150 presenters from various agriculture disciplines within the country and abroad. All the latest information will be presented and shared in the parallel seminars. 9th IC 2024 also accommodates agriculture executive meetings from various universities in Indonesia and Malaysia to jointly formulate concrete steps to support national and world food security. Ladies and gentlemen, last but not least, allow me to deliver my highest appreciation to all parties who have helped us organize this 9th IC 2024. To all colleges, teams, and partners who have worked hard to make this international event happen today. I do really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Dr. Rahmansyah, for the report. We know that the background of this conference is quite various. That become the background of our theme, agricultural technology and innovations for environmental resiliency, collaboration for global sustainable agriculture and food security. And also we have a great participants, partner, and team as well. Excellencies, distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen. Now we will be listening to the welcoming speech by the Dean of Faculty of Agriculture of Hasanuddin University. With honor, we invite Professor Dr. Insinyur Salengke, MSc, to the podium.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, and esteemed colleagues, I'm delighted to welcome you all to this international conference. It is a great honor to have you all with us today, representing many different areas of expertise. Over the next 2 days, we will have the opportunity to engage in stimulating discussion, share innovative ideas, and explore new avenues of research. As we come together from different backgrounds, let us embrace the diversity of ideas and perspective that each of us bring to this forum. This conference offers us a unique opportunity to collaborate and learn from each other, and to make connections that will enhance our collective knowledge and understanding of the food, agriculture, and natural resources. Together, we can identify new solutions, develop best practices, and make important contributions to the fields. In our rapidly changing world, the importance of collaboration and cross-disciplinary research has never been more critical. The challenges that we face today are complex, multifaceted, and require creative and innovative approaches to solving them. This conference will provide a platform for us to engage in the kind of dialogue that can lead to breakthrough in our respective fields. As we embark on this journey together, I encourage all of us to be open-minded, curious, and engaged. Let us listen to one another, challenge each other's ideas, and be willing to consider new perspectives. Let us approach each session with a spirit of inquiry and willingness to learn. In addition to the many exciting knowledge, sessions and talks that we are planned for this conference, for those of you who attend this conference from outside, I hope you can still find time to enjoy this city and its surrounding. Our host city is rich in history, culture, and natural beauty, and offers a wide range of experiences and opportunity. Indeed, the city of Makassar is also known as the city of great foods, so enjoy. Ladies and gentlemen, before I conclude, please allow me to take a moment to thank the organizing committee, whose tireless effort and dedication have made this event possible. Their commitment is truly commendable, and we owe them a debt of gratitude for their hard work. Finally, I would like to thank all of you for being here. Your presence and participation are essential to the success of this conference. I hope that you will find this experience enriching, that you will learn, that you will leave this conference with new insights and new connections. I wish you all a productive, enjoyable time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Salenke, for your speech, as well as welcoming all the excellencies, eminent speakers, and participants here. The honorable distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is our pleasure to have the President of FANRes, Food, Agriculture, and Natural Resources, Professor Dr. Yuli Witono, STPMP, to give an opening remark for the 9th International Conference of Food, Agriculture, and Natural Resources. Professor Yuli Witono, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Mrs. Master of Ceremony this morning. Dari Sulawesi Selatan, Pak Dekan pergi sampai Sulawesi Tenggara. Selamat pagi, Tuan Nona, partisipan sukses dan sejahtera. Ya. Excellency, Indonesian Ministry of Agriculture, this morning represented by Dr. Sam Herudian. He is my kind colleague and also one of declarator of the FANRes to 2015 in Jember. And Excellency, Mr. Rector of the Hasanuddin University of Makassar, this morning represented by a Director of Research and Community Development Institute, Professor Nasrun Masi, PhD. Thank you very much, Professor. And the deans and vice deans, especially the organizer, including the Dean of the Faculty of Agriculture, Professor Dr. Engineer Salenke, Master of Science Engineering. Thank you very much, Professor Salenke. And the community of the 9th IC-FANRes, the partner and maybe all sponsor, the honorable all invited speakers and all participants came from various regions in Indonesia and maybe various countries. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning, good afternoon, maybe good night, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, let us express our thanks to the presence of Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, who has given us the ability to organize this event and attend it. 9 years is a long time to maintain the consistency of an international network. Since its declaration on August 31st, 2015, the FANRes International Network has demonstrated its role and contribution in building the capacity of members and researchers related to food, agriculture, and natural resources in the world, strengthening academic cooperation between member universities and continuing to publish the research results and talks of its member researchers. FANRes International Network has continuously held international conference and annual executive meeting. This was only absent one during the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020. FANRes continues to strengthen its role in supporting food security, dissemination of research results in the field of food, agriculture, and natural resources, as well as other textual and contextual aspects. Since 2020, FANRes has had and managed its own international journal, namely the International Journal of Food, Agriculture and Natural Resources, or IC-FANRes. This journal has released 15 publications. It is up to volume 5, issue 3. Hopefully next year it can be registered to get recognition by Scopus. In terms of membership, FANRes has also activated the existence of a website that makes it easier for each member to update their membership and prospective members, both individual and institution, university, faculty, and maybe research center related to and who are concerned to register and join the FANRes International Network. As the president of FANRes, I congratulate and wish success for the implementation of the 9th International FANRes, International Conference of Food, Agriculture and Natural Resources, IC-FANRes, an executive meeting organized by the Faculty of Agriculture, Hasanuddin University, Makassar, and its partners. This conference takes the theme Agriculture, Technology, and Innovation for Environmental Resiliency, Collaboration for Global Sustainable Agriculture and Food Security. This theme is very interesting and relevant to the needs and current development. In terms of participation, this conference also invited extraordinary enthusiasm filled by various well-known and competent speakers in the respective field from various countries, as well as the participants very many, around 150, both paper and non-paper participants. Therefore, I would like to thank the dedication and hard work to the Dean and leader of the Faculty of Agriculture, Hasanuddin University, all the scientific steering and organizing committees of the activities, along with all partners that I cannot mention one by one without reducing my respect. Hopefully, this FANRes conference and executive meeting can provide benefit, and executive meeting can provide benefit and strengthening collaboration among members, participants, and including for the organizing institution. Mutual updates and upgrades in science and technology are to the main benefit that will be obtained. Hopefully, this conference will bring benefit and blessing in thinking that support food security and sustainable industrial agriculture for the country and the world. Before I close my speech, let me to rhyme, rhyme in Indonesia, pantun, Apabila kulit terluka, sudah pastilah mudah obatnya. Namun tatkala hati yang tergores, sulit sembuhlah kiranya. Janganlah berduka apabila artikel ditolak penerbitnya. Ikuti konferensi FANRes, perbanyak kolega, dan raih manfaatnya.
Please give a round of applause.
Enjoy the productive conference in Hasanuddin University of Makassar and enjoy Makassar City, especially for participants who attend offline, Dr. Ma and Dr. Walfor, and also our team, and maybe also our member of executive FANRes. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Professor Yuli Witono, for the very warm welcome and also for the rhyme. What an interesting rhyme. Now, the honorable, distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, we will be listening to the welcoming speech as well as conference opening from Director of Hasanuddin University. On behalf of Director, this welcoming speech will be delivered by the Head of Research and Community Service Institution from Hasanuddin University, Professor Dr. Nasrum Masih, PhD, SPMK, and we also request you to officially open the 9th International Conference of FANRes. Professor Dr. Nasrum, kindly be invited to the podium.
Ya, mohon maaf Pak Yuli, tidak siapkan pantun, tapi sudah diwakili tadi, sudah 2 pantun yang Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Excellency, the representative of the Ministry of Agriculture. Here he come in this room? No? Oh, in that room, okay. Excellency, President FANRes, Prof. Yuli, nice to meet you, and hopefully we can have many time to discuss anything related with the research. Excellency, Dean of Agriculture, Faculty, Prof. Salengke, and all the members in the Faculty of Agriculture, the honorable speakers from all over the world who come in this room or by online, and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Hasanuddin University. Welcome to Makassar. It's a place for try to get good food, yeah. City for nice food. And welcome to the 9th International Conference on Food, Agriculture and Natural Resources. Praise and great gratitude to Allah Almighty God for His blessing, grace and mercies, so we can gather today to attend this conference in a good, healthy. Not because I'm a medical doctor, but we hope that we always in the good, healthy. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a both privilege and a great joy for me to extend a warm welcome to each and every one of you to this international conference. Our primary objective with this conference is to bring together scholars, researchers, and key stakeholders, creating a platform for enriching discussion on the challenge and opportunity within the realm of food, agriculture, and natural resources, which can pave the way toward sustainable for food production, food sovereignty, and natural resource stewardship. My warm welcome and gratitude to our esteemed speakers and all participants who will speak to us from various places across the globe. Speakers from various universities and institutions in Indonesia will also share their research findings during the conference. This gathering of diverse mind and expertise mark a milestone in our collective journey towards a more sustainable future, and your contribution in the form of presentation and discussion will significantly enrich the quality of this conference and infuse fresh research idea and scientific information in the mind of all attended and participants. I extend my sincere gratitude to all of you for your willingness to share with us your expertise and insight at this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, UNHAS now try to increase our activity in research collaboration. So by the international collaboration in with the specific topic with the food, agriculture and natural resources, we really hope that collaboration will be achieved more, because our rector now already open the scheme like a TEM research group. Yeah. So all of the lecturer in Hasanuddin University should make it the group, should enter in the group, and after that try to invite many researchers from abroad, yeah, to increase our quality in the research topic. And there is we provided non-competitive funding, even though not so big money, but this is will support our team to do collaboration that increase the contact with the many researchers from all over the world. The theme of this conference resonated with the profound issue and challenge we are facing today, strengthening agriculture for food sovereignty and security while maintaining good stewardship of our natural resources encapsulated the very essence of the challenge we are facing. The topic and discussion you will partake in during this conference will contribute to securing our food supplies and safeguarding our natural resource. In the spirit dialogue that will unfold during the conference, we embark on a journey to save a future where the integrity of our food source is safeguarded. Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, to conclude my remark, I wish to seize this moment to extend my heartfelt appreciation to the Faculty of Agriculture for hosting this conference. Special recognition goes to the dedicated organizing committee who had made this conference a reality. I extend my best wish for a productive and inspiring conference, and I eagerly anticipate the rich discussion and collaboration that will blossom from this conference. With that, I conclude my remark and officially open this conference. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. With the blessings of Allah, God Almighty, I officially open this conference. Wabillahi taufiq walidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Once again, thank you very much, Professor Dr. Nasrum, for opening the conference. And now the 9th International Conference of FANRes, Food, Agriculture and Natural Resources, is officially open. Once again, please give a round of applause. The honorable, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Now it is our honor to have the keynote speech from the Minister of Agriculture, Republic of Indonesia, Dr. Insinyur Amran Sulaiman MP. On behalf of the Minister of Agriculture, the keynote speech will be delivered by the Senior Advisor of the Minister of Agricultural Policy, Dr. Insinyur Sam Herodian, MS. Dr. Sam Herodian, time is yours. Dr. Sam Herodian, are you with us? We still can't hear your voice. Yes, we can hear you, Prof.
Okay. Okay. Again, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Yeah, on behalf of the Minister, first I would like to convey his apologies because he cannot deliver his speech by himself because he has right now another appointment. Let me deliver his speech. Keynote speech of Minister of Agriculture, 9th International Conference on Food, Agriculture and Natural Resources, Hasanuddin University, 30 October and 24. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning and peace upon us all. Honorable Rector of Hasanuddin University, Dean of Faculty of Agriculture, Hasanuddin University, esteemed members of academic community at Hasanuddin University, distinguished resource persons of the seminar, esteemed ladies and gentlemen gathered here today. First and foremost, we thank Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, the Almighty God, for the abundant grace and blessing God has created us, that enable us today to proudly confirm that good health at the 9th International Conference on Food, Agriculture and Natural Resources, organized by Hasanuddin University. The agriculture sector plays a vital and strategic role in our national development agenda toward Golden Indonesia 2045. It is clearly visible from the facts that not only does the agriculture sector absorb the largest portion of our employee workforce, 28% to 30%, generate over Indonesian
Sam Herodian, Staf Khusus Menteri Kuliah Umum bersama Dr. Ir. Sam Herodian, Staf Khusus Menteri Pertanian.
By up to 39-fold, act as a cornerstone of national economic growth, serve as the main source of income for rural farming households, yet the most important role is that the agriculture sector must be capable for ensuring the access to nutritious food for Indonesian population. The current global food situation is concerning. 58 countries are facing severe famine, and 725 million people worldwide are malnourished. 5% of whom are Asia and 38% in Africa. Additionally, 7 to 16% of Indonesia's population is vulnerable to hunger, in which 21.5% experiences stunting. The government is actively confronting a range of increasingly complex challenges in ensuring food security for the population. Extreme climate change is significantly affecting our food production capacity, while dynamic geopolitical pressures, Middle East, and the ongoing trade war between China and the US are disrupting food distribution and inflating production costs. The key strategic issues concerning food and agriculture development include the imbalance between food demand and production, rising food needs, and agricultural practices that are not environmentally sustainable. In light of the current triple planetary crisis, agriculture development must adopt an integrated approach and emphasizes modern and sustainable practices. According to BPS, a survey data, rice production from January to November 2024 is estimated to have a surplus of 0.27 million tons. The planting area expansion program, or PAT, with focuses on pumping and optimizing land use, has significantly contributed to increasing rice production between August and November 2024. It is projected that Indonesia will achieve rice self-sufficiency by no later than 2007. There are three crucial components that determine food self-sufficiency. They are production facilities, infrastructure, and highly competitive agricultural human resources. The Ministry of Agriculture is committed to advance these elements in an integrated manner in order to ensure that we will achieve food sufficiency by 2037. The elected president's government in Indonesia, together with Indonesia advancing toward Golden Indonesia 2024, its vision is outlined in 8 Astacita missions, 17 priority programs, and 8 best result programs. Among the 17 priority programs, the Ministry of Agriculture aims to achieve self-sufficiency in food, energy, and water, ensuring the availability of seeds, fertilizers, and pesticides, and will continue natural resources-based streaming. The support of achievement of Golden Indonesia, the Ministry of Agriculture has developed a blueprint for agriculture development for 2024 to 2029. The goal is to increase agricultural GDP growth from 0.18% in 2023 to 4.81% by 2029. To achieve this target, the following 5 programs will be implemented. National Food Self-Sufficiency Program, Export Commodity Development Program, Program of Increasing Milk Production for Nutritious Food, Nutritious Food Year Program, and B50 Energy Security Program. Food security is a critical component for our nation in achieving the vision of Golden Indonesia 2045 and fulfilling the development objectives established for the year. To realize food security, the Ministry of Agriculture has outlined several strategic programs to be implemented in 2025. It includes optimization of wetland, pump irrigation of rain-fed areas, self-managed creation of new paddy fields, self-managed creation of new fields, and implementing modern agriculture, provision of support for free nutritious lands programs, strengthening agriculture extension workers, and agricultural commodities loan streaming. The Food Self-Sufficiency Program focuses on 4 main activities: intensification, extensification, developing agricultural infrastructure and facilities, and providing policy support. The program of 3 million hectare paddy field creation will be implemented over 3 years. During the first year, 1 million hectare will be developed in the provinces of South Papua, South Kalimantan, Central Kalimantan, and South Sumatra. In addition, agriculture development must empower millennial farmers and embracing digitalization in its transformation from the traditional than modern agriculture. In order to be more efficient, the modernization will cut costs by up to 50% and double production. With this advancement, agriculture will not only become more competitive, but will also offer promising incomes that may surpass those of other sectors. This modern agriculture initiative seeks the collaboration of millennial farmers and agriculture education institutions under the Ministry of Agriculture, inspiring young people to passionately embrace the world of agriculture. Technological disruption is happening all around us, and whether we like it or not, we must face this era to adaptation, education, utilization, modern agriculture, and agricultural digitalization. Modern agriculture in the form of smart farming and precision agriculture is a new paradigm in facing technology disruption with the anticipated impact on increasing productivity, efficiency, ensuring food safety and sustainability. The transformation from traditional to modern agriculture is carried out by employing smart irrigation, smart greenhouse, drone, automatic tractors, an array of sensors for better efficiency of soil nutrient utilization. Modern agriculture developed by the Ministry of Agriculture is essentially a sustainable farming business arrangement with a certain area managed by institutions operating in the manner of operation business process, utilizing modern technology to enhance productivity, efficiency, and added value through downstreaming. The key indicator for successful implementation of modern agriculture included the adoption of certified superior varieties, the massive use of agricultural machinery, increasing productivity and added value, empowerment of food gatherers and millennial farmers through a contract farming approach. I envision us, a well-known agriculture-based university, to play a better role in supporting the agricultural development by becoming a beacon of innovation, agent of change, steadfast companion to farmers, and an intellectual actor that is also actively engaged in agricultural businesses. To conclude my remarks, I sincerely hope that this international seminar will come up with recommendation that is feasible to be implemented, especially by the administration of the new president, with the ultimate goal of food self-sufficiency and sovereignty in Indonesia, and further, Indonesia to become a significant contributor of global food supply. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ministry of Agriculture, Andi Amran Sulaiman. That is the name from the Minister. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sam Herodian, for the keynote speech. We now have factual insights on the present situation of agriculture sector, especially in Indonesia. All right, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, before we end our opening ceremony, we will have the photo session, both physically and virtually. But first, we are going to do it in physical or offline guests. So we invited all the guests to stand up front the logo of Hasanuddin University. And for the photographer, please take your position to take the picture. Well, meanwhile, the guests offline take the position, we also would like to inform the participants and guests on Zoom meeting to open the camera, as our operator will capture every slide. The other committee, you may also join the photo session. And once again, for the online photo session, please, all the guests and participants, please open your camera. And then our operator will take the picture or capture every slide. All the guests, you may have a seat. For all the participants on Zoom, is everybody already been captured? Okay, thank you. For all the participants and guests on Zoom meeting, you may turn off your camera. And with the end of the photo session, we come to an end of this opening ceremony of the 9th International Conference of Food, Agriculture and Natural Resources. Distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, we are now continuing our meeting to the plenary session, where we have our invited speakers presenting. And this will be moderated by the exceptional Ms. Hairani STP, MENG SC, PhD. But before that, let us introduce Ms. Hairani. She went for college at various universities. First, she went to Hasanuddin University, and then she continued to University of Melbourne. And then the last one, she continued to the University of Southern Queensland, Australia. Also, she is currently Associate Professor in Faculty of Agriculture, Hasanuddin University, with the scope of Special Analyst in Agriculture. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our eminent moderator, Ms. Hairani STP MN SC, PhD. I officially hand the session to the moderator.
Thank you very much, Ms. Aulia, our master ceremony. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi and good morning. Excellencies, distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the invited speakers' morning sessions, especially to the executive member of FANRes who attend this event physically in our faculty. Welcome to Makassar City. Hope you enjoy your stay here. We are now in the morning sessions of our distinguished invited speakers of FANRes International Conference 2024. In this session, we will invite Dr. Bodupali Marut Prasana, Associate Professor Dr. Niti Hirawati Kamarul Zaman, Associate Professor Daisuke Sugama, and Dr. Tong Nguyen Hui to present their research finding thoughts, and insight to enrich knowledge of all the participants. The presentation time for each speaker will gonna take around 35 minutes, including questions and answers. So for the questions, I would like to let you know that you can write down your questions in the chat box provided in the Zoom meeting. This questions itself gonna be addressed at the end of each presentation. Now we're gonna welcome to our first speaker, Dr. Bodupali Maruti Prasana. Dr. Prasana, are you there?
Yes, I am here. Thank you.
Ah, that's good. It's nice to have you in this conference. How are you?
Good, good. Thank you so much.
Ah, that's good. Please let me read your CV first before before you can start your presentations. So Dr. Prasana, doing her bachelor degree, master degree, and PhD degree in ICR Indian Agricultural Research Institute, and his area of expertise is in biotechnology, genetic management, committee, nutritional quality, plant breeding, and seed sector development. Dr. Prasana, pursuing his research career in Division of Genetics, Indian Agricultural Research Institute, New Delhi, since 1991, starting with scientist, then continuing as senior scientist, and also ICR National Fellow and Principal Scientist. Dr. Prasana, I think it's time now for you to present your presentation. We are ready to listen to your presentations. Floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let me share my presentation. I hope you can see. Can you see my presentation? Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can clearly listen it.
Okay. So, sorry, 1 second. I think I'm sharing it. So, okay. Okay, once again, thanks to the organizers for giving me this opportunity to speak on a topic which is close to my heart, that is building resilient systems in the global south. What are the challenges and opportunities? For those who don't know CIMMYT is International Wheat Improvement Center with its headquarters in Mexico. And Mexico, why? Because they originated from Mexico. So I lead the global program of CIMMYT, and Dr. Azrai was one of my students, and I'm proud that he is now at the Hasanuddin University. So these are some major global challenges to international agriculture. One is climate change, invasive pests and diseases, growing population, the battle for water, and less arable land. So how do plant breeders alleviate these challenges? The first and the foremost, we need to stabilize and increase yields despite the changing climate. We have to adopt approaches that can withstand pests and diseases with fewer crop inputs, especially chemical pesticides. And we have to maximize resource use efficiency, especially with regard to water, land, and nutrients. So these are three of the major challenges which plant breeders need to work together to alleviate those global challenges. The vulnerability to climate change is increasing across the global south. Most of the African and Asian countries, including Indonesia, are at high risk due to the changing climates. Drought has indeed become a common phenomenon that is recurring almost once in 2.5 to 3 years in the tropical regions. The dry is getting drier and the wet is getting wetter. And this pattern is seen not only in Africa, but also in South and Southeast Asia. Heat waves at the same time are bringing record temperatures to many countries across Asia, especially South and Southeast Asia. If you look at this is a pictorial illustration of the heat waves happening in April and in May of 2024, where the temperatures have hit a record high. So increasing crop yields in the stress-prone tropical environments in the face of global climatic changes requires a confluence of genetic innovations, that means improved varieties, very strong and equitable seed systems, and climate-smart agronomic practices. All three are highly important if we have to adapt to the changing climates. And coupled with this, we also need to have enabling policies so that these innovations can reach the farming communities which require them in a very equitable and inclusive manner. Looking at the case of maize, what is the maize status globally? The latest figures are maize is grown on over 207 million hectares worldwide, and it is one of the highest yielding staple crops with 1.4 billion metric tons. But what CIMMYT focuses on, typically with partners in Africa, Asia, and Latin America, is about 70 to 80 million hectares in the rain-fed tropical environments. And in these environments, maize is not just an important feed crop, it's also a very important food crop, and it's a source of income and livelihoods to millions of smallholder farmers. The greatest advantage or strength of CIMMYT's maize program is its phenotyping network. We have a network of phenotyping locations across the world, including in Mexico, in Colombia, in Central America, and in Africa, Kenya, Zimbabwe, South Africa, Malawi, Ethiopia, and in India, in Asia, across India, Bangladesh, Nepal, Pakistan. And these traits are not only yield, but also drought stress, heat stress, low nitrogen stress, diseases, insect pests. For all these traits, we undertake phenotyping in very strong partnership with public and private sector organizations. And this is undoubtedly one of the major aspects that has driven impact for CIMMYT, that is drought tolerance in our germplasm. For example, this is a managed drought stress screening block where you can see two groups of maize which are highly susceptible to drought stress, and at the same time a neighboring genotype which has got excellent tolerance to drought stress. This capacity to unravel the differences amongst maize genotypes is extremely important, be it for abiotic stresses or biotic stresses. So CIMMYT has brought out an array of technical manuals on drought stress, on heat stress, on low nitrogen stress, on waterlogging stress, how partners can screen their germplasm consistently and reliably using optimized protocols. At the same time, we have established a very strong network of phenotyping sites for screening germplasm against high temperature stress. And these heat tolerance traits stresses sites are ranging not only 28 such sites in 4 different countries under different regimes of heat coupled with relative humidity. So if you look at some of the best commercial hybrids that yield very well in normal environment, and when they face heat stress, they yield almost nothing. This is a commercial market dominant check in Asia, for example, from a multinational company. Compared to that, you can look at a CIMMYT hybrid with heat tolerance, which is surviving, not just surviving such heat stress, but also yielding excellent under the heat stressed environment. One of the important things that we need to do in order to breed for climate resilient traits is to do rapid generation advancement. In maize, we do what we call utilize double haploid technology. This double haploid technology reduces the time to develop homozygous inbred lines from almost 6 years or 5 years in some countries to not more than 2 crop seasons or 1 year. So you drastically reduce the time taken to develop inbred lines and then evaluate them in combinations for their combining ability and other important traits. So CIMMYT has established these centralized maize double haploid platforms in 3 different continents, in Africa, in Kenya, in Latin America, in Mexico, and in Asia, in India. And these state-of-the-art double haploid facilities offer maize DH development service to not only CIMMYT breeders, but also to the national partners and small and medium enterprise seed companies. The power of DH is magnified when you use it in combination with breeder-ready markers, molecular markers for specific traits like disease resistance traits, or if you undertake rapid cycle genomic selection for improving complex quantitative traits. So CIMMYT undertakes typically discovery to validation to deployment of molecular markers for a range of important traits, including maize streak virus, maize lethal necrosis, provitamin A enrichment, striga tolerance, star spot complex, aflatoxin resistance, so Tharsicum leaf blight, so gray leaf spot. All these are important stresses across the tropical regions of Africa, Asia, and Latin America, besides quality traits like provitamin A. Not only one should undertake breeding programs, but one should also measure the progress that we have made in breeding programs. This is what we call genetic gain. Genetic gain means how many kgs per hectare per year are increased in your breeding germplasm through systematic selection intensity and selection accuracy. So if you look at this is a paper published in November 2022, where we documented genetic gain trends in CIMMYT's tropical maize breeding pipelines using a large amount of data, over 4,000 advanced breeding trials conducted in 28 countries globally at 1,331 locations. And this shows that the gains are very impressive, almost 138 kgs per hectare per year in terms of improvement in grain yield in Eastern and Southern Africa, 118 in case of South Asia, and 143 kgs per hectare per year in Latin America. So if you are a maize breeder or a rice breeder or a wheat breeder, it doesn't matter. What is really important is systematically assessing the progress that you have made through your breeding programs in terms of improvement of grain yield. At the same time, crop breeding programs should be well advanced to meet or to tackle the challenges of major plant health threats. This includes viral diseases or fungal diseases or post-flowering stalk rots, which can happen due to combination of bacterial and fungal diseases, or an insect pest like Fala mealworm, which is also prevalent in Indonesia. One way of doing this is if you know the genomic region for such particular disease. For example, this is maize lethal necrosis. If it happens, it completely can kill the plant. It's a viral disease. Through gene editing, we are being able to mutate some particular genomic region in maize genome and achieve resistance in one stroke. So this is editing in a chromosome 6 genomic region that confers resistance to maize lethal necrosis. A paper has been published 2 weeks back by us on how editing of eukaryotic translation initiation factors can confer resistance against maize lethal necrosis. This was done in close collaboration with Corteva, between CIMMYT and Corteva. And the next most important thing for complex problems like Fala mealworm, we also have solutions. This is a huge network of screen houses that we created in Kenya, where 18 screen houses, each of them 1/3 of the size of an acre, have been established, and through that, thousands of germplasm entries from CIMMYT are screened under artificial infestation against Fala mealworm. And there is resistance, native genetic resistance. You don't have to use only BT maize to achieve resistance. And that resistance of native genetic resistance comes from Cuban flints and the tuxpanos in Mexico. And through that, what we have developed or identified are Fala-Miwam tolerant inbred lines. And these have been shared with over 100 institutions in 40 countries globally in the last 6 years. Not only that, we have now hybrids, white maize hybrids, which are now doing very well under severe artificial infestation for Fala-Miwam. And these hybrids have been released already in Kenya, South Sudan, Zambia, Malawi, Ghana, and Zimbabwe. And similarly, we are now developing yellow maize hybrids with resistance to Fala-Miwam adapted to Asia. So what I'm trying to say here is that breeding can do wonders if you systematically screen germplasm and develop products based on such germplasm, even for complex problems like Fala-Miwam. The next most important aspect is not only we should do breeding on station, but we also have to do extensive testing of our products under on-farm conditions. This is an example from Eastern and Southern Africa, where typically under farmer management conditions, every year we undertake over 2,000 trials. And these 2,000 trials under diverse farmer management conditions enables us to understand what is G by E by M. That means genotype by environment by management. And this is extremely important even for different crop breeding programs in Asia. The next most important thing is this establishment of consortium, International Maize Improvement Consortium in Asia, Africa, and Latin America. In any given year, an average of approximately 558 CIMIT maize lines are requested and distributed to 45 to 65 partners across 25 to 30 countries globally. Through IMIC alone, in Africa, Asia, and Latin America, the new CIMIT inbred lines are double haploid lines, which we call materials under development, are distributed to public and private sector partners annually. In the last 3 years, our program has distributed over 10,000 unique lines of CIMIT to 110 IMIC partners, including 53 national partners and 57 seed companies across Africa, Asia, and Latin America. So this is power of partnerships. You come together, you contribute some resources, and you achieve the benefit of having such wide array of genetically diverse inbred lines that you can use in your breeding programs. We also, since we are a non-profit organization, we also distribute our final finished hybrids through licensing models to both public sector as well as private sector institutions. If you look at the last 6 years alone, 263 organizations have signed agreements for commercial licensing of maize products from CIMIT. Out of them, 270 hybrids and 11 OPVs, and these organizations come from 76 countries globally. So this is a huge reach of partnerships through which CIMIT maize hybrids or improved open pollinated varieties go to farming communities in different countries. The next step is not only we should release the varieties, but these varieties should reach scale in terms of reaching farming communities. For example, in sub-Saharan Africa alone, presently 8.5 million hectares are cultivated by 9.2 million farmers with climate-resilient maize varieties, especially with drought tolerance and disease resistance across 13 countries. This requires huge partnerships. Over 80 seed companies in Eastern and Southern Africa are currently involved in commercializing our CIMIT-related drought-tolerant maize varieties. In Asia, the heat-tolerant maize hybrids are now growing very strongly. We released over 25 heat-tolerant maize hybrids in different countries, in Bangladesh, in India, in Nepal, even in Bhutan, in Pakistan, over the last 7 to 8 years. And this is an extremely important thing. The temperatures are getting warmer, and we need drought plus heat-tolerant maize varieties to grow in countries like India, Bangladesh, Nepal, Pakistan, even in Indonesia and in many countries across Southeast Asia. So friends, there is also a tremendous opportunity to transform seed systems using digital technologies as well as genomic technologies to improve quality assurance, quality control, efficiency, reduce the costs of seed production, and enhance the quality of products and services. In all these efforts, whether it is in breeding or in seed systems, we need to keep a very strong focus on gender equity and social inclusion. On that front, there is still a long way to go. We need to be very deliberate in terms of our gender approaches in climate resilient breeding and seed systems work. Because it's a very well proven fact that enhanced social inclusion and gender equity in agricultural value chains improved performance. In summary, climate resilient crop breeding and establishing or strengthening functional and inclusive seed systems are very critical for ensuring food security, nutritional security for millions of smallholder farmers and their families. There are excellent opportunities for improving genetic gains even under stress-prone tropical environments through an array of breeding tools, technologies, and approaches. We need to bring in disruptive genetic innovations like gene editing for the benefit of smallholders in the global south, which requires more effective partnerships, and identify and address at the same time key technical and organizational and institutional innovations. Because remember, breeding and seed systems improvement has to be a continuous process. With that, thank you so much for this opportunity to speak to you.
Thank you very much, Doctor, for your very excellent presentations.
I can't hear you. Can you? I can't hear.
Okay. Can you hear me now? Dr. Prasana? Dr. Prasana, can you hear me at the moment? Okay, that's good. Thank you very much for very excellent presentations. I know that climate change is really a complicated things that happen now, and we need to tackle it to enable us to keep producing food for people in the world. Now, we come for the question sections, but first maybe I will ask for any audience in the room. Do you have any questions? Oh yeah, okay. So we have one questions from one of the executive member of FANRes. So we will give the floor for him.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we're gonna.
Okay. Are we online?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. My name is Walter. I'm from University Malaysia Sarawak. Thank you for the presentation, sharing regarding to the account that have been doing around the world. I just want to ask Prof if it's possible to share with us the best way to control the FAW invasion, probably in the aspect of integrated management as well as the most effective way to control, as I understand that this is a big problem in corn or maize community. Thank you, Prof. If you can share with us, that will be great.
Thank you so much. That's a very important question. That post-plant resistance is one of the key components of integrated pest management of palm. It needs to be effectively integrated with the biological control and biopesticides for eco-friendly management. In fact, in a few days from now, on November 14th, CIMIT will be organizing a ASEAN training webinar, regional training webinar for about 2 to 3 hours on eco-friendly management of palm. So I have sent details to Dr. Azrai, and so anybody who is interested in that, in the audience, they wish to participate in this, please do join online, and you will have a array of topics on the eco-friendly management of palm.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we are going to address questions in the Zoom meeting. Is there any questions from the committee? Maybe if you could pop up the PowerPoint for the questions from our participants.
I have a question.
Oh yeah, please.
Okay, my name is Salencia Haryati Afonso, Doctoral Program of Agriculture Science Graduation School, Hasanuddin University, Indonesia. Okay, I have a question. What are the result of acceptability of hybrid for plants to have acceptance different events from the same hybrid plant factor or the other factor? Thank you very much.
So if I understand correctly, the question is that how stable or adaptable are these climate resilient hybrids in different countries? So CIMIT's, as I mentioned before, CIMIT's climate resilient hybrids are adopted worldwide, including yellow maize varieties and white maize varieties, and including in Africa, Asia, Latin America. So typically we can share a set of hybrids in the desired green color to the partners to evaluate in their local conditions, and whatever performs best and adoptable with higher green yield than the checks, the partners then request for licensing of these products, and the products are then licensed to them, whether it is public sector or private sector. So therefore, there is a huge array of genetically diverse conventional maize germplasm, which are developed annually and shared with hundreds of partners globally.
Thank you very much, Dr. Prasanna.
Thank
Any
you
other
very
questions?
much, Prof.
Any other questions? What about in the chat room of Zoom meeting? Do we have any questions? The committee? Oh, okay. Apparently there is no questions in the chat box. Okay, I think that's all.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you, participants, for this opportunity to interact.
Yeah, it is very, very excellent presentations, Dr. Prasanna, especially since we know that the climate change need to be tackled from all field in the agricultural sectors, including the seed, how we develop the seeds that resistant for any climate change impacts such as drying, or maybe with the occurrence of pest and disease in the agriculture that also can be tackled using the good seed. But before you leave, Dr. Prasanna, we would like to give you a certificate as our appreciation for your excellent presentation in this FANRes International Conference 2024.
Sure. Indonesia has been a long-term partner for CIMIT, and I have so much close relationship with the country and with so many people in Indonesia, and would be very happy to be there once again.
Yes. Yeah, we are very glad that you can become one of our invited speakers. Have you been to Indonesia before?
Oh yeah,
Many times. In which cities?
Yeah, Makassar, many cities. In fact, we organized an Asian Maize Conference at Makassar. So it's a very close country.
Yeah, it is. Because if I'm not mistaken, you are in New Delhi at the moment, right?
No, I am right now in Des Moines, in USA, participating in the World Food Prize event.
Okay.
So,
okay.
Yes, okay, thank you so much.
Okay.
I will be very glad to connect.
Okay, before you leave, Dr. Prasanna, here is we officially handed you the certificate for your excellence presentation. Please give applause for Dr. Prasanna.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Prasanna.
Bye-bye.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, at the moment we are heading for our second presenter. That is Associate Professor Dr. Niti Nirawati Kamarul Zaman from University Putra, Malaysia. Dr. Niti, are you already in the Zoom meeting at the moment?
Yes, I am, Madam Chairman. I'm here.
Very nice to have you as become one of invited speaker in our FANRes International Conference 2024. So, Dr. Niti, at the moment, you are in your university or?
Well, thank you. So, I'm actually in Bali.
Okay.
Because we had a workshop for the university consortium member for the Asian University starting from Monday.
Okay.
And yesterday was the last day. And then I'm still in the hotel, and then my flight will be 4 o'clock. So after this, I'm going to rush to the airport, going back to KLIA.
Oh my God, such a busy, lot of activities. Okay, so Dr. Niti, before I give the floor to you, please let me to read your CV verse so our attendants, our participants get know you more. Dr. Niti conducted her graduate degrees in and also her master degree in University Putra, Malaysia, and for her PhD degree in Lancaster University, United Kingdom. Her research areas are agribusiness, supply chain management, agricultural, and food marketing. Dr. Niti started her career in University Putra, Malaysia as postgraduate program coordinator, Faculty of Agriculture in 2010, and also becoming a visiting scholar in Department of Biology, Penn State University 2013 until 2014. Dr. Niti also became head laboratory of Halal Service and also deputy director of Halal Product Research Institute in University Putra, Malaysia. At the moment, Dr. Niti is head Department of Agribusiness and Bioresources Economics, Faculty of Agriculture, University Putra, Malaysia. In this conference, Dr. Niti gonna present her research in global agribusiness supply chain management, challenges and opportunities for future research. Dr. Niti, I give the time for you to present your presentation. Time is yours. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Madam Chairman. And I would like to also thank you to the Secretariat for inviting me to be part of the National Conference of FANRes. Shall we share, or I need to share the slide, or the Secretariat share the slide?
Okay, maybe if you can share the slide, it's going to be better.
All right. Okay, so can everyone see my slide? Is it okay? Am I sharing the slide?
Yes, we can see you that you can share the slide. You can start your presentation.
All right, okay, thank you so much. So the title that I'm going to share for today, basically the Global Agribusiness Supply Chain Management, Challenges and Opportunities for Future Research. All right, okay, so this is the things that we some overview of the supply chain management. Before we go further on what would be the important element for the supply chain management. So basically, what is the supply chain management? Meanings is the flow. How are we going to manage the flow of information, product and services across the network of customer, enterprises and supplier. So this is basically to establish the effective linkages and seamless coordinations among the process of various stakeholders throughout the supply chain, and the focus for the supply chain management is basically the transformation process from input to the output. All right. So these are basically the normal or the regular supply chain management, where it consists of many player or actor. Okay, starting from the production supplier to the consumption's perspective. And this is basically the service provider, where you can see the third line here is basically to provide services in terms of logistics, finance, product design and information system. So if you can see the solid line is basically the movements of the product from the supplier to the customer, meaning to say that from the starting point of the supply chain to the ending point of the supply chain. Right. So this slide is basically to give some overview of the food supply chain management. What is actually this supply chain, to focus on the foods, is basically to describe all the activity or the production from the operations from the productions, distribution, and also the consumptions. We need to say that from the productions to the consumptions, where in the food supply chain management is basically to keep the product as safe and to offer the quality for the various food, okay, under the efficient and effective mode. Meaning to say that everybody is playing their part for producing safe product as well as the quality product. And from this supply chain, food management is basically to ensure that the product, as I mentioned just now, is high in terms of the quality as well as the safety. Right. Okay, so this slide is basically to highlight to us what are basically the rules of supply chain management in agribusiness, because we are talking about the food supply chain. So the first role for this supply chain in agribusiness is, of course, to provide, to offer food safety, meaning to say that here, under these rules of supply chain in agribusiness, that it ensure the compliance with the health and safety standards throughout the productions and distributions till it reaches to the customer, and also monitor whether it is whether there are contaminations throughout the supply chain. So if there are lots of contaminations, that's the responsibility of all the player and actor in the supply chain. Okay, secondly, the second role is food quality. What are the important elements for the food quality is basically the supply chain actor and also player can maintain the product freshness and also the quality starting from the farm to the table. That's why we have the concept of from farms to table. We need to ensure that everybody along the supply chain play their role as part of to provide the consumer in terms of the food quality. And also not only that, how are we going to ensure that the food is quality enough to be served to the consumer is basically we need to have the quality control system mechanism at every stage. Why? Because we would like to meet the consumer expectations, because consumer nowadays, they are very educated, they look for the very quality and high quality of product offered in the market. Right. The third role of the supply chain agribusiness is basically timely delivery, because one of the services that offered by the supply chain is basically logistics and transportation and distribution. So one of the main role of the supply chain agribusiness is to provide timely delivery, because it will reduce the delay and it can provide all the players with the efficient logistics and transportations. And we are basically dealing with the food product, fresh product, then if we have a very efficient logistic transportation management, we will ensure that the perishability of the goods will reach to the consumer without any damage or spoilage. And last, for the rules of the agribusiness supply chain is basically in terms of the cost efficiency, where here along the supply chain, all the player, all the actor knows their responsibility in terms of to optimizing the use of resources without contributing much to the waste. Okay, we would like to also manage the waste management, so that everyone along the supply chain will receive the benefit in terms of the cost efficiency. Right? All right. Okay. So the next slide is basically to discuss, to you share what are the important of the effective management. We know that the role of supply chain is basically we have a four main role. Now we would like to share what are the importance of the effective management in global supply chain management, agribusiness supply chain. The first one, as I highlighted to the audience just now, that we need to ensure that, or we ensure that the food safety and quality, because we have lots of the standard and so on so forth. So every standard will play their roles, okay, to help maintaining food safety standard from production to delivery, so that the consumer, the end part of the supply chain, will receive the benefit in terms of safety and quality. So throughout the supply chain, quality control has been implemented by all the players. And then secondly, the important elements for the effective management of global supply chain is, of course, as I highlighted just now, is we can reduce cost and increase the efficiency, because all the resources are optimized, efficiently, from starting from the sourcing to the consumption. So this is basically will help the supply chain player or supply chain actor to reduce operational costs, and of course it will prevent more wastage throughout the supply chain. The third important elements for the effective management in global agribusiness supply chains is support global food security. Of course, we need to deal with all those countries around the world, so that we will have a smooth supply chain, and to also ensure continuous food availability, of course, and also the reductions of the risk of shortage. Because whenever it is shortage happen, we have the opportunity, we have the alternative, we have the potential country or the potential producer to provide us more raw material in terms of the low cost of raw material. And also it will contribute to the stability of the food price, because we can do the import export as well as the other activity along the supply chain. And last is the adaptations to the changing market demand, because we know that you you need to adapt quickly with the changing of the market demand, because we know that the price is basically very fluctuated in terms of these world markets. Okay, and then also the flexibility. We need to improve the flexibility of the supply chain in order we need to respond very promptly or quickly in terms of the market demand, because we know that our consumer is basically they are very educated. We have a technology to assist the consumer to make the decisions well. So we need to listen, we need to understand what is needed by our customer. Alright, so this slide is basically to show what is the good model for the food supply chain, okay? And it is basically in terms of we integrate the environment, the three main elements in the food supply chain model involve environments, economy, as well as the society. So what is from the perspective of the environment? So under this food supply chain model, we address in terms of the resources, where it's pressure like the land, water, biodiversity, and this environment is basically very important in terms of to reduce the greenhouse gases, deforestation, as well as the waste. And from the economic perspective, we focus on the growth rate, renewable energy, employment, and then all the regulations and technology provided by the governments. Okay, so from this perspective, every player in the supply chain will have the novel production system. And for the society perspective, we can ensure that food safety and also integrity covering with the consumer health, not only consumer but also the animal welfare, and the transparency, traceability, and trust in the supply chain. So everyone will have a very good in terms of data, how you can trace your product, and then also trust in terms of all the players that been involved in the supply chain. Alright, so if you can see here, these are the core pathway in terms of to integrate all these three elements: environment, economy, and society. So from this, okay, we can say that here are where we can provide the sustainable food supply chain, where we require integrations from these three perspectives: environment, economy, as well as society, so that we will have a balanced and resilient system along the supply chain. Alright. So that is basically the overview of the supply chain, the importance, and the three element component where it needs to be integrated well. So now I would like to share in terms of what are the current challenges in global agribusiness supply chain. Right. So the first challenges that we are facing is basically in terms of the labor shortage, where it basically will impact the agribusiness productions and also processing. So from this article, we can extract the information where from the young perspective, young people, they are showing a declining interest trend of young people in agriculture career. And this is basically will threaten the food security and rural economic stability. Why? Because from these people, young people, basically, they think, they perceive that agriculture career in the agriculture sector are not attractive enough, because they look into low prestige associated with the farming, because they know that the farming will not give them lots of money. Okay, and then in terms of the difficulty, working condition, 3D, elements, dirty, dangerous, and difficult, and limited access to land. Of course, we are facing limited land, and also the perceived risk of the possession, because this is linked with the 3D job. Okay? Alright, and this is also showing us some information from the US perspective under the US Bureau of Labor Statistics, where in 2022, it indicates that, okay, address that only 1% of the US employment is basically in the agriculture, forestry, fishing, and hunting. So this is basically to reflect that agriculture is actually declining in the US, particularly from the youth employment over the years. Okay? And this trend is basically will show us some challenges. some challenges, so how to attract more young people to get involved in the agriculture. Okay, because we can see that the average age for the farmer in the US itself rise because of rising future workforce sustainability concerns in the agriculture sector. From the Malaysia perspective, okay, we also facing these challenges where in 2023 2022 we can see that only 10%, 10.3% out of 100% are involved in the agriculture sector, involving only 586,000 people. Okay, so we can see here the declining trend of the employments in the agriculture sector. So this indicates that agriculture remains less attractive career options. Okay, because there are lots of perceptions in terms of the lower income and also in terms of the opportunity to use modern technology or modern opportunity. So this is basically from the Malaysian perspective, right? So the second element, apart from the shortage of the human resource, okay, labor shortage, the other elements, challenges that we need to be facing is the transportation delay and supply chain disruption. So this is basically impact, the obvious impact is during the COVID-19, because we know that during that time, we are facing with lots of supply chain bottleneck, okay, because disruptions in terms of the port and so on so forth, and delivery times and costs. Because here during the COVID-19, we understand that everybody cannot move, so shipping costs, especially the freight costs, have increased drastically, and then increased up to the 14.6% from year 2020 to 2021, right? And this basically were put additional challenges to all those exporter, importer, in terms of the limit intermediate good moving from country to country. Okay, and then after the COVID-19, still continue delays and congestions because it is basically in the port. There are lots of backlog and also high shipping costs, and new disruption factor where we have the geopolitical tension, we have the war between US, China, and also Russia, Ukraine. Not only that, we also have the Israel, Iran, and so on and so forth, yeah, for the Palestine. Okay, and the third one is the raising cost for the raw material. So it's also impact on the food prices and the availability of the food. As has been highlighted by the FAO Food Price Index, that the food price has increased 28% in 2021 as compared to the 10 years back. So it has increased drastically 28%. And this is basically the cost for the agriculture facing the same challenges, where the cost of the fertilizer, seed, as well as the pesticide. Okay? And as we know that in 2021, because of the war between Russia and Ukraine, the fertilizer price has been increased drastically because of increased natural gas resources. Okay, and then the price for the vegetable and cereal as well an increase over 60%. So this dramatic rise was actually driven by the global demand and export for the major producing country of oil, especially Indonesia and also Malaysia. Right. Okay, so for this slide, I would like to share in terms of we need, okay, since we know what are our challenges in the food agribusiness or global food agribusiness supply chain, so we need technological advancement in order to help us to provide to increase the efficiency along the supply chain. So the first technology advancement that we may offer for the food supply chain is how to optimize the sourcing, productions, and logistics with the use of AI. Okay, so using AI can predict demand, can analyze supply option, and also improve cost efficiency. So from there we can, provide with the efficient production using the automations, and also we can reduce the waste. And in terms of the logistics, we can use the real-time tracking and tracing. So when we use this AI, the result is we can have a lower cost, faster delivery, and also sustainable supply chain. Alright, and the next element that when we use advanced technological advancement, we can enhance the transparency and traceability in food supply chain with blockchain, where with this technology we can have transparency, increase in transparency, because blockchain can offer us the accessibility history for every product. Meaning to say that we can extract, we can, all the data, okay, within our wish, and also we can trace our product, the movements of our product well, so we can track, the origins of the product, and we will know what would be the times, taken for the production and when it reached to the consumer. And benefit for using this is, of course, we can reduce fraud, because along the supply chain there are lots of frauds involved, and then we can also improve the food safety. Alright, so for this result, we can have a safer and more reliable food supply chain with accountability at every stage. Right. And the third one is the real-time monitoring in agriculture with IoT. So here we can see that when we use IoT, we can, manage our crop and soil monitoring well, because here we can know that we are able to track the moisture, nutrient level, as well as the optimizing crop health and also the yield. Not only crop, but also we can also assist in terms of the livestock management, okay, and also the supply chain efficiency. And from this result, from this use of the real-time monitoring, we can enhance the productivity, and also, as I mentioned, we can also reduce the waste, and we can have a more resilient agriculture supply chain. Alright, so with the advancement technology that we use in our supply chain, then we can build resilient and sustainable supply chain in agriculture. Right. So how are we going to build resilience and sustainable supply chain? Of course, we need to integrate advanced technology and resource management, where if we integrate between IoT and also artificial intelligence AI, we can monitor and predict issues in industrial environment in real time, particularly in the agriculture sector. And when we use this technology, we are basically can assist us to track parameter for, especially to deal with the climate change. And also from the perspective of company, they are enabled to address problems and improve efficiency and reduce costs along the supply chain. Okay? Alright, and this is one of the elements that I would like to highlight based on the article published in 2024, that how are we going to adapt after the COVID-19 is by, implementing effective Internet of Things as well as the artificial intelligence for the real-time tracking and forecasting. So this technology basically will help, predict demand changes, optimize inventory and managing, making supply chain more flexible and resilient. Okay, and also how are we going to, ready for the industry 5.0. Okay, so basically 5.0 is really important nowadays because it will address the sustainable development challenges associated with the renewable energy. So we can use, like for example, we can use solar energy through the integrations of the human-centric technology and intelligence system. And the advantage of using Industry 5.0 is we can have modular supply chain. Meaning to say that every supply chain, they will have modular supply chain, so everybody will understand each other, so they will work each other, so that the company will get their effectiveness by using the modular supply chain as well as the human-machine collaborations. These were basically to strengthen the renewable energy supply chain against the disruption. So by using Industry 5.0, of course, we can improve the operational sustainability, reduce resilience of fossil fuels. Company can also respond quickly to changes in demand. This is very important, as well as supply and also what other market conditions require. So by using Industry 5.0, we are basically will be able to provide sustainable or ready to be sustainable for the supply chain. Okay, and building in terms of the building resilient supply chain, sustainable supply chain, the second element is international collaboration to strengthen global food security, where we understand that we have a global food security challenge where increased global populations, we have a severe climate change, and also we are facing with the resource limitations demand. So this need to be managed well so that we can have a food or global food security in the right track. Okay, because we are dealing with the global food insecurity. If you can see here from this diagram or this figure to show that the global food insecurity is basically increasing starting from 2018 to 2022. So this is very, very, very dangerous if it is not managed well. Okay, and if you can see that for the food price index, the trend show is fluctuating, and starting from 2018 again it shows that the food price index has increased drastically. Okay? Alright, so we know that we need to have a collaboration with the counterparts, international counterpart. So what are the key areas for the collaborations? So the first key area for the collaboration is, of course, we need to do a very novel in terms of the research and innovation, where everybody will share technology and research to, of course, to boost crop yield, improve resilience, and reduce food waste, because we are facing with the climate change. And we also need to manage our resources well. So we need to collaborate in terms of the water, soil, as well as energy use strategy to maximize sustainability and efficiency. From the perspective of trade and policy, everybody, okay, in terms of the trade policy in every country, they need to align trade policy, okay, harmonize all the trade policy to ensure that every country will have fair, equitable food distribution as well as during the crisis. Because nowadays we are facing lots of crises, war crisis, climate change crisis. Okay, so once we have a very good impact of collaboration, of course, we can enhance resilient food against food shortage and disruptions. We can reduce global hunger as well as the poverty, and then we may have stronger or more sustainable food system worldwide. So this is basically to reflect or to capture, to accommodate, to facilitate what we have in our SDG, Sustainable Development Goals, 17 SDG that we have. So once we understand the SDG, 17 SDG, then together we can build a resilient food system for future generations. Okay, and last approach is a future sustainable for food system. Of course, we need to ensure that we practice eco-friendly practices, because these eco-friendly practices is very important, because we can prioritize farming methods for the natural resources. We can also reduce carbon emission and promote biodiversity. And if we use efficient resources use, where we can emphasizing water and energy conservation to minimize waste and maximize use. So this has to be in relation. If we would like to maximize yield, we need to minimize waste. And from this, we can offer ourselves as a resilient food supply chain where everybody strengthening the local and global food system. And this resilient food system is basically the food supply chain can adapt with the climate impact and other disruptions. Okay, so this is going to be my last slide. Okay, what we need to visionalize for the future food supply chain. Okay, so it has to be inclusive food supply chain. Inclusive food supply chain meaning to say that the one that nourishes people, protect the planet, and empower community for long-term growth and security. So these future food supply chain are basically aiming for sustainable food supply chain, reduce resource waste, we would like to minimize waste, and also minimizing environmental impact. How are we going to achieve this aim? Implement innovations and ethical practices, and we need to ensure that effective collaboration among government, where every government has to forward-thinking policy, and then the involvement of the industry leader, where they can at least invest in green technology, and also the community, where the community need to also support everyone to have a sustainable agriculture and education. And the result is supply chain that are adaptable and resilient to changing climate and market demands. With that, thank you so much. That will be my last slide for today. Thank you so much. Over to you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you very much, Dr. Niti, for your excellent presentations. Now we come for the next sessions, questions. I would like to offer this.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Okay, now I can hear you.
That's good. Okay, now we come for the question sessions. Here in the room we have member of executive meeting, executive of FANRes, executive committee of FANRes, and I would like to give opportunities. Is there anybody in the conference room would like to give any questions?
Thank you, moderator.
Okay, we have one.
Okay, thank you. Thank you to moderator for the time to question. My name is Muhammad Rizwan Ali, Idris, programmer doctoral at Universitas Hasanuddin. Thank you. I ask you two questions for Dr. Niti. How supply chain management maintains competitive costs when agriculture raw material prices are high? Thank you.
I'm really sorry. I'm not really clear about the question just now. It's an echo.
Okay. Maybe you can give us your name first and then the question.
I just heard about the price. Is it right?
Yes.
Can you repeat your questions?
How supply chain management maintains competitive costs when agriculture raw material prices are high?
Okay, I try to answer the questions, although I'm not really, get the because of the very bad connection. Okay, so from what I understand, it's basically, of course, we would like to have a efficient supply chain. So by producing a low cost of product, okay. So we understand that the one of the elements for the input production is basically fertilizer, agriculture product, right? So most of the country, particularly in Malaysia, most of the input production we import, right? So how are we going to reduce the cost of the import is basically to produce our own. So how are we going to produce our own is basically we need to invest in terms of good technology, so that we will not depending too much on other country to provide us the input productions. So this technology is basically available, and also the regulations and policy by the government, where the government should encourage all the industry players, particularly along the supply chain, to get involved and be active in terms of investing the technology, in terms of to produce the product, so that if we able to use the high technology in this case, although initial investment more probably will provide high cost, but definitely for a long time it will help the country, particularly in terms of the supply chain player management or actor. They will facilitate those in terms of providing low cost of production as well as the input productions, the price of input productions.
Okay, thank you very much for your answer, Dr. Niti. We have questions from Prof. Yuli. So we will hear the questions first from Prof. Yuli in the conference room.
Okay, thank you, Ibu Dr. Hereni, Mrs. Moderator. Maybe a simple question, Ibu Dr. Niti, related to the supply chain management. Some case in this world, there are many producers, many producers countries, I mean, and center of potential food resources, but do not have a bargaining position on price. While there are small countries, they are not producers, but have a very strong position in regulation, food and agriculture, related to this supply chain management. What is your opinion, Ibu Niti? Please, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Pak. I can see that Pak Yuli,
Yes, Prof. Yuli.
All right, okay. So we understand that for those countries who are considered as small country, of course, they will not have a very big capital in terms of the assisting in terms of the efficiency of the price, low price. Okay, so this is where all the global players, particularly those who are under developed country as well as the developing country, to provide a very harmonized standards in terms of to offer or to encourage, to give platform, not very strict platform to all the small country to get involved. So this basically will help the small country to also experience, to be part of the other country who has or who have lots of technology or lots of system, lots of resources who can be shared with other country as well. So they need to be open, and then they need to be active, they need to understand, they need to have the elements of to assist, to accommodate, to facilitate this country to be part of the supply chain, global supply chain. So if everyone is helping each other, then the supply chain will be sustainable in the long term with the involvement of other countries. But this has to be G to G. So every government need to understand what is the needs from other part of the country and what is the opportunity that can be offered to other country as well. Okay, I think that's my response, Pak Yuli. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the answers. Any other questions from this room? Okay, while we waiting for if there is any other questions from this room, we
I'm
would like
not
to.
really.
Okay,
I can't
we would
hear
like.
you, Ibu, Madam Chairman.
Okay, can you hear me now?
I can't hear you.
You can't. You can't hear me?
Say it again.
Can you hear me now?
Okay, yes. I can
Oh,
hear you.
okay. So we have some questions from the chat box in the Zoom meeting.
Okay.
And then we already give the question. I will read the question and then you can answer the question one by one. The first question is, what opportunities exist for smallholder farmers to integrate into global supply chains, and what super system could facilitate their inclusions? Maybe you can answer these questions first before we move to the next question.
Okay. All right. Okay, so what opportunity exists for small farmers to integrate into global supply chain? Well, so they need to allocate themselves with the investments of the technology. Okay, so we cannot do much if we don't invest in terms of the technology. We can operate our business as usual, but in terms of how we are getting competitive advantage, how are we going to compete? If you are not competing enough, you are not have the opportunity to go further. We need to say that you cannot export your product. If you cannot export your product, we need to say that you are restrict yourself in terms of only from the perspective of local. Okay, so small farmers basically need to take the opportunity with the technology available and make use of this technology, although in the beginning of the operations or business it may involve lots of capital, but as I mentioned in the previous response, that in the long term is going to help these small farmers, small business to go further, and it will provide lots of platforms to go to global perspective.
Thank you very much.
Can you show me again the questions?
Yes, thank you very much for the answer. We also have the next questions.
Right.
How
and what support system, if I can respond to that, is basically once we are adopting the technology, of course, there will be system where we can look into the internal system. You need to have the inventory, good inventory system, good human resource system. When we look in further into the external, we need to have the traceability system, where you will know that what would be the origins of your produce, of your product, so you can share it with other stakeholders. Okay, so your customer, your supplier, and other business member or supply chain actor. So you have to look into two perspectives, internal support system as well as the external support system. And this support system have to be involve all the stakeholders. Okay, from the productions to the consumptions. Okay.
Thank you.
And then the second question?
Yeah, the second question.
Madam Chairman, I can't hear you, but I tried my best to accommodate the... I'm really sorry. Okay, number two, how does the demand for traceability and transparency affect global agribusiness supply chain practices, and what are the barriers to achieving this goal? Right. So for the traceability and transparency is very important along the supply chain, because once we have established traceability and transparency system, everybody along the supply chain will have an ethical practice. Okay, everybody will trust each other. What you produce is basically what you will consume. What you will consume is basically what you are producing without putting anything that will harm to the customer, will harm to the consumer. So traceability and transparency is very important from the beginning of the supply chain, from the production to the consumption. Everybody will know each other, everybody will get all the data, all the information. So everybody will operate in the efficient manner, truthful, trust each other, and more ethical way. Okay? And what are the barriers to achieve this goal? Of course, we cannot come up with a perfect supply chain. There must be challenges, hindrances, and then also problems. But I believe that if everyone understands what the rules along the supply chain, the sustainable supply chain, efficient supply chain will be established sooner or later. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Miti, for your answer. We also have one question from the chat box, but I'm not sure whether it's provided in the PPT. Okay, I just will read the questions. What are the main challenges?
Sorry, Madam Chairman, I can't hear you.
What are the main challenges facing agribusiness supply chains globally, particularly in terms of sustainability and efficiency? That is the questions. Can you hear the questions?
Alright, okay, I try my best. Okay, for us to establish a sustainable supply chain, right? In one of my slides, I have highlighted the three components, elements: society, economy, and also the environment. So if these elements, all those players, all those entities, and also all those agencies, okay, understand the rules and what need to be done by this entity to represent environment, to represent society, and also to represent economy, I think the challenges that we might be facing will be further improved. We cannot have zero challenges, but we can further improve by understanding our challenges. So these challenges, we can look into two perspectives: previous challenges, history of challenges, and also future challenges. So if these elements, the three elements, economy, society, and also the environment, understand, then these challenges, okay, future challenges especially, can be accommodated, can be facilitated, and can be further improved efficiently. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for the answer. We don't have any questions left in the chat room, but I also always, once again...
Madam Chairman, sorry again, I can't hear you.
Okay, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Okay, can you hear me now? Oh, okay, thank you. I offer one opportunities again for any questions in the conference room. Any distinguished participant would like to give questions?
One question, Professor Niti, please.
Yes, please.
Okay. Introduce me. My name is Rahman.
Are you asking question now or?
Wait. Okay. One of your slides mentioned about declining youth person into the agriculture sector. Maybe both of us from academic sector, you from UPM and we are from agriculture faculty of Hasanuddin. So we would like to hear about your opinion or maybe some ideas from UPM how to overcome the declining of youth person, and we would like also to hear about what should we do about the Gen Z, yeah? We call it Gen Z, yeah? And so the biggest problem our society about youth agriculture crisis. I think it's all, Professor Niti. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Thank you, Pa, for the question. Okay, from the PPM experience, okay, but I'm sure that other university in Malaysia as well as Indonesia, they have a very good curriculum established, particularly for the agriculture program, right? Curricular development of the agriculture program. Okay, so from one slide that I've shared, I showed you that we are facing in terms of the involvements or interest, you know, from the young people, young generations, because they have very rigid perceptions and stigma on the agriculture sector. As I mentioned, agriculture sector is always associated with 3D, difficult, dirty, and dangerous. Okay, so we need to change their perspective. And once we need to change their perspective, we also need to incorporate our curriculum, our syllabus, our program, that apart from becoming the one of the workers or players in the agriculture sector, but we need to change their mind that they are basically can be the boss. What is meaning the boss? They can be the agro-entrepreneur. Okay, so they can be agro-entrepreneurs, so they can, you know, maximize all the informations, maximize all the knowledge that they have, and also optimize the use of technology again, that agriculture is basically can provide them lots of opportunity and also benefit in terms of getting more money or earn more money, profit, sales, if they are really involved in the agriculture sector, their heart, their mind, and their soul. Okay, bercakap senang, tapi membuatnya susah. Okay, so this is where we need to nurture them. Nurture them, we need to say that starting from the beginning of their study, well, when you know, finish your program, finish your study in any university, you can be the boss. You can run a business. This is where in UPM particularly, I'm sure other universities also have the same program or approach, where these students, we attract them, we encourage them to be part, to be involved in the incubator, to prepare them to be the entrepreneur, with the idea, with the a big capital for them to start. So, but of course, this will need a lot of money to start, to kick off this. But we have to nurture, we have to show them by evidence, by role models, that this is basically what happened when you know, in the agriculture sector. So, this is where I think the academic, the university start to think about, to prepare them to become entrepreneur rather than to be the workers or the employer to the company or to the agency or any. They can become boss. Okay? I think that's my response. I hope that my response, you know, occupied with what the questions posed to me just now. Thank you. Saya tak dengar you. I can't hear.
Tes. Okay. Luckily we have backup. Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Niti, for very excellent discussions. There are a lot of questions, and we already get the insight regarding the supply chains management, especially with the increase of populations. We really need to manage the supply chains for agriculture productions. But before you leave, please receive your certificate as a distinguished speaker in 9th International Conference 2024. We are very delighted to have you here. Dr. Niti, here is your certificate. The committee, can you put the certificate? Okay, here is we present your certificate for your excellent presentation in 9th International Conference 2024. Thank you very much. We give big applause.
Thank you very much for having me. Thank you very much. Good luck to everyone.
Thank you. Okay, now we are going to lead for the next speaker, but before we would like to present you a video regarding the conference. Okay, now we are going for the next speaker. Our next speaker is Dr. Tong Nguyen from University of Southern Queensland, Australia. Dr. Tong, are you already with me in the Zoom meeting?
Yeah, thanks, Rani. I'm here.
Dr. Tong is one of my colleagues when I did my PhD degree in Southern Queensland University in Australia. He sits down next to me and he's very, very smart. So very nice to meet you again here, Dr. Tong, although it's through online conference. Dr. Tong, before we start, please let me to read your CV, your background. Dr. Tong did his bachelor degree in University of Technology, Vietnam, then pursued his master degree and doctoral degree in University of Southern Queensland, Australia. His expertise is in climate risk, modeling and simulations, and also spatial science, so the application of remote sensing and geographic information system, especially in agriculture. Dr. Tong currently is one of research fellow in Center for Applied Climate Sciences in University of Southern Queensland. Before in this center, Dr. Tong also become a research in Future Drug Fund Hub, University of Southern Queensland. And during this time, in 2022, Dr. Tong also active involved in one of company, Data Farming Limited in Toowoomba, Queensland. In this FANRes International Conference, Dr. Tong gonna present one of his expertise with the title of Integrating Weather Index-Based Insurance and Crop Management Strategies to Enhance Climate Resilience and Reduce Financial Risk. So, Dr. Tong, we are going to hand this floor to you. At the end of your presentation, there are going to be questions. In Makassar here, in this room, we also have some executive members of FANRes committee. Okay, the time is yours, Dr. Tong.
Thank you very much, Rani. Can I share my screen first?
Yes, we can hear your voice clearly.
Okay, cool. So, can you see my screen?
Yes, it's clear, Dr. Tong. Your PPT, we can see it now.
Yep, thanks. Good afternoon, everyone. So, I'm Thong Nguyễn Huy. I'm a senior research fellow at Center for Applied Climate Sciences from the University of Southern Queensland. Today I'm going to give some of my research about how we can integrate the index-based insurance and crop management strategy to enhance the climate resilience and reduce the financial risk. So before I introduce my research, I would like to give some background about why we need to do that kind of research. Because we know that the weather variabilities and extremes, for example, droughts, floods, and unpredictable rainfall can disrupt agricultural productivity, dry up production, and reduce crop yields and profits. Also, climate change is expected to alter the climate patterns and increase the frequencies and intensity of extreme weather events. So, this unpredictability directly impacts the farmer's income, increasing the financial vulnerability and making it very difficult to plan for a stable yield. And you can see that, for example, in the figure, this is a study to show that the climate variation can explain about a third of a global crop yield variability. In some countries, even the climate variation explains up to 75% of the crop variability for the major crop here. Rice or wheat or soybean or maize. So That's why it is significantly important to understand how we can manage, to understand the climate variability and extreme impacts, and how we can manage it and reduce the impact. The dryland farmers who rely solely on rainfall for their crop growth are facing challenges and vulnerabilities. So compared to the irrigated farming, the dryland agriculture depends entirely on natural precipitation, and therefore making it highly sensitive to weather and variability and extremes. Insufficient rainfall can lead to runoff, as we know, or soil erosion or nutrient losses. And these challenges will result in the income instability. And although farmers have adapted different productive strategies, for example, they reduce when weather extreme happen or forecast to be happen, the farmers can reduce the crop areas and the inputs they apply. They can grow their crop or operate their farm in different locations. They can shift the planting window, or they adopt the advanced technology. They use the new conservation practice. They use the resilient variety. They apply a optimal budget of fertilizers. They can use efficient irrigation or watering system, or they can implement the crop rotation or mixed farm. I actually did some research on how the farmer can diversify their crops in weather extreme to be able to reduce the impact of the weather variety and extreme and increase their profit. My result indicate that if the farmer can apply the spatial diversification strategies, they are able to reduce the climate risk and impacts, and also they can increase their profitability in grazing or in wheat crop in Australia, for example. So we can see that managing the increased climate risk will require farmers to adapt a new integrated approaches to have a better risk management. And also to remain financially viable and resilient, a novel approaches that integrate the risk management and risk transfer strategy will be required. Because the climate risk and the impact is the impact is very adverse and very complicated to manage. So that requires we need to integrate multiple and novel approaches together, enable to enhance our capacity to manage the climate risk management. And among the novel approaches, we have a different risk transfer mechanism that we can apply to improve our profitability. A risk transfer may not necessarily translate all into the preventing the occurrence of these loss, because we cannot prevent it. The extreme event can occur anytime. We cannot prevent it. But the risk transfer can help cushion their impacts and facilitate with recovery. And without carefully considering integrated risk management and risk transfer strategies, there is a potential to undermine adaptive capacity and may result in crowding. So in the next slide, I'm going to introduce you one of a risk transfer tool that we can apply to reduce the financial risk. That is the index-based insurance, or we can call it the parametric insurance. That is one of the financial risk transfer mechanism that the farmer can adapt to manage the climate risk. Why the index-based insurance is a promising tool for financial risk transfer? Because the first is it's cheaper than a traditional insurance. So unlike the traditional insurance, which compensate farmers based on the actual assessment of the crop loss or damages, and traditional insurance require the evidence of damage to be able to pay the indemnity, which can be delayed and complicated, particularly during the climate extreme event happening. It's really hard to verify the gross damages. However, the index-based insurance, they use a redefined weather indicator, for example, a rainfall or temperature threshold, to trigger the payouts automatically whenever the specific weather indicator falls out or falls below the defined threshold. So this approach reduces the need for the costly and time-consuming damage assessment, allow for faster and more efficient plan processing. So that's why the operational cost for the index-based insurance is much more cheaper than the traditional one. And also because the index-based insurance is designed based on independent indicator, such as the rainfall or the temperature. So the index-based insurance can overcome the adverse selection and moral hazard problem in the traditional insurance. Index insurance is a risk transfer to help farmers to reduce the climate risk. But how can we integrate into our farming, into our agribusiness, into our model? So in the next slide, I'm going to show you a study, for a case study in Australia that I work on the climate risk project here, as an example of how we apply the index-based insurance and optimal practice management together to help the farmer to reduce the climate risk and increase the benefit. This is a case study where we combine the rainfall index-based insurance with the optimal crop management strategy to reduce the financial risk for the dryland wheat and cotton farmers in Australia. The problem is the farmer can shift their planting days to be able to reduce the impact of the climate extreme or climate variability. However, when they shift their sowing days or sowing window, for example, instead of sowing their crop on January, they can plant their crop in February, for example, to mitigate or to reduce the impact of drought. However, when they shift in the sowing windows, they could explore the risk later in the season. For example, like insufficient rainfall during the important crop stage the shifting can increase the risk of hail or heatwave event occur, or increase the prevalence of insect attacks and disease later in the season. And because of those risks, they can expose later in the season. Some farmers, they may be hesitant to avoid to shift their sowing days. Even if when they shift the sowing day, they can have a better yield. They can have a better crop yield. And so the research question here is, if we integrate index by insurance with their shifting sowing day strategy, will enable the farmer to take more acceptable risk or more risk to have a better sowing day that could give them a higher yield, crop yield later. So the index insurance can help the farmer to cover the risk if they change their sowing days by covering the risk later in the season. And if the farmer change the sowing day, they can reduce the impact of other events, and because they change the sowing day, they may have a higher crop yield later, but they face another risk. And the index by insurance can cover the risk, so to allow for the farmer to reduce the risk and increase the income stability or not. That is our theory. And we design a study. We design a study for this research problem by we use the crop simulation model that we call the APSI model, Agricultural Production System Simulator. It's a very common physical-based crop simulation model used in Australia to simulate the wheat crop and cotton in different locations, as you can see in the figure in Queensland. In the model setting, we apply different combination of crop management practice and soil moisture level to be able to account for a different range of different practice management and climate conditions. And all of these were based on the literature review and also based on the expert advice to set up the experimental for crop simulation like this. So we simulate a crop yield the wheat crop at 3 different locations, and for the cotton at 3 different locations using different sowing days, different order practices like fertilizer, the sowing densities, a different soil moisture level, for example, and different variety. But the main research problem here is, the main research question here is, based on different sowing days, compare between farmers who purchased the index insurance with those who didn't purchase the index insurance, which people will have a better income stability. And to design the index by insurance in this study, we simply to use the rainfall average over the growing season as the trigger, the indicator. The trigger will be selected whenever the rainfall over the growing season below 5 or 10 or 20% of the average rainfall. We design the insurance indemnity whenever the rainfall below that threshold, it will trigger the payout. And we will compare the different income between the farmer with insurance and without insurance for the same practice management. And here is some the empirical findings based on the absence simulation for wheat crop and cotton. The model we are able to give you with the optimum sowing window for wheat or for cotton. For example, for wheat, we can see that the first half of May every year would be the best sowing window to avoid to have the best yield. For cotton, some day later on 22nd October, we generally produce a better yield compared to the other days. That is how the model can provide a useful information for the farmers. And here is the main results when we compare the income between the farmer with who buy the index insurance with people who don't buy the index insurance. So as you can see, for example, here at Derby, the metric gives you a comparison in the income between the farmer who have the same sowing days, but with insurance and without insurance. So, for example, if we interpret this figure, we can see that shifting the sowing windows, the farmer who have the insurance can improve the income up to 2.4%. As you can see here, for example, if the farmer who grow the cotton on 22nd October with insurance compared to the farmer who grow the cotton on 29 September without insurance, the farmer who grow on 22nd and with insurance, they have a higher income up to 2.4%. So that is how the index insurance can improve the income based on different sowing day strategy that farmer can select. Another result for Genomics show that shifting sowing days plus the rainfall index by insurance can improve the income up to 21.5% in Genomics. As you can see that the green color here, for the farmer on 22nd October with insurance compared to the farmer who grow the cotton on 22 September without insurance. Especially in drought years, when we split our datasets into a drought year only, and we redo the calculations, we can see that in drought years, the improvement can reach up to 24.4% at Derby compared to the 2.4% in the whole range datasets. So this demonstrates that also in Genomics, in drought years, the improvement can reach up to 48%. So these results demonstrate that index by insurance combined with our management practice, optimal management practice, can able to improve our income significantly. Here is the results from the wheat crop, where we got a similar result, even higher the income in wheat crop for some days compared to the cotton. That is for the case study. So what the result was recently published in the journals of Sustainable Future journals. So what is the key message that for this research? And we can see that integrating management practice with the index by insurance can provide a more affordable and cost-effective adaptation strategy. The index by insurance has the potential to improve the resilience and income of the rural communities. However, the development of the insurance market is still limited. It requires a more research to demonstrate that the index by insurance is a promising tool. That requires a more research to support the policies, because the index insurance will have more beneficial if we got the government support. And to improve the index by insurance, we need to address the biggest challenge in index insurance is the basic risk. So basic risk is because of the imperfect correlation between the index we select for the indicator with the graph yield. For example, if we think that the rainfall is the most important for rice, but in practice it's not, and we still select the rainfall as the index to design the index insurance for rice crop, it will lead to a incorrect estimate of the payouts, for example. So that is one of the biggest challenges in the index by insurance that refer to the basic risk. The future research may assess the effectiveness of combining insurance scheme with other practices. For example, in this study, we combine with the different sowing days. But the future research, what I'm doing here at the center is to combine the index insurance with the different the initial soil moisture, or to combine the index insurance with the crop diversification. The crop diversification in our research here, in the center research here, already demonstrate that it can give some benefit to reduce the climate risk and impact. And we want to see whether we combine the index insurance with the crop diversification or different soil moisture level in the beginning can improve further the benefit and reduce further the climate risk. I think that's all for my presentation today. Thank you, everyone. Any questions? Welcome.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tom, for your very excellent presentations. And now we come to the next session, the question and answer sessions. For the first opportunities, I would like to handle these opportunities for participants in the conference room. Is there any questions from the audience? Okay, we have one question.
Hello, Mr. Tom. Yeah. Thank you so much for your very interesting presentation about insurance, about risk, and also about rainfall index base. And you show us about the models to predicting the insurance risk and so on. Based on your presentation, you said that rainfall index base has become the data to make sure about the insurance and also the risk income for the farmers. And you're validating all the data into the models. So I would like to deliver my question for you. How to validate the models from nowadays, because we know that the climate always changes right now. Not only rainfall, the rainfall is become longer or maybe become shorter than before. So maybe the models become changing also. So how to validating, and can we use the model not only maybe from your location for your research, or maybe you can use to the other location? I think it's all, Dr. Tong. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a very interesting question. I think the first part of your question is about the validation of the model. For the upstream validation, it already, the simulation capacity has been validated already for different crops here in Australia and also in other countries. To account for the change in the rainfall, that's why we need the index insurance. The index by insurance is to cover the risk whether the rainfall that occur as our expectation or not. The index by insurance is not like you buy the index by insurance to have more income in normal year. Whenever the extreme occur, or whenever your farms are faced with the drought, then it will trigger the index by insurance. So the index by insurance will somehow to cover the risk of the rainfall forecast that is not happen in practice. So in the beginning of the crop season, the forecast say you are going to get 100 milli, 200 mil of rainfall for this season. But actually during the season, because of the climate change, because of the rainfall pattern had changed, or because that forecast is not 100% is correct, so the farmer may lost their crop, and that's why where the index by insurance played a role here to cover that risk. And in my study, for example, when we shift the crop sowing days in later with the index by insurance, then we have a tool to cover that drought risk, for example, later. And compared to the farmer who has not purchased the index insurance, we can see the improvement in the income for the farmer who has combined index by insurance to cover that risk. Hope that answers your question.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Tong, for your excellent answers.
Sorry, for the second.
Can you hear my question, my voice?
I can't hear you. Right
You
now.
can't hear my voice? What about now? Can you hear it?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so thank you for your answer. And we still have one question from executive member of FANRes committee.
Really? Before moving to the second question, I think the second part is asked about how we apply the rainfall index in other regions or for other crops. So I think to apply the rainfall index insurance to other crops, we, I mentioned that we need to do something like research or estimate the relationship between the rainfall with the crop you want to insure to make sure that the basic risk is minimal. Basic risk is referred to the correlation between the index you select and the crop you want to be insured. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Now we move to the next questions from one of the members in our conference room. Time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much for this chance for moderator. My name is Muhammad Rondi. I'm from Faculty of Agriculture, University of Jember. Thank you for the nice presentation related to the insurance and also the climate condition. I'm still wondering that the insurance in Vietnam, as also happened in Indonesia, the agriculture insurance participation is still low. So we have two questions for you. How about the insurance participation in Vietnam, especially for smallholder farmer? This is the first one, and then the second one. In the risk about the agricultural risk is not only from flood, also for rain, but also from let's say insect attack, and also from the drought condition. So how effective the water or rain condition related to the insurance is only, I mean in Vietnam, is only from rain condition and or also from attack of insect attack and also from drought. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Dr. Mohammed. So for the first questions, the insurance situation now in Vietnam is for small participants is in the first trial. It means that we have a project collaborating between Australians, German, and Vietnam to pilot the insurance scheme, where the smallholder participant will receive a small payout whenever the drought or the extreme event occur for their crop. Especially, we have a pilot study in Vietnam, ongoing pilot study in Vietnam is for coffee farmer. We have about 2,000 participants, and actually last year, early this year, there's a drought occur and they trigger the payout from insurance plan, and they actually receive their indemnity for their farms to reduce the risk. The insurance program really needs the cooperation between the insurance companies and the government. Without the support from the government, that is we call the upfront cost is a bit high. Not too many farmers can afford for the insurance products without the subsidy from the government. That is one of the challenges that need collaborative work between the farmers and insurance company and the government and researchers together to demonstrate the benefit and to support the policies made by the government to be able to promote the insurance market. For the second questions related to the other risks of, for example, like the insect attack or disease, in that insurance, it covers the risk whenever for example, a drought or flood occur during the crop season. However, based on the concept of the death by insurance, whenever that threshold below whenever the received amount of rainfall, for example, below the redefined threshold, the insurance will be triggered and the farmer will receive the payout. So it doesn't matter the risk caused by the damage caused by the insect attack or disease later. So it's solely based on the rainfall insurance. For the pet and disease risk later can be covered or not in the insurance index by insurance product is really based on how we design the index by insurance, the policy of the index by insurance. But the index by insurance can independently pay whenever the weather indicator is below the defined threshold. Doesn't matter what happened later. So that is the benefit and advantage of the index insurance.
Okay, thank you very much.
Does that answer your second question?
Okay, yeah, that's answer the questions. Thank you very much for your explanation, Dr. Tong. Okay, now we come to the end of your presentation, Dr. Tong. Thank you very much for your sharing your knowledge regarding index-based insurance, which quite new for us here regarding this issue. But before you leave, Dr. Tong, we would like to present certificate to you as our gratitude for your availability to become one of the speakers in 9th International Conference 2024. Dr. Tong, I present the certificate to you. Thank you very much. Please give applause for Dr. Tong.
Thank you.
Okay, now we come to Dr. Tong, thank you very much. See you other time and in the next other collaborations.
Thanks.
Thank you.
See you later.
Okay, now we come to the last speaker of this morning sessions, Associate Professor Daisuke Sugama. Associate Professor Daisuke Sugama comes from Tokyo University, Japan. Dr. Sugama, are you in the Zoom meeting at the moment?
Yes.
That's glad to hear. Please let me read your curriculum vitae before I hand it the floor to you. Dr. Sugama carried out his bachelor degree, master degree, and PhD degree in University of Tokyo in the Department of Agricultural and Environmental. His expertise in plant molecular biology and plant genetic abiotic stress tolerance. His working experience is as research fellow of Japan Society for the Promotion of Science since 2010 until 2015, and then becoming assistant professor in the research faculty of agriculture, Hokkaido University in 2015 until 2018. Then at the moment, he is associate professor in Graduate School of Agriculture and Life Science in the University of Tokyo. Dr. Sugama gonna present one of his research with the title of Pearl Millet Genomics in Japan with ICRISIT now and beyond. Dr. Sugama, I give the time to you to present your presentation. Time is yours.
Shall I share presentation material by myself?
Yes.
Can I share?
Yes, sure.
Okay. Is this visible? Is this okay?
Yes, that's fine with your PowerPoint.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Can I start?
Yes, please start.
Okay, so I will start my presentation. I'm sorry, I think I was misunderstanding the time for my presentation. I think it was 10:50 in your local time, and now it's 12:40. 10:50 in your local time, and 12:50 in my local time. And actually, it's 12:40 now, and 10 minutes before the time I was expecting. And I'm sorry, there is some misunderstanding between us. So, and the presentation time should be 30 minutes, right? Because that's what that's what my understanding. And if that's wrong, please let me know now so that I can reduce the contents to make it short. Is it okay to talk for 30 minutes?
Yes.
Okay. So I will begin. So the presentation title is Permitted Genomics in Japan with big research, Indian Research Institute, now and beyond. I'm Daisu Ketsugama, and thank you for having me here today. I'm happy to be here. And so this is the outline for this presentation. First, I talk about our study on permitted. The second, I will introduce the RNA-seq analysis with permitted. Third part, I will explain gene characterization. The fourth part is for GWAS, or genome-wide association study. The fifth part is for ongoing project. So I will begin with the first part. These are showing collaborators of our story. So I belong to a research institute in our university, and we have collaborators in these collaborators in Asia. So we have been collaborating with Asian countries like this. And this is a counterpart in research, Dr. Shashi Kumar Gupta. This October also, I went to research and to meet him and talked about a permanent study. This is what we do in our lab. We evaluate stress tolerance and other traits of various crop resources, and we then do the genomics analysis like RNA-seq, GWAS, and gene characterization to identify potentially interesting, important, or useful genes from them. And we develop databases for those traits and genes. And we then use them for developing beta cultivation systems and select to develop beta cultivars using molecular breeding techniques like transformation or genome editing. And this is what we do with permitted. We get lines from each research that differ in drought tolerance, so stress tolerance, heat tolerance, and other phenotypes. And we characterize them in laboratory conditions, and we do them to RNA-seq, GWAS, STRA to find potentially important genes. And we then evaluate the effects of those genes with model plants. I'm sorry, I don't have the information about permitted in this presentation, but permitted is a coercive plant like this, and it is known as a heat tolerant, a drought tolerant, and low nutrient tolerant plant. And this is kind of stronger than sorghum. So this is one of the strongest plants to heat and drought, low nutrients, and that's why this is regarded as promising crop. And we have been conducting our genomics research using this plant. So I will talk about the RNA-seq. These are the research lines, and we confirm the phenotypes of these plants under the laboratory conditions like this. So these are all under unstressed conditions, we cannot see so much difference between them. If stresses are given, and they show the difference like this, and these are drought stress plants. So the difference is not very clear, but the left one, 843B, is tolerant line, and the right one, 863B, is a sensitive line. And we can see that under the drought stress, the tolerant line is more erect compared to this line. And these light figures are showing the salt stress plants, and 01222B is the tolerant line, and 081 is sensitive line. We can see that the tolerant line stays green, and so looks okay. So we see this once cultivars will faster under these stress conditions. And after confirming this, we conducted RNA-seq using these materials, and these are the differential regulated genes detected in those lines. And this is a drought tolerant line, 803, and this is a drought sensitive line. And we can see that the numbers of the differential regulated genes is larger in the drought tolerant line than this drought sensitive line. And similar analysis was performed using the salt tolerant line and salt sensitive line. And in this time, the numbers of the tags are not very different between the tolerant line and sensitive line, but we can see some differences between them. And we also performed RNA-seq using heat tolerant line and heat sensitive line using palmillet lines. And for the heat stress, we used the lines, at panicles of those lines, because the selection of those lines are based on the panicle fertility under the heat stress condition. And so this is a big number, and this is from the panicles of them. And the pink one is from the pink one is upregulated genes, and the cyan color means downregulated genes. And here 00333 is heat tolerant line, and 00555 is heat sensitive line. And again, we can see the difference between the numbers of the differential regulated genes between 00333 tolerant line and 00555 sensitive line, like this. And we also performed the collection of palmillet RNA data from the public database. And what we did was to search for data with the keyword palmillet RNA-seq or Cencrus americanus RNA-seq on NCBI bioproject or SRA database, which contains next generation sequencing derived reads. And we downloaded the data returned by this analysis or keyword search. And this retrieved 565 samples from 25 projects. And we analyzed all of them by a regular method, and got expression data or TTM for all the genes of palmillet. And we also got metadata for these samples, like tissues, treatment, articles, and so on. And this is a PCA, or principal component analysis, using expression data as an input. And the samples were grouped according to the tissues used for the RNA-seq. And we can see that the tissues can be clearly separated in the PCA plots like this. This means that the same tissue has a similar gene expression profile. And this validates database generated by us. And RNA-seq database was incorporated into the website of ours. Teacher FTB is one of the components of our website, and we generated this one for displaying the information about the palmillet gene on the basis of their similarity to Arabidopsis and rice homologs, and to show their functional annotation to promote palmillet genomics. And what we did was to so we generated that, and we added RNA-seq database function to that. And yeah, this is a regular gene search mode. And on the RNA-seq database tab, we can search the gene name using here. And this is a result from a keyword PGA of green 10011419. And this is showing the TPM values for this gene in 565 sample. And if we hover on this bar cursor, the sample information is displayed like this. So in this way, we can see which tissue or which sample has a strong expression of this gene. And I hope this kind of information can help us predict gene function better. Third part. So this is an example of individual gene characterization. And this one is for PGNAC21. PGNAC21 encodes a transcription factor, NAC transcription factor in palmillet. And this gene was chosen for this kind of individual analysis on the basis of the RNA-seq data. So this gene was induced by salt stress, and we got interested in this gene. And so this is the confirmation of that salt-dependent induction of this gene. So in this experiment, plants were treated with NaCl, and their shoots were collected for the expression analysis of the gene. And we can see that 18 hours after the NaCl treatment was initiated, so the PGNAC21 expression becomes high in shoots. And right here shows the effects of that ABA treatment, abscisic acid treatment. And we can see that the abscisic acid can also induce the PGNAC21 expression like this. And we generated the Arabidopsis thaliana overexpression lines overexpressing PGNAC21 like this. And we tested them for a growth on the salt stress conditions like this, 100 millimolar NaCl supplemented conditions. And yeah, and we can see that the roots of these transgenic plants are longer than the roots of wild-type plants under salt stress conditions. And this is a quantification of that. Again, the primary root length is larger in the transgenic plants under the salt stress conditions. So this suggests that PGNAC21 overexpression improves root growth under salt stress conditions in Arabidopsis. This is another example, PG-WARKI74, and this is the subcellular localization analysis results using PG-WARKI74. In this experiment, we fused PG-WARKI74 with GFP and overexpressed it in Arabidopsis plants using the 35S promoter. And the GFP signals in their roots are displayed. And we can see that the GFP not fused to PG-WARKI74 were detected in the cytoplasm like this. On the other hand, the PG-WARKI74 GFP fusion protein was detected like this as dots. And these dots correspond to cell nuclei. And we saw the phenotypes of those plants, the PG-WARKI74 GFP overexpressor plants. And yeah, like this. And the point is that the shoot size of them under the Manitou stress condition and NaCl stress conditions were smaller than the shoot size of wild type. And this is RD29B expression, which can show the ABA responses of those plants. We saw that the RD29B expression is lower in PGWAKI74 overexpressors than in the wild type. And this suggests that the PGWAKI74 overexpression reduces related growth under dehydrating conditions in Arabidopsis, probably by ABA-dependent pathway. The fourth part is for GWAS. This is a GWAS we initially performed, and so we can collect a lot of genotypic data and phenotypic data from the public database, so provided, the public database. And the polymorphism polling or the genotypic data were obtained from the, for 346 permeate lines, and so we were also handling chickpea and 299 chickpea lines. And this is based on previous publications. And the data were deposited in the NCBI, and we downloaded all of those data. And read data were mapped to the reference genome, and SNPs and indels were extracted using a standard method. And phenotypic data were collected from the public database, or the Equisat website, actually. So those data are in the Equisat website, which is in the public domain. And we downloaded all of those phenotypic data, and we somehow converted those data between categorical data, binary data, and numerical data, so that we can diversify phenotypic data. And using these genotypic data and phenotypic data as the input, we performed GWAS with software peeling. And we generated the Manhattan plots like this, and then extracted polymorphisms and genes of interest in the vicinity of the peaks obtained in GWAS Manhattan plots. And this is an example of the Manhattan plots obtained by this GWAS. And so left top one, numerical one, is the Manhattan plot obtained from the original flowering time data. Sorry, so this is from the flowering time data. All of these are from one flowering time data, but so the difference between this one and the others are like the data for the phenotypic data. And the flowering time data were converted to binary data using some threshold values, as I said before. And these, the ones except the left top one, are corresponding to those data. And this is difficult, but so the point is that we can detect the peaks in different positions on the genome if we use different phenotypic data, even if they are from one phenotypic data. And what was good was that we could see the peak in the vicinity of the Oslo of PRR3, which is a known flowering time regulator in other species like Arabidopsis and rice. And this is the polymorphisms identified in the PGPR3 region. And we can see that so if the allele in that position is large A, large A, or large A, large G, then days to flowering is longer. And if the allele in that position is large G, large G, then the days to flowering is shorter. Okay. And so this position corresponds to this position on the PGPR3 gene. And we can see that position is corresponding to the intron of the gene. So, since in PGPR3 are associated with flowering time in TMI gap line, which was used for a GWAS input. And so this is my student, and my student has been characterizing PGPR3 more closely to see its function, so to regulate the flowering time in Palmdale and Arabidopsis. And this is a field test performed in Japan for GWAS. And for this, approximately 180 lines of Palmdale were provided by SK, or the counterpart Gupta-san, Shashikumar Gupta. And so they were grown like this in the field of Japan. And no-feed fertilizer was used because they are tolerant to low fertility. And 1 to 3 replicates with 1 to 10 plants per replicate were made. And this is 2022 July. And this is September the same year. And these pictures were taken on the same day. So some lines are flowering and some lines are not. So we can see the diversity of their phenotypes like this. I was happy with this. Like this. And we tried to evaluate as many traits as possible using these lines. And this is example of phenotyping. So this is showing the anthocyanin accumulation in the shoot basal part, and we can see no anthocyanin here, and a little anthocyanin here, and more anthocyanin here, and more anthocyanin here, and a lot of accumulation, anthocyanin accumulation here in the PS4. So we don't know whether this phenotype is useful for production of palmillet, but anyway, we try to evaluate as many traits as possible like this. And we also used 3D scanner at iPad Pro for recording the phenotypes. Anyway, we were trying to evaluate the traits fast, and as such effort, we were using this app, and this was not really fast, but good for recording. We got 3D images like this, and put the lines like this so that we can measure width and length of the plant height, or the we can measure the plant height or the width and length of the panicles like this. And we did it for approximately 100 times, used for field test. So these are the phenotypic data we collected. And the lab-seq data were available for these lines also on the basis of this paper. And using these phenotypic and genotypic data, we performed GWAS. And these are the Manhattan plots obtained. And so out of many traits, only 2 traits returned good peaks like this. And one of them was calm height, and the other was anthocyanin level in the shoot base of heart, so which was shown in the previous slide. And we analyzed the gene in the vicinity of the peak found in that GWAS, and so we found a PAR2-like gene, which is known secondary metabolite biosynthesis gene near the polymorphism identified for the anthocyanin accumulation rate. And this is the association between the allele in that polymorphism position and phenotype. And we can see that the PG type has a lot of associated with higher anthocyanin accumulation. in this position. And we are trying to characterize this gene as well. Okay, and this is a fixed part. Only one slide. So ongoing projects include improving GWAS with the updated genome sequences and imputation. So the genome of palmate has been updated, and 2 more cultivars complete genome were released. So using those data and the genome sequencing data obtained by ourselves, we have been trying to do imputation, which is to predict the missing genotype in many cultivars to improve the GWAS results. And so the second one is characterizing individual genes such as PGPR3 and PGKN1. I didn't mention at all PGKN1, but PGKN1 is also putative flowering time regulating genes in palmate, and one student is working for characterizing this gene vigorously. And the third one is developing a system for transformation and genome editing of palmate with developmental regulators such as PGPBM. The biggest problem in our project is that we don't have robust or reproducible system for transformation and genome editing for palmate. And on the other hand, we have a lot of genes that we want to analyze. So we now strongly hope to develop this system so that we can be happy with a lot of physiological data using those genes. And so these are the ongoing projects, and we hope we can achieve or get good data with these projects with further collaboration. And this is all for my talk, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for your excellent presentations. Now we move to the question and answer sessions. Is there any questions from audience? Oh yeah, we do have one. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. My name is Dr. Muhammad Fuad Ansori. I am from plant breeder here. Dr. Sugama, I want to know about the express engine of the salinity, because I using to salinity concept with the rice, and then I see that it's different with the vegetative and general and reproductive phase. What the mechanism of the tolerance of salinity? Yeah, as you know that the salinity is very complex with the others biotic stress, because there are many mechanisms like drought, like osmotic, like toxicity, like like mobility and others. So after I conduct in rice, is different chain or different mechanism of the tolerance in vegetative and reproductive. So I want to know how about the millet? Is like rice, because I conduct research for years, and I see that if we conduct germination, it's not guaranteed to reproductive. So how about in the millet? Thank you, sir.
Thank you. So the difference between the rice and millet in salt stress tolerance, is it your point? I think my understanding is that rice is sensitive to salt stress, and field crops like barley and probably palmate also are a little more tolerant to salt stress. So it is clear that they have different mechanisms to respond to the salt stress. And we actually don't know exactly what kind of mechanisms are working to differentiate rice and those field crops. But yeah, I agree with that kind of aspect for your comments. And as for our study, we only chose the gene of interest on the basis of the expression level, and there are too many possibilities about how that specific transcription factor gene can regulate the salt tolerance in plants. So I'm sorry for making this kind of unspecific comments, but that's what I think about your comments. Does this answer your comments or questions?
Yeah. So you can select, you can screening in the vegetative, and then it's guaranteed to generative like that. Because in rice, if you screening in vegetative, it not guaranteed to reproductive phase. Because we have two method screening in the vegetative and reproductive to guarantee it able or it adaptive in the field. And I see in some here variety good vegetative salinity tolerance in here in the vegetative, but after we conduct in the high level of the salinity or yeah, sometimes in the Ramayu, it can avoid from escape from the vegetative, but after he get the reproductive, they fall. And then I see that in rice it's very complicated, and I don't know about the millet. It can be make sure that or guarantee that if you screen a vegetative, it able until reproductive it can tolerant. Yeah, in rice it's not guaranteed. If you vegetative is tolerant, it's not guaranteed reproductive is tolerant. Thank you.
Well, I agree with you.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I have difficulty in listening to your words, but it should be like there is a difference in salt stress tolerance between a growth stage, right? Between the vegetative growth stage and the reproductive growth stage, there is a difference between the in the salt stress tolerance, right? Is it what you say? I'd like to confirm it, and I agree with that comment.
Okay, thank you very much.
And yeah.
Yes, do you want to say some sentence? You could continue.
Not really, but lines we were using are tolerant in both vegetative stage and reproductive stage to salt stress tolerance. Salt stress rate. So the initial screen was performed using the reproductive stage by ECRISAT, and then we got those materials and we used them for the salt stress tolerance assay in the vegetative stage. So and in ECRISAT and in our lab, both, so they were showing a consistent phenotype. That means that at least those two salt tolerant and salt sensitive lines show the consistent phenotype between the vegetative and reproductive stages.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Sugama, for your excellent answers. And now, because the time already 12:14 p.m. in Makassar times, we closing up the question and answer sessions, and Dr. Sugama, as our gratitude for your availability to become one of the speakers in this international conference, we would like to present certificate for your presentation. Dr. Sugama, please receive our certificate. Thank you very much. Please give applause.
Thank you very much. I like it. I always like it. Certificate like it.
Thank you very much. Now we come to the conclusion remarks of the first sessions, the morning sessions. I will sum up the conclusion remarks from all of our speakers, the 4 speakers this morning. So climate change is obviously disrupt the production of agricultural crops, which affect not only the food availability, but also the financial stability of farmers. Our distinguished speakers address these challenges by developing resilience maize varieties, stress tolerance regulator, gains of peel milk, and offering a new insurance payout based on index-based insurance based on predetermined criteria. And also, one of the speakers also over to employing advanced technology like artificial intelligence, Internet of Things in supply chains process. So that is the end of the first sessions of invited speakers. I hand it back this floor to the MC. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hairani, PhD, for moderating the first session of our conference. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as the first session has finished, we are going to take a short break for about 50 minutes. And we are kindly asking all the participants and presenters not to leave the Zoom meeting and come back again on time at 1 p.m. Central Indonesian time. Thank you very much.
Welcome to Hasanuddin University, one of the best universities in Indonesia, located in the city of Makassar, South Sulawesi. Officially inaugurated on September 10, 1956, Hasanuddin University has the vision to be the center of excellence in human development, science, technology, arts and culture based on the Indonesian maritime continent. UNHA is determined to carry out its mission of creating a quality, innovative and proactive learning space to create and disseminate knowledge of excellence and beneficial science. Since 2020, UNHAS has been building multiple campuses in different regencies. April 2022, the journey of UNHAS was continuing by a new rector's mission to be more autonomous and a modern university in performing quality of education, research, community services, and good university governance. This is to bring UNHAS into more independent and globally competitive in modern and digital society. UNHAS had launched new breakthroughs, the first 2 episodes, as the next steps of the journey to being an agile and adaptable university. UNHAS has 17 faculties and schools with more than 200 of study programs. To support the learning process, UNHAS provides high-quality facilities and equipped with advanced technology. UNHAS Library with e-library service, UNHAS Hospital, Dental Hospital, Marine Station in Barang Lumpur Island, Science Technopark and Teaching Industry, Maiwa Breeding Center, Close House and Animal Center, UNHAS Hotel and Convention. UNHAS has long implemented Green Campus in its environment by maintaining green open space and become the city forest, which this is one of UNHAS' role in reducing global warming. To support better educational services, UNHAS is supported by quality and highly dedicated human resource. As of now, over 2,552 lecturers are teaching in Unhas. Among them are 385 professors, making it the institution with the highest numbers of professors in Indonesia. As of today, more than 47,000 students are studying in Unhas, and they come from all regions of Indonesia. Unhas also opens its gates widely to international students. Aside from its role in education, Unhas also has become an excellent research and community service institution that is always improving its research plan and continuing to take part in international level. Unhas manage numerous community service schemes by referring to excellent programs. In the research field, Unhas manage a lot of research and continuously optimize the research quality, increasing global competitiveness as well as to downstream the research results into innovation products. Hasanuddin University maintains collaboration and cooperation with various institutions in Indonesia and around the world to broaden its benefits. Unhas has over 45 national partnerships and over 88 global partnerships until 2022. These collaborations aim to promote the implementation of the Unhas visions and missions to become a world-class university. Unhas is increasing its quality and making various achievements both nationally and globally. Hasanuddin University not only facilitates hard skills in academics but also soft skills, interests, and talent. There are at least 40 student activities units in Unhas: sports, arts, science, and other specific activities. Many awards and achievements have been collected by Unhas students, either individually, in groups, or even unit-based, at the local, national, and global scale.
Our achievement and contribution are concerted effort on the part of the entire Unhas academic community. Hasanuddin University will always stand up for education and humanity. Unhas pursues strategic moves, commits to challenging goals, and promote innovation, breakthrough in science and technology. Unhas will continue to provide local benefits and globally respected. Unhas stronger together.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 9th International Conference of FANRes 2024. We are now continuing our meeting to the second session for the invited speakers, which will still be led by Ms. Hairani STP MNSG PhD as the moderator. Ms. Hairani PhD, now is your turn.
Thank you very much, our master ceremony. Welcome back, our participants, to the second sessions of this FANRes International Conference 2024. Now we come to our second sessions, where we have 6 speakers. Professor Insinyur Yunus Musa from Hasanuddin University, Indonesia, Professor Prakash Kumar from National University of Singapore, Wanrat Abdullah Kasim, PhD from Kasetsat University, Thailand, Mohsen Gavahian, PhD from National Pingtung University of Science and Technology, Taiwan, and Thomas Chung, PhD from Mendel University, Czech Republic. We're going to start our afternoon sessions with the presentations from Professor Yunus Musa. Prof. Yunus, are you with us?
Yes, I'm okay, yes.
We still can't hear your voice.
Okay, I am okay.
Okay, can you hear my voice clearly?
Yes, it's clear.
Thank you, Prof. Yunus Musa. Please allow me to read your curriculum vitae before I hand the time to you. Professor Yunus Musa finished his bachelor degree in Hasanuddin University, then continue her master degree in the Philippines, Los Baños, and for his PhD degree, he pursued in University of Technology like Papua New Guinea and Hasanuddin University. Professor Yunus Musa has areas of expertise in agronomy and has several experience. In 2014 until 2018, he became head of Academic Senate of Agriculture Faculty. And in 2010 until 2014, he was the Dean of Agriculture Faculty, Hasanuddin University. Prof. Yunus involved in several projects, such as accelerating production of sugarcane from Agricultural Ministry in 2015, and he was the supervisor of developing coffee innovation cluster, Agriculture Faculty, Hasanuddin University with Kristen Indonesia Toraja University in 2017. Between 2018 until 2023, Prof. Yunus was the head of Center of Excellence on Agriculture Faculty, Hasanuddin University. Prof. Yunus, I'm gonna give the time for your presentation. Please, thank you, Prof.
You are welcome. Thank you. Let me share my presentation first.
We cannot really hear your voice, Prof. Yunus.
I'm sharing my presentation here now. Is that clear? Give me feedback, please. Hello? Hello?
Yes,
Yes, we can hear it now.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Oh, okay, it's clear from Pak Junaidi. Thank you, Pak Junaidi. It's clear to me.
Okay.
Please give me a sign if my presentations, you cannot hear it. So I may change my, how do you call here? But it's okay, I think. The title of this presentation is Innovations in Corn Adapted to Climate Change, Supporting Indonesia as the World's Food Burn. This paper was under me and Professor Asrai from the Faculty of Agriculture, Hasanuddin University. It also consists of 4 topics, mainly, let us say, introductions, innovations of corn crops, future research and programs, and disseminations on commercializations of corn products. The introduction itself consists of, let me say, we are talking about the populations of Indonesians, where the population being now is about 280 and will be, according to the statistical office, will reach to more than 400 million by 2050. It means that yes, we need a lot of foods that may be based on corn productivity that can be made directly for people consumptions or by animal feeds. At the same time, the decreasing of soil fertility can also cause the productivity in many, mainly crops in Indonesia, tend to decreasing or even will be at the level status. It will not increase anymore due to these conditions. And also, we know everybody that pests and diseases also try to attack, or the attacking of pests and disease increased during this period. As a source, you see, that competitions in land and waters also tend also to affect the productivity in agricultural sectors, not only for corn, but for any crops that we try to plant in as a main crops in Indonesia. We are talking now about climate change. And of course, the implications is the sustainability of corn productions also will be affected by this climate change. In anticipating the climate change, for increasing or maintaining the productivity and production of corn, we need a breakthrough that will enhance or accelerating the productivity and expansions of lands that are available to corn area. And then also, we are not dealing with the static conditions, but the climate change is a dynamic conditions, and we have to play also a role of that. In this case, we need a technology innovations and research and development that should be spearhead of any problems that we're facing this one. In Indonesia, increasing food production is a must. So there is no any way, due to the increasing also the total populations. That's why if you read in the newspaper, always be finding that there is an import where everybody aware of that. In terms of food security also, in terms of competitiveness, and the main also problem that we are trying to solve is the increasing or how to increase the farmers' income, because people that stay in front of the program is the farmers. We we are only supporting farmers, and they are the ones who play a very important role. Climate change, adaptations, and environment conservation also will dealing with agribusiness developments, food security, farmer prosperity, and supporting technology that we would like to develop. We are not go by our main program, but we are based also on what the Department of Agriculture in Indonesia program. For example, there are seven issues that Department of Agriculture try to talking about. They are about land, about seeds, infrastructure, labor, farmers' capital, institutions, and technology and downstream industry. That also the university and also the community of the Faculty of Agriculture in all Indonesian universities must also go with the program of the Department of Agriculture. If we are talking about plants, let me say about also in the introduction that corn is a second main crops after rice, but corn mainly now we can say that leading to become the first, because not only for human being but also as a feed for the animal. Rice we are mainly for the human being. It means that in the future corn will become a very important, and this is become a potential economic growth, instill confidence in the industry in the future. If we are not producing corn productions, meaning that the future of the industry also, especially the industry for the feeds, will also close, because the main resources of the raw material is corn. Corn also, if we go through all the village and even in the city, become a job opportunities and improvement of community, because for example, if there is a corn, and then the university also will take a place in terms of the research and development. Traders also, and also the other laborers also will depend on the corn itself. So it means that corn will become as the main crops. In the program of target food self-sufficiency, see that in 2024, rice and other crops, in 2024 also, corn become the important one, until the target in 2045, Indonesia will become the world food burn, meaning our burn must be full, otherwise the empty burn. But we are not, we don't want to be an empty burn. The general strategies, yes, must be productions, but not only production, but also the quality and efficiency. And again, price, because in one side, usually farmers always need a higher price, but the industry always needs lower price. That's why the needs of the government, we need the government's policy to meet these two needs from the farmers itself and the industry for themselves. And then also we are talking about the exports and sustainabilities. If we are looking to the newspaper again or other informations, we can say, and then we can see again that we still import some crops, product, rice, corn, etc. This is the growth trends of corn production. In 2020, until 2023, it's really that there is a fluctuations in productivity and production of corn. Because why? It will be affected by the price and also affected by the climate change and also affected by the social and culture, where if the price increased and many farmers will go to plant corn. Again, the growth of corn also, but this is meaning the importance of corn. In the second issue that we would like to talking is the innovations of climate change adaptations and corn varieties. We would like to talk about the corn releasing variety by the Hasanuddin University or the Faculty of Agriculture in terms of the hybrid corn variety and synthetic corn variety. Let us see one by one. Hasanuddin University, through the Faculty of Agriculture, tried to develop a shade-tolerant variety that we call Jana V1 variety also, that under the open condition they can produce about 12 tons, and under shade condition they can produce only 7 tons, but this already okay in terms of the average productions. The secondly, that University Hasanuddin try also to develop hybrid that we start to the Hasanuddin University corn that we call GGUH, GG. GG meaning that Jagung Jago, UH meaning that University of Hasanuddin. So we're starting, the Dean also really supporting. You can see how Dean also try to see the productivity in the real field. This is also a hybrid that GGUH03 because we Hasanuddin, the Faculty of Agriculture already have a released variety from GG01 to GG06. Okay, 04, 05, 06 already developed and already being adapted by the Department of Agriculture as a potential variety. The license of that already in the office of Hasanuddin University. Corn variety that we would like to, that we will develop is the variety that adapted to acid conditions and also at the dry lands. For example, we know that some corn variety, for example, NASA 29, that's released by the Department of Agriculture before, but this is not the university product. The university product is the GGUH1 and 2 that adapted to acid and dry lands. And the productivity is very promising because can also give you a potential variety of about 12 tons per hectare. In the potential also can be, 13 tons per hectare, and also as a stay green and higher biomass that can be also using as a feed for the animal. So in one side we can produce seed of corn, and in another side we have a residue of the biomass that can be used as a feed for our animal. Not only the hybrid one, but the synthetic variety also was developed before, and the yield potential of that usually also more than 10 tons per hectare, by the average 7.8 tons per hectare, and really adapted to the two conditions. It is drought and it is low nitrogen content. This is really needed by farmers because all of farmers may be facing a problems in terms of the limiting water availability and also the low nitrogen content of the soil and the higher price of the fertilizers, especially for nitrogen. And this the farmers need. And that's why the university always, what the farmers feel problem, this is the one that our target. We are playing not by our own problem, but we play because of the we concern about the farmers also. After looking to this and after producing 6 varieties, and then what's the future again? Do we want to stop? The answer is not. As the university must continuing the research and the development because the problem at the farmers level also will arise and different from time to time and then from place to place and then from habit, culture, and that's all. Because for example, long time ago, people only want to eat the glutinous rice, the glutinous corn, but now they are saying that we need, for example, a nutritive corn. So in the future, let us say what we are going to do. We have a targeted that in 2024 and 2025, we would like to do a breeding of high yield hybrid corn, and also at the same time, we need to have a high quality of corn that we would like to produce. In 2026-27, we would like to develop of advanced inbreed lines and their combinations in order to have a hybrid corn using double haploid technology. In 2028 and 2029, we would like to test a multi-test environment for screening the corn that we would like to release for biotic and abiotic conditions, especially it is the climatic resilience. Then we hope that in 2030, we have already a sustainable technology package of corn, seed, and grain productions. Hopefully, because we are not working alone, but we are working together with other farmers. For example, Professor Asrai already, long time ago, have a partnership with CIMIT. And you see, as Dr. Prasanna already presented his paper also, he is, let me say, a teacher or a senior of Professor Asrai that still now having a collaboration. So not only by institutional, but also by private communication, they can develop it. We cannot become a big one without any collaboration. That's why not only CIMIT, IRRI also, we try to develop a collaboration with them in order to broaden our capacity and to increase our human resources. In the future, corn breeding goals of Hasanuddin University is try to play with the biotic where the pest and disease resistance for stem, for rust, diseases, for blight, for rotten stems, ears, for insect, for example, maize weevil, and then Aterigona, and also fall armyworm. This is the main pest and disease that we are facing. So we have to test our new variety with these conditions. The abiotic condition, we should also go with the tolerant to drought or adapted to drought. soil acidity, soil salinity, pathogen, and shade. Shade is also a big potential in Indonesia, for example, where the corn can be also planted and the coconut and the oil palm, where the area is large enough. For optimal conditions, we would like to develop the corn variety that also can be adapted into the less water, and then especially also to the adaptability of corn and the lowland and also on the highland conditions. This is the main target of our program in the future. After having that introductions and then what's the innovations and the future targets, let us say, how do we introduce our product to the community, not only to the farmers, but also to the all of concerns of corn in Indonesia. You see, this picture showing there's director of Hasanuddin University and also all the staffs, including the dean, and also all the staff members at the faculty level involved in the disseminating this corn product. Corn product, let me say, seeds and the grain. Dissemination not only in Sulawesi, but also in Central Java, in Bali, Madura, in also all in Sulawesi, including South Sulawesi, West Sulawesi, and North Sulawesi. We are not only also coming to the farmers, but also we go to the universities community and also to the Department of Agriculture at the provincial, then also at the targeted village of each corn planted. This is also again the ceremonial of the introducing corn variety, where director of Hasanuddin University in all the occasions try to saying that now this is the era of Hasanuddin University also can show what they produce from corn. As you see, as I was saying before, that we already released 6 corn variety from GG UH01 until 06. Where the seed production is, this is in the experimental farm of the partner. We're seeing this in Maros. You see, so not only we are planted in our campus of the university, but also outside in order as the early introductions of the corn produced by the Hasanuddin University. After planted this corn and then we harvest it, we try to separate using the separator and drying the corn, and then we put it in our greenhouse there and also in our warehouse at the university level, at the campus level. So if you're coming into the campus of your Hasanuddin University, you may go to our experimental farm, and then you can find it there, that there is a warehouse, there is a drying floor, there is a facility of storing seeds in the campus of Hasanuddin University. This again the production of extension seeds, you see, and also involving students. So we are saying that the corn aspect not only will touch by the staff or the expert, but we try also to invite all the students in knowing what's the corn problem and what's the corn potential. This is the area that we would like to have a test of the locations from Sumatra, Java, Sulawesi, and also in the eastern part of Indonesia. These already the license or collaborations that we developed. For example, Hasanuddin, already we make a contract by producing the seeds of GG01203 that I said it's really tolerant to dry conditions and low nitrogen contents. And also PT Trubus Gumelar at Ponorogo, East Java, and also PT Saribumi Indonesia in Malang, PT Tabe Anugrah Makmur in South Sulawesi, PT Karya Tunas in North Sulawesi, and PT Putra Kencana also in Sulawesi. So this is our mitra in terms of the seed productions, seed disseminations, and also in the future working together for the grain of corn. So we are not only working alone, but as I said before, that we try to develop a collaboration with all universities that also attractive in corn and also in other some activities at the other society. This is all what we are doing in terms of corn productivity, corn productions, corn research and corn development in Faculty of Agriculture, Hasanuddin University. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Prof. Yunus, for the excellent presentations. Now we are going to come for the questions and answer sessions. At the first place, I would like to ask audience in our conference room, is there any participants who would like to ask questions? Okay.
I know that, for example, Pak Rahman Shah already visited Shandong area, Shandong research area before in terms of corn research. So we are lucky to have Dr. Rahman Shah also as a product of Shandong. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pak Yunus Musa. Very nice presentation, and your substance is very inspiration for us. Yeah, corn is needed one of the solution. Yeah, to maintain food security. Yeah, the corn is healthier, more appropriate because it is including in the cereal group. Yeah. So it is more compatible, yeah, than tuber, yeah, dibanding umbi-umbian. At least as a substitute for staple food rice, yeah, for the Indonesian people. Yeah. However, behind that there are quite a lot of constraints, yeah, or obstacles, including very sensitive, yeah, to climate change and plant pests and disease, yeah. And the second, competition with imported corn, yeah, and economic price, yeah. And the third, making corn a staple food requires hard and long work, yeah. At least for us, yeah. So it requires a massive strategy with government support, yeah, including getting used to it, yeah. What do you think, Professor Yunus Musa, especially to develop a corn-based food consumption pattern? Yeah, especially you explain, yeah, to commercialization and for industrialization maybe, yeah, and especially for change the consumption pattern, yeah, because you know our children now, our young generation, very hard, yeah, to know well about corn, yeah, tuber and so on. But I think corn is, we have optimistic about the corn. Please, Professor, maybe we need to insight, to be insight. Please, thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, Pak Darmawan. I used to call you Ustaz because you are my Ustaz before, but now I am the Ustaz now. Talking about, can you hear me, please?
Yes, we can hear you, Prof.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Can you hear me, please, Pak Darmawan?
Yes, Mr. Darmawan. Yes, Prof. Yuli can hear you, Prof.
Talking about the potential of the corn, yes, of course, I can say that everybody agree that corn is a potential crops because not only for feed, but also for food. Now, everybody knows, for example, in South Sulawesi, if you are going from Makassar to the southeast or to the north, and then we will find that every part on the road you can find a roasted corn or boiled or cooked corn. It means that everywhere you can find corn. Why they can put it everywhere? Because it has a potential in creating money, creating job. So you can produce money by having corn. And that's why also the Hasanuddin University or the Faculty of Agriculture try to develop corn by having target of the first one to see the problem on the field, including the climate, including the land area, including water availability, including biotic and abiotic stress. The second one is the needs of the corn industry itself. Why? Because the raw material of the industry is the corn grain. So, to produce feed. If there is no feed for the chicken, meaning that we are lost of the food. It means everyone, every time, everywhere, you have to produce corn. And not only playing with the research of the fertilizers, the research of the water, but should be what the farmer needs, how to develop the corn variety that really needed by farmers. That is, I think, that Ustaz Rahman Shah. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Yunus, for the answer. Okay, Prof. Yuli already satisfied with the answers. Prof. Yunus, maybe I will stop the question until here because now we already running out of time. We still have 4 speakers forward. So before we are closing the session presentation from Prof. Yunus Musa, please let us give you a certificate for your excellent presentations. Prof. Yunus Musa, yes. This is a certificate for your speak in this FANRes 2024 International Conference. Thank you very much. Please give big applause for Prof. Yunus Musa. Thank you. Okay, now we are going for our second speakers in this afternoon session. The next speaker is going to be Professor Prakash Kumar from National University of Singapore. Prof. Prakash Kumar, are you with us in Zoom meeting?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Your voice a little bit. Can you make it a bit
Too soft,
louder?
is it? Yeah. Better?
Okay, can you hear my voice, Prof. Prakash?
Yes, very clear.
Oh yeah, your voice also very clear. Welcome to the FANRes International Conference 2024. In decisions, before I give the time to you, Prof. Prakash, please let me read your curriculum vitae. Prof. Prakash conducted his bachelor degree in Mysore University, India, then continued his master degree on Madras University in India. He finished his PhD degree in University of Calgary, Alta, Canada. His expertise is in plant developmental biology and plant hormone signaling. Prof. Prakash has become an faculty associate education in the office of the provost in National University Singapore in 2006. Then from 2006 until 2016, he is a member of Management Committee, Department of Biological Science. In 2010 until 2016, he also a member of Governing Board of Southeast Asian Regional Center for Graduate Study and Research in Agriculture. In 2012 until 2018, he was Deputy Chairman of Genetic Modification Advisory Committee, where it started from 2018 until 2020, he became the chairman. In this conference, Prof. Prakash will present a topic with the title of Can Urban Farming Be an Option for Future-Proofing Food Production? This is quite interesting topic because this is very related with all of us. Prof. Prakash, I give the time to you. Thank you.
Thank you. So is someone handling my slides or should I share it? Because they asked me to
Yes,
send it
we can
earlier.
hear your voice.
So should I share my slides from here or are you going to control that?
Yes, you can share your PPT. Yes, we can see your slide at the moment.
Okay, thank
Yes.
you. So first of all, thank you for the invitation to speak at the conference. And the previous speaker, Professor Yunus, gave an excellent talk on corn breeding there. And that is for outdoor farms, right? So we need cereal grains in large farms. Now, land-scarce countries like Singapore will need to come up with alternatives. We can't grow in large farms. We can't grow food in large farms. We just don't have the large farms. And so, what are the options available for us? So one of the things that we were looking at is if urban farming can be an option for food production. At least part of it. We can't be fully self-sufficient. Okay, so in this connection, what I'll do is I will start off with a brief discussion on the need for urban farming, right? And then, on the need for urban farming, and then I will talk about what exactly do we mean by the concept of urban farming, and then how is it related to climate change? I will then give a few examples of what's happening in Singapore within this field, right, within the urban farming. Right, so we are all well aware that the population increase means we need increased food demand and we need increased food production. Prof. Yunus highlighted this in his talk as well. The other point that we know also is that extreme weather conditions and the climate change events are real and they are affecting food production, and therefore it's become a major challenge for food sufficiency or food security as a whole. Now, when we look at the population increase, you see the United Nations FAO, Food and Agriculture Organization, has come up with population growth models. And according to the estimate, by the year 2050, we're going to have about 9 to 9.5 billion strong population. It's about 1 to 1.5 billion more than what we currently have. And therefore, we need to increase food production. But like I pointed out, climate change is a major challenge that is going to, that we have to address in order to try and increase food productivity. So there are several direct effects on food production as a result of climate change. Of course, drought, flood, fires, these are three that are quite obvious. Locust crisis, meaning insect pest production. And we have all been through this in the last several years, global pandemics. And this is like our supermarket shelves, and these are normally we're used to seeing these loaded with materials that we can purchase, right? So food materials became scarce because of the supply chain disruptions. So global food prices increased by as much as 40% since January 2020, and many of these will have far-reaching implications on macroeconomic conditions and the sustainable development goals. Right, so people have been looking at what can be done in order to meet the global demand of increased food production, right? So one of the studies that was published in 2016 in the Harvard Business Review looked at this, and they came up with 6 different points. The first one is that you need to have deforestation-free supply chains, and we have to sustainably intensify food production. We need to increase long-term private investment and public spending, etc., right? So government policy makers have to take into consideration all these and introduce policies that are favorable for food production, and overall, these kind of efforts are needed to ensure food security, global food security. What are indoor farming efforts that are taking place around the world? Well, one of the much hyped up companies was the so-called AppHarvest, which was a NASDAQ-listed company, and this is like they started off with a huge, superstar lineup of investors and directors and so on, and they set up really top of the line 60-acre Kentucky facility. This is all what you see out there is all their indoor growth facility, right? This is among the largest indoor farms in the USA. And then when they launched it in the stock market in February 2021, the $10 share was selling at almost $40, right? And then a year later, it declined 1/10, like $3. And last year, they had to file for bankruptcy protection. What went wrong with this? Well, they went at it with big investment, and they were like big spenders, and they paid salaries like in the software industry. And food is something that we all know It can't be a profiteering kind of market. You cannot sell it for huge profit. It has to be sold at reasonable margins. But one of the things that we can learn from these companies that didn't succeed, we don't want to call them really failures, is partly because there's a lot we can learn from there. And then see, when we put in place new companies, what are some of the things that we should take care of, right? Make sure that we don't fall into the same traps, so, okay? So don't make the same mistakes. But there are some good things that we can learn. Well, it was soil-less growth conditions, and it's indoors, so there's no growing seasons, there's no effect of seasons, no effect of rain or drought or floods outside. This is all contained. And then they were using recycled rainwater, and they were using hybrid lighting, artificial intelligence, robotic harvesting, etc. So these are many of the things that we should keep in mind when we want to try and implement such techniques, and of course, without falling into the trap of overspending and going bankrupt. Okay. What can Singapore do to grow more food locally? Singapore, a land area on this map, as you can see here, this is a really, really tiny place, right? So we're probably the size of your city. Okay, so it is land scarce, and so traditional farming is out. But urban farming is an option that we can consider, and moreover, it is climate-proof. And like I said, we need to have a deforestation-free supply chain. We need to sustainably intensify production, and it should be climate-proof. So all these check boxes can be ticked if we use indoor farming with multi-tier growth racks, right? So, like I said, we need to learn from successful food exporters. Relatively small countries like the Netherlands and Israel have become successful food exporting countries. Why? Because they invested a lot into R&D, and then they came up with technological and science-based solutions for production, as well as they came up with automation of their farms. But can tiny Singapore be a significant player in food production? We can never claim to be the global food barn, so we're going to be net importers for as far as we can see. And so our farming activities are quite small, relatively modest. We have something like about 70 vegetable farms and about 120 fish farms and some egg farms that produce a small percentage of what we consume here. But then what Singapore decided to do was to set an ambitious goal of what we call 30 by 30, which is produce 30% of Singapore's nutritional needs to be produced locally by the year 2030. Right? So currently it's only around 10% production. So we need to triple the production. So how are we going to do that? We can't do it all by, just wishing on it. So we have to diversify import sources, that is to maintain food security. Grow local is part of this food security objectives, at least 30% to be produced in the local. And then we'll grow overseas as contract farms and so on. So multi-pronged food policies are helping to sustain or helping to ensure food security in the long term for Singapore. Right, so what are the options of farming in urban centers? So this is one of what you can see. Well, urban farming in general is a practice of cultivating, processing, and distributing food around the urban areas, right? So this is like on a rooftop. As you can see, this is from the bottom what you see. It's a multi-story car park. And on the rooftop, this is what you will see, right? So this is a Cityponics, hydroponic farm on a rooftop, right? It looks good. You can grow plants in vacant plots, community gardens, small front and backyards, along the corridors and terraces, rooftops, like I showed just now. But all these methods align well with the city in nature idea, but they're not scalable, right? The amount you produce is not going to be big enough to sustain a relatively large population. But indoor farms, like what we have here, multi-story indoor farms, they are open to intensive cultivation, right? So these can be set up in rooms and halls and even containers, right? So this was one of the first farms that was set up in Singapore several years ago, right? So this is 2014, so 10 years ago, set up by the electronics giant, Panasonic. And why did they do this? Because they wanted to show that the LED bulbs they manufacture can be used for growing plants. The red and blue LEDs can sustain growth of plants. Later on, more recently, Singapore has been working on setting up some of these in a large hall, the old abandoned school gym. So this is like more than 9 meters tall. So you have we have companies that have put up multi-story growth racks in here. The company is called Syngro, and the CEO was one of our former PhD students, right? So, so one of the things they've done is automated the irrigation system. This is all computer controlled, right? So the growth area suddenly has become multiple factorial, right? So you have 1, 2, 3, 4, about 16, 12 to 16 layers. So in theory, you have 1,000 square meters hall area, surface footprint, and you can grow what you can get in one hectare of farmland. So this is what we are saying intensive indoor farm. You can grow selected crops, right? Again, we can't be growing corn and rice and wheat. We still need to depend on imports for those. But other things can be grown, such as this farm grows strawberries, among others. And there's another farm that is specializing in leafy vegetables and specialty herbs, the products, right? So this has been going on for the last 10 years also about that. Kale, lettuce, arugula, etc. So they're supplying this to the specialty restaurants locally. So one of the key things they're able to achieve is relatively fresh produce, and then they can supply it very soon after harvesting on the same day. So the restaurants, especially the high-end restaurants, prefer that sort of produce. And so this is good. So what is Singapore doing about it? My university, the National University of Singapore, or NUS, has set up a research center on sustainable urban farming, or SURF at NUS, right? So, of course, our mission is to leverage on the diverse expertise within our university, because as you can imagine, as a comprehensive university, we have all different faculties. We have science with biology, we have food science and technology, chemistry, we have engineers, we have computer science, and so on, right? So the idea then is to create a globally competitive research program in sustainable urban farming, right? So that incorporates smart agriculture solutions, right? So we have set up this 2 years ago. And the idea is to drive or help to create a platform that will have a multidisciplinary research approach to address different stages of urban farm production. Like pre-production, you need to come up with good quality seed, like Prof. Yunus was highlighting, right? So by breeding technology, including precision breeding, such as genome editing, right? And then identify beneficial microbiomes, for example. We can set up an excellent pre-production environment. And then, of course, production. You need to have proper sensors, Internet of Things, AI-assisted management plans, and so on, to optimize growth and production, right? And then, once you produce it, post-production, our food science and technologies are talking about how you can render the food ready for the consumers, right? So whether there's minimal processing or whether there's additional processing, canning, making juice, etc. So there's urgent need for doing such or coming up with such novel solutions because single PI-driven efforts are not adequate to come up with all these solutions, right? And therefore, we have come up with a few such projects, such as the first project I want to highlight is plant wearable sensors. We are all familiar with what wearable sensors are, right? Smartwatches, people wear these all the time now. So these are sensing exactly what's going on in the wearer's body, right? And therefore, what we want is sensors that we can attach onto the plants, onto the leaves, onto the stems, and then get real-time data from the plants direct, not just the room where it is growing, right? So this is one of the efforts that we're doing by combined efforts of the Faculty of Science, Faculty of Engineering, and School of Computing, right? And then we have colleagues who are working. By the way, at the center, we have about 18 to 19 different professors who are identified as our PIs, right? So principal investigators. So there are several collaborative projects going on, including genomic selection, speed breeding, right? Beneficial microbiomes for indoor farming, genome as well as outdoor farming. Actually, they're looking at solutions for both. Gene editing or genome editing for generating new varieties of vegetables. And then we also have some one group that looks at using food waste and see if we can upscale it. Such as using the black soldier fly larvae, right? Producing that. Okay, so just one slide each for these projects, just to illustrate what's going on. To monitor plant growth and health with wearable sensors. So this is like what you see here is one sensor. It's like a Band-Aid, right? So you stick onto it. But then this has to be transparent. So you have to design it specifically for it. Inside that, you build in these sensing elements, right? So this is, for example, a strain sensor. And what's the benefit of that, you may wonder? Okay, leaves expand, right? So when they expand, there is a strain, they stretch. So you can actually measure the stretch, so how the leaf expansion happens and when it happens. For example, using a sensor that we have developed, data gathered shows that at nighttime is when the bulk of the stretching or leaf expansion takes place in the nighttime. So this is nighttime, that's daytime. Daytime, they're carrying out mostly photosynthesis and other reactions, right? And then nighttime, you see, another nighttime, it's expanding again. So the next day and the next day, next night again, it's expanding. So we see this diurnal pattern of growth. This is not normally apparent when you just look at the growth from one day to the next, right? So this is one of the benefits. This is a sensor we have developed now. And there's another sensor, this is for temperature sensing. So they have built-in elements within that, right? So these are able to accurately sense the temperature. Daytime is high, steady, and nighttime it goes down. And then the next daytime, and so on. So the point of this is that we are able to sense the temperature and the stretch, strain that is representing the growth. Genome editing for generating new brassica vegetable varieties. My colleague's lab is working on it. My lab is also working on. We're working on kailan. Another colleague's lab is looking at genomic selection and speed breeding of kale varieties. These are all different kale varieties. So he has collected more than 700. They've exceeded 800, 850 accessions from around the world. And then using this, they're carrying out deep sequencing, and then they're coming up with these, markers, DNA markers associated with fast and rapid growth, biomass increase. And then we have varieties that are, say, for example, rich in antioxidants. So can we make this grow like that, for example, right? So they're coming up with the combinations to develop, right? So the other group that I highlighted is looking at identifying beneficial microbiomes. This is without any microbiome treatment, right? Aseptic soil. And this is soil treated with their selected consortia of microbiomes, right? Consortium is some 10 to 15 different species of microbes in there. They've identified those by systematic isolation and identification from farms, right? From the soil directly. Okay, so you can see the benefit is very clear. They've quantified this. It's between 30 to 40% increase in plant growth without any additional fertilizer added. So this is good, right? So you don't have to put in this synthetic nitrogen fertilizers, for example. You can get the same benefits with beneficial biofertilizers, if you like. And then the idea of using black soldier flies is to, like I said, upscale the waste, right? So what you can do is you can grow and raise the larvae, and then use the larvae as animal feed, either chicken feed or fish feed in aquaculture facilities, etc. Right? And then the leftover compost can be used for as fertilizer for plant growth. So this is the kind of study that they're looking at. So what are the key benefits of urban farming? And why is this a sustainable method? The word sustainable can mean different things to different people, right? So here, we are using it broadly. Multiple things: space saving, highly productive, right? Controlled environment, which is unaffected by external environment, right? And we use LED lights and nutrient solutions, so water is less usage of water. And food safety is enhanced because there'll be minimal pest growth. It's not zero. Even indoors, the pests will, insects will come in, and so it have minimal pest things. It's almost equivalent to organic food. Wastewater can be recycled, so minimal environmental pollution, right? And we can monitor using sensors and things like what we have developed. Data analytics, AI, artificial intelligence, can be built into this, and we get locally grown food, and therefore less food waste. And then there's low carbon footprint because you don't have to transport it in long distances, no air freight, and so on. So the benefit is that the food quality is well, nutrient quality is high, and so on, right? So we are coming up with varieties by, say, gene editing, enhanced nutrient level, increased phytonutrient, such as anti-cancer compounds in it. The Kailan, we have come up with this gene-edited line. The first generation is with us now. We have to bring it, take it to level generation 2, generation 3, and then clean it up before we release it as a variety. So we have high anti-cancer compound production in that, in the Kailan. So we'll have high value produce, right? And that will be easily, sold in the local markets, and then it will fetch a high value as well. So this brings me to some of the disadvantages, right? So if it's all that good, how come we're not switching completely to that? Well, we need appropriate varieties. Again, Professor Yunus's talk, he was highlighting about the need for appropriate varieties for different areas. So we need appropriate varieties suitable for indoor cultivation. All the crop plants are selected for outdoor farms, so we need to do more improvements. There's high energy input needed, electricity for lights, cooling, fertigation pumps, etc. Now, the taste profile of plants may be affected. Now, this can work to a benefit. We can actually change the light wavelength, for example, and enhance the taste, sometimes the taste may be sacrificed. The cost is high, and therefore, many companies are losing money at the moment, but the market insights tell us that it's got very high growth potential, right? By the so when the survey was done in 2018, it was like $3 billion annual growth, and then they said, well, by the year 2026, which isn't very far away, right? 2 years from now, it's going to grow like 8-fold growth, right? So what do we need to do to ensure the success of indoor farms? Well, we need to innovate, to increase productivity, right? Reduce energy consumption, use renewable energy, enhance recycling, minimal environmental pollution, develop smart sensors, and use AI to monitor crops, develop suitable elite varieties that'll work as superfoods, right? In short, we need to develop enduring and sustainable solutions, right? So the final slide I have is take-home messages. How will indoor urban farming contribute to sustainable food production? I hope I've convinced you in saying that indoor urban farms have a high productivity per unit area, but it's expensive. But land-scarce countries like Singapore can increase their food production. This method is not directly affected by climate change, right? So drought, floods, too much rain, too little rain, none of it going to affect it. And therefore, high quality, fresh produce will be locally produced and available, saves on transportation costs. It's not affected by supply chain disruptions such as the pandemics. It's resource saving, right? And less environmental degradation in the long term. But it's energy intensive and hence expensive, and therefore we need to innovate. Come up with high value products that can be sold at slightly higher premium price than what you can get from the farm grown one. So the indoor farms will have more sustainable economic situation. Right? So these are the challenges and potential and what we need to do, right? So we have some thoughts, some ideas, we're working towards that. We are not done yet, but we have only begun. But some promising results are coming out, and therefore, overall, we're quite positive about this. That's where I end my talk. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much. Please give applause. That's very interesting presentations. I myself learned a lot from these presentations. Dr. Prakash, before we finish your sessions, I would like to give opportunities to our audience, our participants in the conference room. Yes, we got one from the conference room.
Sure.
Check. Oops. Sorry. Thank you, Ms. Moderators. Thank you, Professor, for the presentations. You have laid out that the indoor urban farming is very productive. It's sustainable, and you also have explained about the challenges or the key success factors even that you have mentioned in your last slide. However, we also see that not many countries actually taking the path for taking the indoor urban farming. So my question is, what is actually the biggest challenges? What is the barrier for implementing this and also for upscaling the indoor urban farming? And what makes Singapore? What makes it works in Singapore? That's my questions. By the way, my name is Irfan Kardawiria from Swiss German University, Indonesia. Thank you.
Thank you. It's a very insightful question. Okay, so I did not say that it is a wild success in Singapore yet. We are working towards that. Okay, so one of the key things that we recognize is that in a land-scarce country, like what we have here in Singapore, we do not have an option to resort to outdoor open farms, large farm areas. And therefore, we have to come up with this alternative method. And again, this is very similar to our situation with drinking water, fresh water, right? So we have come up with desalination plants and water purification plants. And we have to do this, and now Singapore know-how is gone to many countries, including in the Gulf countries, right? For example, in Oman, Muscat, they have desalination plants. Now, production of water by that is expensive, but you have an assured supply. In a similar way, production of food plants within indoor farms is expensive. But can we bring down the cost and make it more sustainable? So your first question was, why aren't other countries using it? Well, precisely because they have, at the moment, outdoor farms. That is a cheaper option, and that is readily available. So then why would you go for an expensive option? You wouldn't, right? But then countries like Singapore have no option. So we have to come up with alternatives. That's the first one. That's our necessity, and that's what is driving us to innovate, trying anyway. So that's the first one. Second one is that, when will it become successful? Okay, so we all recognize that climate change is inevitable, and it is happening, and you know, the outdoor farm productivity is dwindling. It is declining. I shouldn't say dwindling. It is declining steadily, right? We need to keep improving the varieties, but overall productivity is going to go down in the coming years. Probably in the next decade, productivity will go down by 10%, 15%. What is going to happen then is that our population would have increased quite significantly, and then food production from the current level goes down 10%, even 5%. That would already start making food expensive, right? So where are you going to grow your food? How are you going to make up for that shortfall? What I'm hoping for is a really, really optimistic, long-shot hope, is that we come up with a reasonably sustainable, I'm not replacing outdoor farms with my indoor farms, definitely not, a certain percentage, say 25%, can be grown here. Now that is a shortfall that we can make up for in all the urban centers, including in the developing countries. We have megacities. In most of our Asian megacities are, you know, like 20 million population cities, right? So we can come up with this technology, have it ready, and then we can export it and then use it in these different cities. And my prediction is that in the next, probably not 10 years, probably 15, 20 years, this will become an essential alternative to meet 5 to 10% of our food needs. And we cannot start innovating at the last minute. It would be like I tell my students, you know, it would be like your house is on fire, now you start digging a well. You can't do that, right? You have to dig a well first and in advance and get water there. So if there is any emergency, you have water ready. This is something analogous to that as well, so if I may indicate my thoughts. Hope I've answered your 2 questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Prakash. We also have one participant in the Zoom meeting room, Prof. Rusnadi, to ask a question. Prof. Rusnadi, please give your questions.
Yes, thank you. I'm Rusnadi Pajung from Department of Agronomy, Universitas Hasanuddin. I'm just wondering, the amount of the extent by which energy are used for this one to be considered as sustainable, at least at the moment when the chemical fertilizer still be using for nutrient solution. For example, the pumping and also the LED light also coming from electricity, which may be generated from coal, for example. What is your comment on this?
I fully acknowledge that, and this is why we are saying it is not 100% there yet. So renewable energy sources will need to be found. But what I'm highlighting is that when our outdoor farm productivity goes down by 10%, where are we going to find the replacement for that? I'm hoping that by then, this kind of innovations will help us come up with nutrient-dense crop varieties that we can grow in indoor farms. It may be a little bit more expensive than what we get in the outdoor farms. It's inevitable, but at least we will have some produce to consume. So let's say 5 to 10% shortfall, we can start thinking about making up with this. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Prakash. So that is the last questions for Dr. Prakash.
Thank
But
you.
before Dr. Prakash, you leave the Zoom meeting, we would like to present you a certificate as an appreciation for your participation as invited speaker in FANRes International Conference 2024. Dr. Prakash, this is your certificate. Our very gratitude for your participation as invited speaker in this conference. Please give big applause for Dr. Prakash. Thank you, Dr. Prakash. Okay, we are going to move to the next speaker. Our next speaker is Dr. Wanrat Abdul Kasim from Kasetsart University, Thailand. Dr. Wanrat, are you with us?
Yes, I'm already in this conference room. Can you hear me?
Okay, we can hear your voice.
Okay.
Okay, how are you, Dr. Wanrat?
Yeah, Alhamdulillah.
Yeah.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullah.
It's quite long since you come here in Hasanuddin University. Yeah. Okay, Dr. Wanrat, please let me introduce you by reading your CV. Audience, participant, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Wanrat conducted his bachelor degree in agricultural engineering, Kasetsart University, Thailand, then continue her postgraduate degree in master and PhD level at University of Tsukuba, Japan in agricultural science. His expertise is in biosystem engineering, and currently he is the Vice Dean for International Affairs Faculty of Agriculture, Kasetsart University. Dr. Wanrat, I think I'm not going to talk more. I just will the time to you to present your research with the title, The Implementation of Precision Agriculture to Enhance Agricultural Mechanization in Thailand. This is quite interesting topic. Dr. Wanrat, time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much for your nice introduction. And first of all, thank you for Hasanuddin University for inviting me to join this conference. I'm happy to see my dear colleagues again after my visit to your university last year. Okay, so I think we are already behind the schedule, so I try to make not to make my presentation too long.
Okay, so good afternoon again, everyone. I would like to share with all of you about the situation of precision agriculture in Thailand. Okay, so talking about precision agriculture, I think all of us agree that by the concept of precision agriculture, it is an efficient approach to make our agriculture production more efficient and more environmental friendly. Okay? Especially we are quite concerned about sustainability. Okay, it's interesting to look at the big picture around the world, how the precision agriculture market is growing. According to market analysis conducted by many companies, and we can see that the precision agriculture is really a growing market, and the rate of growing is increased every year. I remember that I presented this figure, the compound annual growth rate, 2 years ago in Indonesia at Bogor University at a conference. The growth rate was around 9%, less than 10%. But I see the speaker again this year, the number has reached 13.8% already, and it still keeps growing. If we look deeper into our region, as the Asia and the Pacific, we found that our region is one of the most highest growing region in the market size in the area of precision agriculture. The figure of compound annual growth rate is 15.6%. Okay, so we can see this figure. And if we look deeper into the segment of technology, it is reported that the most fastest growing segment is the irrigation system, so precision irrigation. This is the fastest growing segment. But if we look at the largest growing, and it is in terms of value, it becomes the guidance technology segment. Yeah, this is according to Global Market Estimate Research and Consultant. I look at another report. We see the similar trend. The figure might be slightly different. They give them the growth rate of about 12.9%, which is not the significant figure. Yeah, they have a forecast from this year, 2024 to 2031. Yeah, the market size is growing and is expected to reach 27.8 billion US dollar. This, and also if we look at technology by segment, we see the same trend. It is that the guidance system is mean the farm machine guidance system coming number one, ranked first, and then followed by the remote sensing, imagery, and then the variable rate technology. So if we consider this report and comparing the situation as I see in my country, Thailand, I think this makes sense. It seems true. Yeah, because nowadays the machine guidance system has been introduced in Thailand and adopted by many agricultural industry, especially the sugarcane industry, as well as the remote sensing and the VRT technology. Okay, so come to the technology that completely available in Thailand and adopted by Thai farmers and industry. The first technology is the precision land leveling. Actually, there are two concepts of practicing or implementing the precision land leveling. One is by the GNSS, and the other one is by the laser equipment. I think for the laser land leveling, if we talk about the cost, is something affordable now in Thailand, and we have a custom hire system. It means that the service provider can invest for this technology and give service to small farmer as well. The reason why we recommend our farmers to do laser land leveling, the first reason is that, as you see in this picture, for the land that is not well leveled, we may have some problem about the water retention in this field, or the drainage problem, or some difficulty in irrigation practice. And the subsequent erosion also can cause the problem in the field. So by leveling the land, this problem will be solved. Yeah. And another reason is that the overconsumption of irrigation water, especially the paddy rice, it is a crop that use a huge amount of water. According to a study by the Ministry of Agriculture and Cooperative Department of Rice, they have some experimental area and a pilot area in the central region of Thailand, which is the irrigate area. They found that with the laser land leveling rice field, the irrigation water can be saved by at least 50%. Yeah, another reason, apart from the irrigation problems, is that the operation of farm machinery. As you see in this picture, like the planters, no matter what, this is the sugarcane planter or cassava planter. For the conventional planters, we use the ground wheel to drive the transmission system, to drive the planting mechanism, or the fertilizing machine, the fertilizer applicator also, we have a ground wheel, as a driver, the driving mechanism. So if the land is not leveled properly, sometimes there is missing in planting, or an even application rate in case of the fertilizer applicator like this. So this is another problem that we found in the use of farm machinery. So with the land leveling, we think that the operation of farmery will be more efficient. Okay, and our Department of Rice, in collaboration with GIZ, which is a German cooperation agency, has introduced some low carbon rice production systems in Thailand several years ago, and it's still going on. They have 4 basic mitigation technologies. Laser land leveling is the prerequisite in order to do this system. Because in this system, we would like to practice the alternate wetting and drying And in order to do so, we have to observe the water depth in the field. We have to flood water sometime and dry the field sometime. So without a good leveling of field, we will not do such an automated wet and dry system. And of course, they have other mitigation technologies like straw and stubble management. For example, instead of burning, they promote baling or other approach of residue utilization, and also the site-specific nutrient management. So nowadays, I think the laser land leveling technologies become common, and our farmers get familiar with this technology already. This is some pictures of our people are doing the land leveling. Okay, starting from survey of the land level, some calculation, okay, and level the land with a tractor. Okay, so in case of sugarcane farm, okay, since sugarcane and sugar is a big industry in Thailand, so for sugarcane industry, they will not hesitate to invest for precision agriculture technology. As I see, the sugarcane industry in Thailand already adopt like area optimization by precision field layout using the GIS software. And about the machine automation, they adopt the GNSS guidance and auto steering system. This has been very helpful. One reason is that they would like to practice the control traffic system, which has many advantages. For example, it can reduce the soil compaction, and it can facilitate the subsequent process after planting. For example, crop protection, the use of fertilizing machine and the harvester and the truck for transportation in the field. So without a good design field layout and with the GNSS guidance and auto steering of the farm machine, they found that more planting rows can be achieved. They can lower the soil compaction. It can reduce the sugarcane damage due to vehicular traffic, and more efficient harvesting operation. In crop management, they also invest for the variable rate technology for site-specific nutrient management. This means the variable rate fertilizer application, and they also have some climate smart weather forecasting system. This is they use both the commercial technology and locally developed technology developed by Thai researcher or university, and they use the UAV or the drone for spraying. The UAV is useful especially for pre-planting chemical spraying to suppress the weeds, and for spot spraying when the cane has been planted. Yeah. And there is another type of UAV for monitoring the crop and scouting for pest and disease. Yeah, they employ the service provider to monitor the field and give some you a prediction or some suggestion about the crop management. And this is the example of the advantage of GNS guidance system. This is what we observed from our experiment in the sugarcane plantation. If you see in the right picture that if we drive the tractor or the farm machine manually by the driver, sometimes we get a wider row spacing. So it means that you get less number of rows than what you plan. But with the auto steering, the lines, the planting row is straight and precise. The row spacing is precise, so we can get more planting rows, at least by 5 to 10%. So it means that you get more yield. And with this system, we can reduce the effort or fatigue of machine operator. For the area optimization, this is another example that we show to the cane factory. For example, if you have a land of more or less a triangular shape like this, there are many possibilities to design the weight line. For example, if we use the first design, you might get the maximum number of rows, 189 rows. The number of rows is maximum, but it doesn't mean that the use of area is efficient. If we calculate the total length of the row, you will see that the length is around 28.6 meters, and the aerial efficiency is 94. But if we use another design, the second design, even though the number of rows is less, and but the length of row is longer. And actually, in machine operation, we prefer the longer row, like this. So the aerial efficiency is almost 100%, like this. So we start from this field layout. And another technology is the depth monitoring system. The depth monitoring system is useful for like a tillage, subsoiling, as well as the fertilizer application. We use the gyro sensor, attached gyro sensor on the machine. This is the real picture. We attached a sensor, one on the tractor frame and the other one on the lower link of the tractor each point. With this, we can monitor the tillage depth during subsoiling. We can know that which part the subsoiling depth is shallow than what we want, so we can give feedback to the operator. And we also develop our own technology which has a lower cost. This is the article tillage depth and soil strength monitoring developed by my colleague. If we don't want to go for the commercial device, we can develop our own low-cost device, our own low-cost system like this. This is also so the depth monitoring and also the soil strength monitoring. So with this, we can inform the sugarcane factory about their own field, what is going on or what is the field condition of the field. And we visit the sugar factory from time to time. And in this sugar company, they use the precision subsurface drip irrigation systems. So, but they found that with the surface irrigation, they found a huge amount of evaporation, especially in summer. So they decided to invest for the subsurface drip irrigation, and they incorporate with the precision technology. So this technology has been already adopted by this company. Another technology is the VRT technology. For example, in the spring, some sugarcane plantation areas still use the boom sprayer like this for large field, and this is the section control system that we use nowadays. With this section control system, the spray boom can be controlled separately, either to spray or to stop spraying. So with the section control, we can reduce the amount of chemical substantially from the repeated spray. Because with this system, the spray boom will not operate if that area has been already sprayed. So we can reduce the amount of chemical. And more about the boom sprayer, we also introduced our farmers to use the air induction nozzle, which is capable of reducing the spray drift. As you see in this picture, it's very clear that with the conventional nozzle, we see a lot of spray drift. But with the air induction nozzle, the spray drift is very low, which is very friendly to environment. To implement the precision agriculture technology, we can do by modification of conventional machine. For example, this is the fertilizing machine. When we use during when the sugarcane, the previous crop, has been harvested, a farmer will fertilize the field with this machine. Okay, the fertilizer will be released on the cane row. Okay, the conventional machine has a ground wheel as a driving mechanism, but if we want to modify, we can cut off this ground wheel, and instead we install the hydraulic motor to drive the screw, the feeding screw, to feed the fertilizer. And then here is the encoder to detect the rotation of the feeding screw. And this is the ECU. This is the electronic control unit. When the cane has been grown, for example, 1 month or 1 month and a half, the farmer will return to the queue and apply fertilizer again with this machine. Also, the previous one, the previous machine is has a ground wheel. Oh, sorry, what happened? The previous machine has a ground wheel, and we can convert or modify by using the hydraulic motor and encoded at the ECU like this. And we also have to install the depth control system because we need to control the depth of fertilizer application. Okay, and in harvesting of the sugar cane, we try to change from field burning to green harvesting. So we recommend the use of baler to bale the sugarcane leaf like that. So when the sugarcane trash has some value, then the farmer will not burn the cane. And both farmer and the sugar mill are happy with this system. Talking a little bit about the sugarcane harvester. The cane harvester is quite a costly machine. Not all of the farmer can invest for that, but in order to help the farmer to access the cane harvester, it's interesting that some Thai manufacturer do the remanufacturing of the second-hand sugarcane harvester. They import the second-hand sugarcane harvester from abroad, like in Brazil or Australia. And then they refurbish this cane harvester, as we see in this picture. With this approach, it is have a good news that the ratio of burn cane reduced. If we look at this graph, 10 years ago, the ratio of burn cane was more than 50%, but now the burn cane is lower than 50% already, only 20–30%. So this is a good approach. And this is from my research work. I did an experiment using the UAV attached with multispectral camera to observe the sugarcane growth in my experimental field. And with this drone, we can observe the spatial variability of the cane growth. And we trace the vegetation index every week. And we can see the temporal change of these vegetation indices. And from this information, we develop a mathematical model for predict the sugarcane growth and the sugarcane yield. So of course, the accuracy may not reach 100%, but at least like 70% we can predict it. And we are thinking that if we incorporate more parameters like soil moisture or irrigation parameters, we might achieve a better accuracy. So these are under research. So before concluding my presentation, I'd like to share with you about my experience from visiting China. Actually, I just come back from China yesterday. I visited China since last week to attend a conference and also to attend the agricultural machinery exhibition in Chacha province. Every time I go to China in the machinery exhibition, I see their technology is improving every time. And this time I see that the precision agriculture technology in the machinery, especially the machinery automations, becomes quite common for them. Like this machine automation system, the ECU, the auto steering, or like in this picture, in the sewing machine, almost every company, they have a seat monitoring system. And on the bottom left is the nozzle, spray nozzle control. Now we just start using the section control, but the nozzle control already available there, so this is even more precise. And for the seedling preparation also, like in rice production, they have a very fully automated seedling production system and a nursery system. And during my visit, I had a chance to attend the field demonstration, also in the paddy field, and interestingly, they have an unmanned combined harvester, which worked quite well, quite safe, and the performance is quite good. Yeah, and the automatic irrigation system is become common already in China now, as I see it. And yeah, in the exhibition, I also see the hybrid tractor. Maybe the EV tractor is another area of research. In Thailand, we are collaborating with one Thai company in developing the electric tractor also. So, and this is hybrid tractor. So I think this is another area of research that interesting for the future. Okay, thank you very much. This finished my talk. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Wanrat, for your excellent presentations. We got a lot of knowledge there regarding precision agriculture and all the technologies that use in the precision agriculture system. We are going to have maybe one questions because we do have limited time now. Do we have any questions in the conference room?
Yes. I have a comment or question, please.
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. In the Zoom meeting, do we have from Prof. Yunus? Okay, yes. Prof. Yunus, please.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. It's really attractive and important for me. I'm a sugarcane grower, let me say like that. Because I was in Papua New Guinea in 1997, where the original of sugarcane. You mentioned about how to measuring the physical parameter of sugarcane, such as plant height, leaf length, etc. How about the quality parameter, such as coal or bricks content, and relating to its maturity of sugarcane?
Yeah.
And the second question, please, only two, the short one. Usually, we pay farmers or planters not in timely, but based on the biomass produced by planters or the weight, and also the sugar productions after crushing. It's available your equipment to indicate sugar content or sugar production in timely in order to pay the planters during delivering of the cane. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor. To your first question, in my research, I hasn't yet include the parameter like bricks for internal quality, but there have been already research from another university, from Konkan University's professor, studying the relationships between the vegetation index and internal quality, like sugar content, bricks, or CCS, like that. And the accuracy is around 70% plus minus, like that. Yeah, like that. And in our laboratory, there is another group of professors using hyperspectral imaging to assess the internal quality, like the sugar content in the laboratory. But this hasn't yet expand to the real time or the field scale. We just find some parameters or the regression equation in the laboratory by damage the K stock, yeah, and taking into laboratory and find relationship or the spectral signature, yeah, like that. And for second question, you mean like a real-time geomonitoring by the machine, like that?
Yes.
Yeah. Also in our lab or in our team hasn't yet do that, but in Khon Kaen University they are doing more research on it, and they have such a system, sir. If you interest, you can approach Khon Kaen University. That professor collaborate with farm machinery manufacturer in modifying the sugarcane harvester or the planter like a brillet. Okay, they monitor the accuracy of brillet or the amount of the stem cuttings used during planting, and also to monitor the yield during harvesting, like that, sir. Yeah. So this is under research. Hopefully we will get this technology available soon in the future. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Because it's really become important. So sometimes we cannot pay the farmer on timely, but we need after crushing. That's the problem. The problem. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the question, Prof. Yunus, and for the answer, Dr. Wanrat. Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of time, so that's going to be the last questions. Dr. Wanrat, we very say thank you to you to want to become the presenter in this conference. So let us present an appreciation certificate for your valuable participation as invited speaker in 9th IC International Conference 2024. Please give big applause for Dr. Wanrat. Thank you very much, Dr. Wanrat.
Nice to meet all of you.
Okay, now we are going to move to the next presenter. Here we have Dr. Mohsen Gavahian from National Pingtung University of Science and Technology, Taiwan. Dr. Mohsen, are you there? Good afternoon.
Yes, I'm here. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, thank you very much. Dr. Mohsen, I know that you have limited time because you also have another meeting soon, so I will not hold you long. I just will going to read your brief CV. So, Dr. Mohsen graduated from Siraj University for his bachelor and master degree in food science, and then continue for his PhD degree in Ferdowsi University of Mashhad in the field of food and science and technology. His expertise is in ohmic heating and food processing engineering. He got a lot of awards, that is Stanford Elsevier ranking of top 2% top cited researchers, and then also International Union of Food Science and Technology Award in 2022 and Youth Sustainability Leadership Awards. Okay, I will give the time for you to present, Dr. Mohsen. We have around 30 minutes, including the question answer. Time is yours, Dr. Mohsen. For your slide presentation, you can share it by yourself, so it's going to be easy for you to move from one slide to another slide. Oh yeah, it seems like...
So I'm here, right? can share my
Our
slides.
speaker, okay. Okay.
Okay, so can you see the slides now?
Yes, you can start your presentation.
Okay. So good afternoon, everyone. It's my pleasure to be here as one of the invited speakers. And today I'm going to talk about the recent progress in innovative technologies to enhance sustainability in production and environmental balance. We change the presentation. Can you see it like this? Or I think I cannot full screen the presentation. How does it work now?
Yes, it's full screen now.
Okay, so that's good. So because the time is limited due to the delay in the conference program, so I will try to shorten my presentation to catch the next meeting. But today I'm going to mostly talk about the aspect of sustainability in the food industry, and I mostly go to talk about food processing. And I will take two of the novel technologies as examples to elaborate on the roles on sustainability and environmental impact. So what is food processing and what processing can do for us? We need to process the food because the food has limited shelf life, the raw material has safety concern. We need to work on improving food quality, and also we need to develop new product and other reasons. So we need to process the food. But the problem is that the current technologies we use to process the agricultural products to make a food have their own limitations. So they consume a lot of energy, they consume a lot of time, they have low efficiency, they may affect the quality of the food, and usually are costly because they consume a lot of energy and time. And sometimes the capacity is limited. So those things are important because in 21st century, we have the environmental changes. We have a global warming, we have rapid urbanization, we have changes in the land and agricultural products. So we need to think about sustainability in any aspect of the food production, from farm to the factories to the fork. So all of those need to be considered. And one of the important aspects, actually, when we look at the total impact, the food processing is one of the important ones. So we need to ensure the resilience of agri-food systems, and we need to enhance the sustainability. But because the conventional food processing technologies consume a lot of energy, they need a long processing time, they reduce the food quality, and they increase the food waste. They cannot meet the sustainability requirement. So this is why we need alternatives. And what are those alternatives? Those alternatives are emerging food processing technologies. So what are those emerging food processing technologies when we talk about novel or sustainable alternative food processing technologies? We can divide them into two different categories, thermal technologies and non-thermal technologies. I highlight them with two different colors. There could be more technologies, but I just list some of them here. For thermal technology, today I will talk about ohmic heating, the first one in the left side. And also I will talk about the moderate electric field, the fourth one in the right side, which both of them are based on passing the electrical current through a food sample. Those technologies can do lots of process, a wide range of process, including extraction, fermentation, microbial inactivation, enzyme inactivation, and so on. So I'm going to focus on the roles in improving the environmental impact, in their roles in enhancing sustainability, by providing some of the examples of their application in the food industry. And I will take some of my recent studies as examples to provide case studies on each of them. So one of them is to valorize the waste through extraction. So we have lots of agricultural products, and not all of them can be food. We have plant peels, we have seeds or relatively low quality agricultural products that they cannot be processed as a can or as a fresh produce. So those things regarded as waste, but actually they are not waste because sometimes they don't have safety concern. They are just with like maybe unpleasant shape, or like they are a part of plant which are not palatable or they are not delicious, like the fruit peels. So we call them food processing byproduct, and some people consider them as a waste. So if we can valorize those waste, if we can reduce the amount of waste, we could contribute to improving the environmental impact of food industry. So here is one of the example, one of our publication that elaborate on the role of ohmic heating and moderate electric field to extract the bioactive compounds from natural products, mostly from plant material. So if you are interested in the details, I can refer you to this paper to look at the details there. And also another example that we recently conducted, because one of the agricultural waste or byproduct are wheat bran. So we try to work on that agricultural byproducts. The farmers sometimes just burn it to get rid of that. That one may contaminate the environment. It may produce lots of carbon monoxide, and it has a very impactful carbon footprint, which is not good for 21st century, the situation we have. So we try to valorize this through the extraction process, but the conventional extraction process could not give us a good result because that one needs a significant amount of energy. And that one, although we could valorize it, we could get lots of carbon dioxide equivalent, which is because of the energy consumption. So we design and develop a new system, a new machine based on ohmic heating that could valorize the rice bran to the extract, and we save more than 50% of the energy consumption. And then in the later step, we use that extract as a stabilizer for edible oils. So not only we convert the waste to a value-added product, we also use that to extend the shelf life of edible oil by postponing the oxidation. So we reduce the food waste through two different aspects, and that one could contribute to sustainability. Another example can be seen by using pineapple byproducts. In Taiwan, we have a significant amount of pineapple byproducts, including the waste, core, and crown. So in a recent study, we designed and developed a new valorization system based on ohmic heating, which is energy efficient, and it extracts the bioactive compounds from the pineapple peel, which we usually look at this as a waste and an environmental concern. But we managed to valorize it to bioactive compounds and contribute to sustainability. In another work, we work on the pineapple core, the same thing, because pineapple core, although it is edible, some industries like canning industry may consider as a byproduct, or some people might not be interested in consuming that as a food because of the texture. But we managed to consume it through an innovative approach sustainably to valorize this agricultural waste. Another example is to achieve the aroma from the plant material. Actually, this one is a patented technology that we developed around 10 years ago and now is using around the world. But the recent review we have on this technology, which is called ohmic assisted hydrodistillation, can be found in the paper I referenced here. So if the attendees are interested in learning more about ohmic assisted hydrodistillation technology, which is very energy efficient to convert the aromatic herbs into essential oils especially, or to concentrate in the ethanol or bioethanol, I would like to invite them to check this paper, which is available online, and the information are available there in details. So this is one of the aspects, just extraction. But emerging technologies can contribute to sustainability through improving some traditional food process such as fermentation. So here is a paper that we, like 4 years ago, we explained the mechanism involved in such a possibility, how to use ohmic heating or moderate electric field to enhance the fermentation in food products. So there are lots of mechanisms involved, but anyway, we explained that if we apply electricity, we can improve the fermentation process and we can enhance the resource efficiency in this way because we can get more product from the same amount of raw material, and that one can contribute to sustainability. The third part is to reduce the food waste by improving the shelf life and increasing the microbial inactivation. So here is a system we work on that during past 5 years. We develop a non-thermal processing technologies to pasteurize the milk in a continuous flow unit, and the system will pasteurize the milk at low temperature, which could contribute to sustainability, because in traditional process for pasteurization, we need to warm up the milk to a temperature, let's say around 70 degrees, depending on the time and the system. That will consume energy, and also it may impact the product quality. But in this system that we design and develop, we reduce the energy consumption, and we produce a high quality milk more sustainably. And here is the graphical abstract of that work. Later, we upscale the system again, and we look at the sensory evaluation results. So there are multiple papers published on this technology by our team. I could refer you to that area. Another example that we work on extending the shelf life of the food is using cold plasma as another electrical-based technology to increase the shelf life of shiitake mushroom. And you can see here in the photo the top picture, when we use plasma-activated water, the mushroom after 1 week keep the freshness. So that one can reduce the food waste, because sometimes we cannot consume the agricultural product really fast. So we need to transport them to different region of the country or different area. So if we process them with those emerging technologies, we can increase the shelf life and we can reduce the food waste. Another aspect of contribution of those technologies to protect the environment and to contribute to sustainability is providing safe foods. It could be related to sustainability development 2, the goal number 2, which is end hunger. So people and all the human beings should be provided with safe and sufficient food. But unfortunately, lots of agricultural products are contaminated by agrochemicals, including pesticides, fertilizers, or mycotoxins. So one of the things we work on that we use emerging technologies such as cold plasma to mitigate those agrochemicals, because anyway, when the product is contaminated, if you want to just simply discharge it, it means a lot of waste. But if we try to find some solution to reduce the amount of those contamination, this could contribute to sustainability. This part may need more in vivo study to ensure the safety of the product, but there is a possibility to use cold plasma and other systems to reduce the contamination of those products. So here is one of the paper. We try to work on drinking water and agricultural products. Here is another one. We work on removing mycotoxins through a combination of emerging technologies and fermentation to enhance the food safety. Or here is another one. We work on application of novel technologies to remove the mycotoxins from agro-food material, and we elaborate on the role on sustainability. Or here is another one. We work on the application of innovative food processing technologies to remove mycotoxin and pesticides from the foods. Or this one specifically focused on cold plasma for elimination of food contaminants, including heavy metals. So here we address that one as well. And this one is specifically focused on mycotoxin removal from foods by cold plasma. So there are lots of information online, and I would like to invite the attendees to check those things if they are interested on the role of emerging technologies in removing agrochemical contaminants, or we call them mycotoxins, pesticides, and so on. Another contaminant that is important in terms of food safety are microbial contamination. We have several cases of food poisoning, and it could result in death in some cases. Like salmonella is one of them, and we need to remove those things from the food material, but sometimes we need to go through a thermal process, high temperature processing, which are consuming a lot of energy, and they are not sustainable. So we decide to use cold plasma to inactivate salmonella on eggshell. So here is the result. You can see we applied the plasma gas on the duck egg, and we got a good result, up to 4 log cycle reduction at room temperature, at ambient temperature, during a short time, less than a minute. That could contribute to the food safety and enhance the sustainability. So the result of this is published in this journal. So if you want to have the details, I can refer you to this journal. Okay. So another new area which has been less discussed is how to use those emerging technologies to develop new chemical compounds that have functional properties and can contribute to the sustainability. Here I put a very recent paper published last week, I can say, this month, like 2 weeks ago actually. So we decided to use emerging technology to develop new functional components. So if you want to know about this as one of the latest progress in the field, I could refer you to this paper. It's available online now in Innovative Food Science and Emerging Technologies. Briefly, we use cold plasma to modify the bioactive compounds extracted from blue pea flower. You know, that one is popular herbal tea nowadays. But the bioactive compounds are not durable when we apply thermal process. So we need to find alternative technology to keep them stable, to make sure they are stabilized. And there is a possibility to even make them more functional by modifying their chemical structure through cold plasma. So in this paper, we provide a chemical study and optimization on this plan. The paper is available online, and because of the time limitation, I cannot go through the details, but I could invite the attendees to check this one. Another possibility to even get more from those areas of the science to contribute more to the environment is to integrate those technologies together, to use 2 or 3 technologies together. Here are some examples. How does it work when we use 2 technologies together? It could be thermal and non-thermal, or non-thermal and non-thermal, or thermal and thermal. We might get better results. Here I provide some examples. For example, we talked about the combination of fermentation and emerging technology. In another research, we work on a combination of several emerging technologies, such as high pressure processing and high voltage electric field, as well as high voltage electric field and ultrasound sonication together. And when we compare those processes compared to the time we have just one technology together independently, we could get better result when we apply it to GAC leaf valorization for the extraction process actually. And here is the result. You can see the thing here. Okay, so if you want to talk about the possibility of the combined methodology, here I provide a recent review we published like 3 years ago to have the combined technologies to remove pesticides and mycotoxins. And here is about the combination of electricity and fermentation. Here is a recent study one of my students completed. They tried to apply ultrasound to enhance the fermentation process, and we got a better result when we have a combination of sonication and fermentation. So we could get higher yield of the product we need and contribute to sustainability. Ultrasound can also be combined with ohmic heating. Here is an example. We use it for extraction process, and we receive higher yield of the extract when we combine them together. But the question is that, is it always good to combine those technologies or not? But the key is that they may have their own limitation. They might be more costly. So this is the area we need to look at this closely, because when we want to collaborate with the industry and put those technology into the industry, those combinations could be costly for the industry that's going to purchase the technology. So we need to ensure the benefit we can get outweigh the limitations. So in some cases that one could work, and some cases it's just good for sorrow aspect. But to this moment, I discuss about several advantages of emerging technologies, but for sure there are challenges to address. And in this paper, actually, I decide to not just focus on the good aspect, but also look at the limitations. This paper published last year in Quality Assurance and Safety of Crops and Food. I would like to invite you to check this one if you are interested in learning about the limitations of those technologies, specifically ohmic heating here for mycotoxin reduction. And let's focus on sustainability and SDGs. So here is the 17 goals that defined by UN, United Nations, to achieve sustainability. We have discussed the role of those emerging technologies in extraction, improving fermentation, enhancing food shelf life, improving food safety, providing food for everybody. So you can see among the goals like SDG 2, which is related to zero hunger, SDG 7, which is related to affordable and clean energy, and some other goals such as SDG 12 and even SDG 13, which is related to climate change. All of them could be related to these emerging technologies, and modern electric field, MEF, and other novel technology have potential to contribute to those goals, and we can use it to enhance the environmental resilience. And but many of them are not still in the industry. We need to work on that. So in a recent paper published like 2 months ago, I share my opinion on the prospects of emerging food processing technologies for achieving sustainability in industry through reduced energy consumption, waste reduction and valorization, as well as improved food nutrition. So this paper specifically outlined my viewpoint on this topic, and I would be very happy if you go through the paper and look at my opinion, which is providing detail in this paper. But the field of emerging food processing technology is very diverse, and many researchers are working on that. I'm just a small member of the team who are trying to address the food sustainability through emerging technologies. So it would be good to have some paper collections for researchers who might be interested in this area of the science. Here I provided a paper collection, journal LWT. We launched a special issue in LWT like 3 years ago in 2021, and we have a collection of around 100 papers related to emerging food processing technologies to improve safety and quality of the foods. So you can find the papers from the expertise in the field in this special issue. The papers are available open access probably, because LWT is known as open access journal. And we have an editorial there. And also, if you want to learn more about emerging non-thermal processing technologies, we have a book of the special issue published by MDPI. This one is also available online. And a question here, some of the colleagues, they will ask us, oh, those areas are very good. We want to do research. We want to extend our research area to this topic. How to do it? So in collaboration with my good colleagues on the field and working with pioneers of the in emerging technology, we have a book, Protocols in Emerging Food Processing Technology, probably one of the internationally recognized books in this area, published by Springer Nature, United States. This book is also available online. Probably your university can provide free access to the book. So if you just Google the book name, you can find the book and download it. We have different chapters, and in each chapters we decided to explain how to use different types of emerging technologies, including ohmic heating, pulse electric field, and so on. So let's have a quick summary because we are going to run out of time. Today we explain how innovations in food processing is required for a resilient agri-food system to address the environmental concerns, and emerging technologies can contribute to this through reduced energy consumption or waste valorization, and they can play a role in SDGs. At the same time, we need to focus on the practical application and industrial collaboration. So that part could be more challenging sometimes because we really need to use them in a practical setting to contribute to sustainability, not just in the labs. And we have presented some case studies to demonstrate how those interdisciplinary collaboration could contribute to sustainable agri-food production. Before closing the session, I have some invitation for all the attendees, especially my good colleague at Hasanuddin University and all the colleagues in Indonesia. We have established Emerging Food Processing Technology Laboratory at National Pingtung University of Science and Technology, Taiwan. The lab is equipped with the most advanced technologies, including ultrasound, cold plasma, and ohmic heating. So we welcome students from different regions of the world to join the lab for PhD programs. Especially, we can provide scholarship. And also, I would like to invite the colleagues for research collaboration with our lab. We have already established a good network. You can see the laboratory is already collaborating with many countries and many regions of the world, and we would be very happy to extend our collaboration. I also work as the editorial board or associate editor of different journals. So I would be very happy to collaborate with you. And here I have another two invitations actually for two special issues related to the topic of this conference. The first one is advancing in the valorization of agro-industry byproducts in a journal, Biomass Conversion. This journal is free of charge. There is no publication fee involved. I'm the guest. I'm serving as a guest editor for a thematic issue in this journal. So please feel free to submit your papers related to valorization to Biomass Conversion Journal in the Springer. And also in collaboration with my good colleague, we have a special issue in Foods MDPI. That one needs publication charge, but we might be able to provide discount or full waivers of the publication fee. The topic is food process modeling, optimization, and control, and we especially welcome the papers related to sustainability to this special issue of foods. And as mentioned before, dedicated PhD students are invited to join the lab under funded programs. And we can provide them good training and good environment. Another invitation I have for you here, especially for the good colleagues from Indonesia, is the centennial anniversary we are going to have. Our university is going to be 100 years old just next month. So we have a very big celebration at in NPUST. So all of you guys are welcome to join. If you have planned to travel, just let me know. I would be more than happy to provide arrangement required. And Last but not least, one of the important things we want to announce is that IUFOS 2026 International Union for Food Science and Technology 2024 was in Italy, and 2026 is planned to be in Taiwan. And the location is in the south of Taiwan, in Kaohsiung Exhibition Center. As one of the members of Overseas Academic Exchange Committee for Taiwan Association of Food Science and Technology, which is an adhering body of IUFOS, I welcome all the colleagues from Indonesia and different regions of the world to join IUFOS 2026. And you can put this in your calendar, and we are looking forward to seeing you there. Thanks for your attention, and I would be very happy to provide answer to any question if you may have.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mohsen. We give big applause for Dr. Mohsen. Because of the limited time, I think I just gonna give one questions opportunity. Yes, we got one from the conference room. Okay, Bu Gemala, time is yours.
Thank you very much for the chance. My name is Gemala. Good afternoon, Dr. Mohsen. Good afternoon, and I have a question about the ohmic heating. Yeah, for the ohmic heating, I realized that since I also did some research about ohmic heating, mostly ohmic heating is used for liquid product because of the challenge in creating a uniformity in the electrical conductivity of the product. So, what did you do? What did you do in your research? Because I see that you did the research for ohmic heating of wheat brain and the pineapple core. So what did you do to conduct the ohmic heating in a relatively solid food, for my understanding? Can you explain how to overcome the challenges in creating uniform electrical conductivity for the solid product? That's my question. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for your question. Actually, it's a very important question related to the field of ohmic heating. I agree that processing foods with multiple phase could be challenging by ohmic heating, but these are the area that we have already focused, and we solved the issue through different methodology. We have processed solid food, purely solid food with ohmic heating. We design and develop specific electrodes that could keep the connection with the solid material. In terms of the question you had about like food with multiple phase, let's say a soup which contain a liquid and some vegetable particles, that one could be also achieved. I agree that different parts have different electrical conductivity, and we may get different heating rate. But through process optimization, we could achieve the thing we need. One of the examples we did it, if I want to provide really quick answer, we could adjust the electrical conductivity of the different phases to the same level of electrical conductivity through some pre-treatment, let's say about the size or the concentration of ions in those solid phases, or through different methodology. It is not easy. It takes lots of effort to achieve it, but it is possible to achieve it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your answers. So, Dr. Mohsen, we already come to the end of your presentations, but before you leave, please achieve your appreciation certificate from the Committee of 9th International Conference 2024. Dr. Mohsen, appreciation certificate we present for your valuable sharing. Please give applause to Dr. Mohsen.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much for having
Thank
me
you
here,
very much.
and I'm looking forward to further strengthen the collaboration between Hasanuddin University and NPU.
Sure, we invite you to come to our faculty in Agriculture Faculty of Hasanuddin University. We're gonna give you very big warm when you come here.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, now we come to the last but not least presenter. On our last presentations, we have Dr. Thomas Chung from Mendel University, Czech Republic. Dr. Thomas, are you with us in the Zoom meeting?
Yes, I am.
Ah, that's good. How are you?
I'm fine. It's very early here in Europe.
Oh, okay. Maybe you wait a bit longer, yeah, in the Zoom meeting.
It's fine, it's fine.
Okay, thank you very much. So please let me introduce yourself before we start your presentations. So Thomas Chung, PhD, conducted his bachelor degree in University in Ludwig Maximilians University in Munich, both for his bachelor and PhD degree. His expertise is in forest science and Phytophthora, and his experience conduct several things, such as management committee member of Cost Action, member of the Center for Mediterranean Bioresources and Food, Laboratory of Molecular Biotechnology and Phytopathology, Faculty of Science and Technology, University of Algarve, and then approval for funding of Portuguese Foundation for Science and Technology Investigator Development Grant in 2016, and in 2018, head scientist research of the Phytophthora Research Center, Mendel University in Czech Republic. In this conference, Dr. Thomas Chung gonna present Phytophthora, Globally Emerging Disease and Biogeography. Dr. Thomas, without further ado, we hand the time to you. The presentation gonna take around 35 minutes, including the questions. Time is yours, Dr. Thomas.
Thank you very much. I will start the screening of the share. Can you see my screen?
Yes, the slides already set.
Okay. So, am I in presentation mode?
Yes.
Okay, thank
all
you
good.
very much. So, I have the honor to introduce to you today the most important plant pathogenic genus of the world, Phytophthora, and the name means plant destroyer. I will give you an introduction into the biology of the genus Phytophthora, the biogeography of Phytophthora, where they originate. I give you an overview of Phytophthora diseases of forests globally, and I will always point out the importance of the nursery infestations as a major pathway for the spread of Phytophthora species. This is a very simplified tree of life that shows that Phytophthora species belong to the oomycetes in the Straminipila and in the kingdom of Chromista. They are not fungi. The fungi are here in the tree, here are the plants, and they belong to the Chromista. That means they are related to brown algae and diatomea. They are not fungi. This is a phylogenetic tree that shows you the genus Phytophthora is structured in 12 phylogenetic major clades. And interesting to you certainly is that the downy mildews like Peronospora or Hyaloperonospora or Brenia, Plasmopara are nesting inside the phylogeny of Phytophthora. That means that the downy mildews are highly specialized Phytophthora species. The genus Phytophthora currently has more than 260 described species. Most of them are primary parasites. We have soil-borne Phytophthora species and we have airborne Phytophthora species. The soil-borne Phytophthora are responsible for more than 70% of all known fine rot diseases and more than 90% of all collar rot diseases of woody plants. The airborne species cause fruit rots, shoot diebacks, and bark cankers on above ground plants. We have species with wide and with very narrow host ranges. Host-specific Phytophthora are typically Phytophthora alni on Alno species, Phytophthora quercina on oak species, Quercus, Phytophthora infestans on potato, tomato, and other Solanaceae plants, Phytophthora soji on soya or Fragaria on strawberries. And then we have polyphagous Phytophthora species like Phytophthora cinnamomae with more than 5,000 host plant species, and other species like Cambivora, Cactorum, Plurivora, and Ramorum with each more than 100 host species. Phytophthora species form typically oospores, thick-walled oospores inside of oogonia, and they can have the male fruiting body, the antheridium, laterally beside paragynous, like in this species here, or they can have it amphigynous, encirculating the oogonial stalk. Many Phytophthora species also have ornamentations on the outside of the oogonial walls. And this is a picture showing you how the oospores of Phytophthora cinnamomae look inside the root of a eucalyptus plant. Phytophthora species form zoospores inside of sporangia, and the sporangia can have papilla, like in these species, very prominent papilla on the apex. They can be semi-papillate with a very shallow papilla like here, or they can be non-papillate, like in these species without any papilla on the apex. In 1/3 of the Phytophthora species, the sporangia are airborne. That means they are caducous. They have very short pedicels, and they are shed at these pedicels and spread like fungal conidia through the air, infecting fruits and other above-ground parts of plants. And these pedicels can, in some species, be very long, like in this new species from South America. Sporangia are, especially in the airborne species, formed in sympodia, which are formed on the leaves or the infected fruits, and they break off and fly through the air, infecting other plants. All Phytophthora species form zoospores inside the sporangia and release them already fully differentiated, like you can see here. And 1/3 of the Phytophthora species also form vegetative resting structures that survive harsh conditions, and they are called chlamydospores, like here in Phytophthora tropicalis, or Phytophthora meadii, or Phytophthora cinnamomae. The zoospores of Phytophthora species are chemotactically attracted to the fine roots of tree species or other plant species. And you can see here hundreds of small zoospores accumulating in the elongation zone of a root of a Fagus sylvatica tree. And these are electron microscopic photos showing you how the zoospores look like. They have two different flagellas. They can actively move through water in the soil or in streams and find chemotactically the fine roots. When they find the fine roots, they attach to the roots, they shed the flagella, and then they start infecting the root. The number of described Phytophthora species is, since the 1990s, exponentially increasing, as you can see here. In 1990, we had approximately 45 to 50 described Phytophthora species, and at the moment, we are at almost 270 Phytophthora species. Since the year 2000, 342 new Phytophthora species have been found all over the world, many of them in Southeast and East Asia. 213 of these species have been described yet, but still there's 130 undescribed species, many of them in my research group, waiting to be described. I performed with my research group in the last 20 years, lots of Phytophthora surveys in natural ecosystems in East Asia and in Southeast Asia. We detected many, many new Phytophthora species. You can see the surveys in Japan produced 57 Phytophthora species. The survey in Taiwan, 30 species, in Vietnam, 52 species, and in Indonesia, astonishing 62 Phytophthora species. The surveys in Indonesia were done in cooperation also with Hasanuddin University. The interesting thing is that in all these surveys across Southeast and East Asia, approximately 1/3 of the species was known. Here in Japan, 39%, Taiwan, 33%, and Indonesia, 32%, and 2/3 of the species we found were unknown to science. They were new species. We clarified in the last few years the natural biogeography of Phytophthora clade 2. It's a very extensive and very important clade from phytopathology. And you can see that several of the subclades of clade 2 are native and originating from Southeast and from East Asia, while only one clade is purely native only to the Americas, clade 2b. 2 years before, we also published the natural biogeography of Phytophthora clade 10, and you can also see that 2 of the subclades of this clade are native in East and Southeast Asia. So the Phytophthora diversity in East and Southeast Asia is truly astonishing. We performed with a global collection of Phytophthora cinnamomi isolates, also a population genomic study, and we could show that in East Asia and Southeast Asia, in Taiwan and Vietnam, the number of multilocus genotypes of this important plant pathogen is by far the highest in the whole world, while in the rest of the world we have only 2 multilocus genotypes. It's 2 pan-global clonal lineages that actually drive the epidemic all over the planet. And you can see here in this phylogenetic tree of Phytophthora cinnamomi, again, that the Taiwanese isolates are incredibly diverse, and the Vietnamese isolates, the pink ones, are incredibly diverse, and the rest of the world, the isolates, are 2 pan-global clonal lineages that drive this epidemic. They once escaped from East Asia, and they drive the epidemic. We performed also the quest for the origin of Phytophthora ramorum. I will show you later photos of the diseases it causes in trees in Europe and in North America. It's one of the major quarantine pathogens. And we searched in Shikoku and in Kyushu in Japan and in the north of Vietnam, close to the Chinese border. And we found there 8 new lineages of Phytophthora ramorum, and we performed a multi-gene phylogenetic analysis that shows that the European lineages that drive the epidemic in Europe and the North American lineages, they are nesting inside the phylogeny of the 8 new Asian lineages. So it is clear that Phytophthora ramorum originates from East Asia. You can also see here the colony growth patterns of all the 12 lineages, and you see that they diverged a long time ago, and they developed lots of differences already in the colony growth patterns. I will now switch to the diseases that Phytophthora species cause. I think every one of you heard about potato late blight, a major pathogen in agriculture driving the late blight epidemic worldwide. And it causes above ground disease of stalks and of the leaves, and within a very short time can destroy a complete potato field. Another example is Phytophthora rosacearum, causing patch mortality of sunflowers. The problem in agriculture is that most of the plants are very clonal, and if the pathogen genotype fits the genotype of the plant, then it causes a disaster. My specialty are actually the diseases in forest ecosystems and natural ecosystems. And you can see that the emergence of new Phytophthora epidemics in forests and natural ecosystems globally is increasing exponentially, especially in the last 30 years. We are now at 41 known Phytophthora epidemics of forest ecosystems worldwide. Native tree species are highly susceptible to exotic invasive Phytophthora species. So if you introduce an exotic Phytophthora species into a non-native area, you can expect a lot of disease in the native tree species. In Europe, most nurseries are infested with multiple invasive aggressive Phytophthora species. And almost every planting activity in Europe, North America, and often also Australia is spreading invasive aggressive Phytophthora species to the wider environment. Invasive aggressive Phytophthora diseases are also favored by increasingly frequent climatic extremes and interacting synergetically with them. I will now give you a tour de force around the world in Phytophthora epidemics of forest ecosystems. starting in Western Australia, where the huge and very diverse Jarrah forest is at home. You can see it is structurally and from the diversity an incredibly fascinating ecosystem, but you can see here the disease starting with yellowing and browning of these grass trees. And apparently a few weeks ago, someone was hiking here with muddy shoes, and the muddy shoes had Orgonia, oospores or clemadospores of Phytophthora cinnamomi in the mud, and they fell off and started spreading in this forest ecosystem. And 10 years later, these ecosystems look unfortunately like this. The ground layer of plant species is almost completely dead, and the eucalypt species in the ground canopies are dying. This is caused by Phytophthora cinnamomi, Phytophthora multivora, and 24 other Phytophthora species. That's why the Australians call Phytophthora cinnamomi the biological bulldozer. It runs through the ecosystem and it kills everything on its way. This also happens in the very fascinating Banksia woodlands on drier areas, and you see here also the dieback of the canopies. In Western Australia, 2,800 of the 5,700 endemic plant species are susceptible to Phytophthora cinnamomi. And globally, it has more than 5,000 host plant species. But if you go in Vietnam, in the monsoon forests, you walk on Phytophthora cinnamomi on every step you do, and the forests are completely healthy, as you can see here. The same is in Kalimantan, in the tropical rainforests of Kalimantan, or in the tropical rainforests in Sumatra, or in Sulawesi, in the tropical montane forests. These forests have co-evolved over millions of years with the aggressive pathogen Phytophthora cinnamomi and usually don't show diseases. I found in East and Southeast Asia with my team only in very rare occasions diseases by Phytophthora. This was in a tropical cloud forest at the Phan Xipang mountain in northern Vietnam, where you see the dieback of the canopies of the Castanopsis trees and bleeding root lesions on a native Rhododendron arboreum tree. And this is caused because of climate change. Phytophthora cinnamomi mating type A2 is moving upwards in the mountains to areas where it was before restricted by cold temperatures. This is a climatic change driven emergence of a disease in a country where cinnamomi actually is native to. Similarly, in Western Sumatra, we found bleeding bark cankers on cinnamon trees in cinnamon plantations. This is the area where also Phytophthora cinnamomi was 100 years ago by Rans originally described. And in the surrounding forests around these plantations, you can also sometimes see on Castanopsis trees the same bleeding cankers. And also in Sumatra, you can see mortality of planted exotic eucalypts in forest plantations for paper industry. And this is caused also by Phytophthora cinnamomi, mating type A2, which causes a root rot and a color rot. You can see here this orange-brown discoloration is caused by the pathogen. And this is a problem when you have a native pathogen like Phytophthora cinnamomi and you plant exotic tree species or exotic crops on land that is inhabited by this aggressive pathogen, then you can have such mortality. Also on Amami Island in Japan, we found native Castanopsis cybodiae forests that were dying back because there was Phytophthora cinnamomi mating type A2 introduced and killing the Castanopsis trees. But these were rare occasions that we encountered in East and Southeast Asia. I will now go to California. I show you sudden oak death symptoms. This is the coastal forest with conifers and oak species along the coast in California, and we see that all the oak species here in this forest and the 10 oak species are brown and dying, and this is caused because of Phytophthora ramorum, an invasive quarantine pathogen. It sporulates with sporangia on an understory shrub, Umbellularia, bay laurel, and it jumps from there with sporangia onto the stems of the oak species, causing bleeding cankers up to 2,000 cankers per tree, and the trees collapse in a very, very quick manner. Also in the United Kingdom, there is a disease that is called sudden larch death. It acts very, very similar to sudden oak death, and you see here the brown larch trees in the forest They are all infected by Phytophthora ramorum. It causes twig cankers. You see the resin bleeding here. And when you open the bark, you see here the discoloration underneath the bark and a very quick collapse of the large trees. You see this from an aerial photo also, the defoliated large trees here. And as a quarantine measure, millions of trees have been felled by the forest services to prevent spread of the pathogen. It's a huge economic damage. But if you look in Japan, in a healthy mountain forest, here you have Phytophthora ramorum everywhere, and the large and the tree species here are all resistant to the pathogen because of long-term co-evolution. If you look on the Pacific coast in Chile, then there was 20 years ago, in 2005, a new disease of Pinus radiata plantations coming up, and it was caused by Phytophthora pinifolia. That means the pine needle infecting Phytophthora, and you see here the browning on landscape scale. That is caused by the pathogen. The pathogen infects the lower needles and then sporulates on the needles and infects the next layer of needles and the next one and the next one, moving up in the canopy and causing a severe defoliation. You see here the infection of the bark and the resin bleeding, and if you open the bark, you see the typical brownish, orange-brown lesion. Now I move to Europe, where we have lots of introduced Phytophthora diseases in our forests. The most well-known was European oak decline. And you see here a Quercus robur tree, the canopy how it should be, absolutely healthy. This tree here has already slight chlorosis and transparency of the ground. Here you see a high transparency in the beginning dieback and the severe dieback. This is caused by Phytophthora plurivora and Phytophthora quercina. If we go to the Mediterranean areas in the south of Europe, then we have Quercus ilex, acute wilting, because Phytophthora cinnamomi is infecting the roots and the bark. And here is an example from cork oak, Quercus superstans in Italy, and they look the same also in Portugal. You see the wilting and the collapse of the stand caused by Phytophthora cinnamomi and Phytophthora quercina. In Quercus super in cork oak, you can also have these bleeding cankers on the stems, also caused by Phytophthora cinnamomi. If you look in the root system, then we see that the roots have lost mostly all the lateral roots and the fine roots and cannot take up water anymore, and that's why the grounds are declining and wilting. We also see bark cankers like here and here, open bark cankers. You see here also an open bark canker caused by Phytophthora excambivora. If you go in the nurseries, we made lots of nursery surveys across Europe, then you can see that exactly those pathogens that are killing the oak forests are already in the nursery beds, infecting the young trees and spread with the young trees to the forests. Phytophthora cinnamomi, the red bars are the nursery infestations, the green ones are young plantations, is present in 25% of the nurseries and the plantations. Also Phytophthora plurivora is very prominent in the nurseries and in the plantations, and Phytophthora quercina the same. If you look in such a nursery field, we can see actually that the nursery field does not look very damaged. If you look in detail, we find a few infected plants that are wilting and drying, but also the other plants that are beside are infected, but they spread the pathogen non-symptomatically to new plantations. This is an example of container plants, and you see the dead plants killed by Phytophthora cinnamomi. And this is a typical plantation established with infected nursery material, and you see the wilting Quercus super cork oak trees. And these are old planted amenity trees in a park in Germany, infected by Phytophthora plurivora, and you see the yellowing, the chlorosis, and the beginning dieback of the trees. Most important in Europe is the Phytophthora disease of European beech, Fagus sylvatica. It is a shade tree with a very, very dense crown when it is healthy, but you can see here the decline, the chlorosis, the transparency, and the dieback of the crowns. And it leads in the end to the collapse of whole stands, as you can see here in Austria. If you look in the root system, we see again the losses of most of the lateral roots, and there is no fine roots present anymore for uptake of water. In addition, the pathogen causes a bleeding stem canker in the collar region, as you can see here. If you open up this lesion, you see on the border zone at the front line this orange-brown advancing lesion front caused by Phytophthora excandibra or Phytophthora plurivora. Again, if you look in the nurseries, we can see that those pathogens that are most aggressive in the mature stands of peach are also most widespread in the nursery fields. Phytophthora excandibra is present in 25% of the nursery stands and 50% of the plantations. Phytophthora plurivora even in more than 50% of the nursery stands and 35% of the plantations. This is a typical nursery field for forest production of peach plants in Germany, and you see here the patch dieback of peach plants in the ground. Okay. And you see here a forest plantation 8 years after planting. The trees are chlorotic, not growing well. They have at the stem base a collar rot lesion and widespread lesions in the root system, these black spots here. Again, the very expensive amenity trees for private parks and nurseries parks and urban green in Europe are also transparent, chlorotic, and dying back. Again, if we go to Japan, where Phytophthora excandibra is native to, we have Ficus crenata forests all over northern Japan. They are healthy, and you walk on every step on Phytophthora excandibra. Here we have the same situation again, that we have a co-evolved pathogen and host, and the pathogen is only nibbling on the fine roots, but not causing above ground disease symptoms. Another epidemic that is very devastating along the river systems in Europe is the root and collar rot epidemic of Alnus species by the invasive hybrid pathogen Phytophthora X alni. And you see that the mortality levels on some of the river systems can reach 70% and more. And the worst the disease is where the water is standing in the ground all year round. That is the Alnus glutinosa swamp forests, and you see the canopy is dying back. It is a typical bark canker and collar rot disease with orange-brown to black exudating lesions through the bark. We also made here nursery surveys, and you can see that Phytophthora X alni is present in more than 20% of the nurseries and 45% of the young plantations, spreading the disease to the wider environment. And this is a typical afforestation only with Alnus glutinosa plants. And you see here this tree is stunted in growth. It's chlorotic, this tree is dead. If you look at their stem base, we see a typical collar rot lesion developing out of the root system. If we open up the collar rot lesion, then we can see here a typical flame-shaped orange-brown discoloration caused by the pathogen Phytophthora X alni. In conclusion, the planting of infested nursery stock is by far the most important pathway for the spread of Phytophthora pathogens into the wider environment, into the forests and the natural ecosystems. This is a typical garbage pile in a Polish nursery, but it would look the same in all the other countries in Europe and probably also in North America. You can see, despite of the use of a lot of fungicides by the nursery owners once a week, you still have lots of plants dying because of root and collar rot caused by Phytophthora. And we performed in the 2 decades before we published in 2016 our big nursery study. We performed across Europe with 50 other research groups a survey in 732 nurseries and 1,993 nursery fields of these nurseries. And the Phytophthora infestation rates reached 91.5% across the nurseries and 81% of the nursery fields. We identified almost 1,900 isolates. Among these were 49 Phytophthora taxa, 41 of them alien invasives in Europe, 3 of them only were native, and 5 were cryptic taxa. Most important were Phytophthora plurivora, Phytophthora cinnamomi, both of them found in 14 to 15% of the nursery fields. Phytophthora cactorum, nicotiane, Phytophthora ramorum, Citrophthora, Cryptochia, Excambivora, Phytophthora alni. And then here you can see in this rest of 5.1% other Phytophthora species, lots of Phytophthora species that are first records for Europe, many of them unknown to science before we found them. We recently published in the European Journal of Plant Pathology a new study by Bakchova et al. It was a meta-genomic, a meta-barcoding study of 8 nurseries, and here you see one figure of this paper. It shows that in an ornamental nursery with imported plants, with a very intense import from other countries, we found in this one single nursery 32 Phytophthora species, and here, orange encirculated, you can see 8 of these species were unknown to science. That means we know nothing about them, we don't know their aggressiveness, we don't know their host plant ranges, so this has to be studied in the future. And there is one forest nursery that had only local production of plants, no import from other nurseries in other countries, and in this nursery we found only 2 Phytophthora species. So it is clear that this is related to the import of plants. We also published in this paper in 2016 a huge forest and horticultural and ornamental plantation survey. We surveyed 2,525 plantings all across Europe. The infestation rate was 66%, and we identified more than 2,000 isolates. Among them were 56 Phytophthora taxa, even more than in the nurseries. 48 of these 56 species were alien invasives, 5 were cryptic Phytophthora species, and only 3 again were native taxa. And we have the same picture as in the nurseries. Most widespread were Phytophthora plurivora, 14%, Phytophthora cinnamomi, 12.7%, nicotiane, 11%, Cryptochia, Cactorum, Phytophthora alni, Citrophthora cambivora, and Ramorum, the quarantine organism. And a huge variety of first records for Europe and species that were unknown to science. The whole mess in Europe and in North America is caused by the import of plants from other continents, from other biogeographic regions, where we take Phytophthora species out of their native origin, where they don't cause a lot of disease symptoms, and we bring them to nurseries in Europe and in North America. Then we spread the plants from these nurseries all over our continents, and they actually start damaging ecosystems with a non-co-evolved, very susceptible flora, and we have the diseases that we have now widespread all over the 2 continents. We import in Europe 5 billion living plants with root systems per year, and in North America something like 3.5 billion plants rooted with all the Phytophthora pathogens that are in these soils adhering to the root systems. So this is a catastrophe for plant biosecurity. And here, this is the last slide of my presentation. I show you from the publication of Schmutz et al. In 2010, the nursery network in Europe. Most prominent producer of nursery plants is Netherlands, and they trade with the rest of Europe. You can see all these trade relations, and you see that this is millions of plants traded here, but then also all the other countries trade with each other, and very often a big plant for an amenity-free planting can have been already in the nurseries of 3 or 4 different countries of Europe. They are grown perhaps in Holland, then they are with 5 years sent to Belgium, grown another 2 years in a nursery in Belgium, then imported to Italy, grown for another 3 years in Italy, and then planted out in an urban park in Milano city, and starting their disease process. Sometimes you can have in a root system of a single planted tree in Europe 5 to 6 different exotic Phytophthora species. So this is a catastrophe for plant biosecurity and for the phytopathologists in Europe, and we certainly need more effective quarantine measures in Europe for this. And with this, I want to thank you all for your attention, and I think I'm surprisingly in time, and I'm awaiting a nice discussion and your questions, please.
Thank you very much, Dr. Thomas Cheong, for your very good presentations. Through your presentation, we got a we broaden our knowledge regarding the Phytophthora. So now we come to the questions and answer sessions. For the first opportunities, I give the opportunity to people who attend, participants who attend in the conference rooms. For your information, Dr. Thomas Tong, this conference is the FANRes conference, this is a consortium between several institutions. And now we have some members from the consortiums in this room. Maybe any questions in this room? Okay, we have questions. Okay, please.
Sorry for the... Okay. Hello. Okay. Thank you for the good presentations, Doctor. My name is Walter, and I'm from University Malaysia Sarawak. It seems scary that too many diseases that affected plant. In this perspective, I would like to look for our doctor's opinion, either in the perspective of agriculture. Is there any biological control to control this spreading of the disease in terms of agricultural perspective? Thank you.
Thank you for the very good question. Unfortunately, due to the limited time, I could not talk about the many research that was going on management and control options for phytophthora diseases. And apart from chemical control mechanisms and control options, there's a lot of research going on biological control. There is at the moment nothing on the market that really is promoted to work against Phytophthora, but there is a lot of research going on. I know that in the 1970s and 80s, the Australians had a lot of research going on with ectomycorrhizae, fungi that would help tree species against root infections, but this was stopped after approximately 10 years of research because of the problem that when Phytophthora is active, and that is when the soil is saturated with water and the zoospores can swim and infect the roots, then usually the ectomycorrhiza is inactive due to the anaerobic conditions. So it's not sure up to now whether ectomycorrhiza or mycorrhiza in general can really protect roots against Phytophthora. Then there's a lot of research going on now with etheric oils and antagonistic plants that can help against Phytophthora, and this is a very promising research on control options of Phytophthora. Etheric oils, and especially planting of antagonistic plants, has been proven to help with Phytophthora diseases of tree species. It has not been tested in agriculture at the moment. I hope this answers your question.
Thank you very much for your answer, Dr. Thomas Cheong. I'm looking in the chat box in the Zoom meeting, and we do have one question, so I'm just gonna read it for you. Can Phytophthora also infect corn plantations? If not, because of lack of evidence, is there any barrier reasons of them not to colonize corn plantations?
Yeah, very good question. Generally, Phytophthora species are not known to infect very much monocotyledon species, like corn or any grass species. You can have some species, but it is usually mild. It looks like that the specialized Phytophthora species, the downy mildews, they have specialized partly on corn. And there are several downy mildew genera that infect corn. But Phytophthora usually don't do infections of monocotyledon species.
Okay, thank you for the answer. Is there any questions in the Zoom meeting or in the conference room? Okay.
There is another question in the chat that I can see.
Oh, okay.
Dr. Yunus Musa is asking whether Phytophthora can also have a beneficial effect. That's an interesting question. In the invasive situations that we have in Europe, in Australia, and in North America, there is at the moment certainly not a beneficial effect because the mortality rates and disease is really bad. I think the native Phytophthora species, of course, due to the co-evolution over millions of their host species, makes the species stronger. There's no doubt. Long term, a native co-evolved pathogen has a beneficial effect on the ecosystem. This is all connected to each other. But in invasive situations, we do not see a beneficial effect, of course. Interestingly, there is a very severe aerial Phytophthora species, Phytophthora palmivora, causing lots of root rots and fruit diseases and crop diseases, especially in the tropic. And Phytophthora palmivora is used as a biopesticide to control an invasive creeper climber plant in Florida. So in America, they have a registration of Phytophthora palmivora as a biopesticide, which I think is a very dangerous thing because it is an incredibly aggressive Phytophthora species, and if you spray it into the environment, it might damage other native host species.
Okay, thank you very much for answering the questions from Prof. Yunus Musa. I think we don't have any questions left from the Zoom meeting or in the conference room. So we come to the last part of your presentation, Dr. Musa. In this case, we would like to present you an appreciation certificate from the Committee of FANRes International Conference 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the appreciation certificate for Thomas Jung, PhD. Please give big applause. Thank you very much, Dr. Thomas Jung. So now, before we close up this afternoon session, I would like to give a conclusion remarks regarding all the speakers in this afternoon sessions. We have 5 speakers in these sessions, and in wrap up everything, I could say that in recent decades, agricultural sector face increased challenge which affect the food supply in the world. To tackle this challenge, we need climate change adaptive corn varieties and starts to carry out urban farming such as indoor vertical farms, since this can enlarge the planting areas compared to the traditional land cultivations. In addition, we also need to encourage the use of innovative and modern agriculture technologies such as laser land leveling, LLL, auto steering system, and variable rate technology to increase the agriculture production. And last but not least, one of the challenges related to this is the occurrence of Phytophthora, which could be found in their non-native areas. Thank you very much, and I hand it back this to Master Ceremony. Thank you.
Thank you very much for Ms. Hairani, PhD, for moderating the second session. And now we are stepping to the closing. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good afternoon, everyone. Once again, welcome to the 9th International Conference of Food, Agriculture, and Natural Resources. It's very nice to see you all once again, and we hope that you've been enjoying yourself at this conference. We are very honored to have you with us here this afternoon for all the keynote and invited speakers, and also, of course, for the presenters and participants of the 9th International Conference of FANRes 2024. Excellencies, distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen. I think we had a very productive and inspiring time together. And finally, this first day has come to an end. I hope you found the presentation on the first day informative and inspiring. Again, we would like to express our highest appreciation to our invited speakers who are willing to share their knowledge, their insightful research from various fields of expertise related to food, agriculture, and natural resources. Well, although it is unfortunate for us cannot meet in person for attending this international conference here in Makassar City, Indonesia, but hopefully one day we can get the chance to meet again, and maybe at that time we can introduce you to our authentic culinary or authentic food of Makassar City, such as Coto Makassar, Kondro, and also Pisang Ijo. They are the best. Well, before closing the event, we would like to remind every participant to join the parallel session for tomorrow morning, 5 minutes in advance, starting at 8 a.m. Central Indonesia time. And for tomorrow's session, we will be choosing the best presenter, so be ready and do your best. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to apologize for any mistakes. Lastly, we would like to say thank you very much. Terima kasih, gracias, arigato gozaimasu, khobkun, xie jikuyu. Stay safe, stay healthy, and see you tomorrow morning for the second day of this conference in parallel session. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.